This Liam was very nice, and to me especially. He kept trying to include me in the conversation, but Lindsay didn't like it. Ella, dear, be a dear and bring me my shawl from the car, could you? I'm cold. Sure. I understood that she wanted me out of the room because she wanted his full attention to be on Joanna. So I left the room and started walking aimlessly around the corridors of the company. Wow, look how many musical instruments are in this room. What is that? A huge piano? It wouldn't hurt if I played it for a minute, will it? I hadn't played a real piano for years because Lindsay sold mine. I miss this so much. I closed my eyes and started to play and sing my heart out. I didn't even feel the time passing. I didn't even feel Liam standing behind me by the door. What's that? How's that possible? How is this your voice and not Joanna's? I don't understand. Please, just forget what you saw and heard. Wait here. After a couple of minutes, he came back with Lindsay and Joanna, who looked really scared when she saw me near a piano. Why don't you play us that song that won you the competition before we sign the deal? It's only fair that I hear you play live. What? Mom? Let's leave that to another day. I'm afraid Joanna's not ready today. She's recovering from a bad cold. I insist. It's actually part of the contract's conditions. Believe me when I say, at that moment, I wouldn't want to be Joanna for anything in the world. She sat at the piano, tried to stroke the keys, but of course, she couldn't play. She tried to sing in a low voice, but it was very clear that her voice wasn't even good. She was about to cry. Ella, why don't you give it a try? I was terrified for a second, but I told myself, come on, have some courage. Liam knows the truth now. I played and sang the song perfectly. Ella, we would be honored to sign a deal with you. What? What do you mean with her? It's my daughter who won the competition, not this girl. Your daughter can't sing, ma'am. I know the truth now, so no need for more lies. What do you say, Ella? Sure. I'd be crazy to say no. Let me tell you that the album I made with Liam was a hit. I had enough money to hire a lawyer and fight Dad's case, all with the help of Liam, and he was finally home. Please, Ella, you know we love you, honey. Please don't throw us out. Please, I am so sorry. We're really sorry, Ella. You can have your room back. It was just a misunderstanding. Please. It's too late now. The whole world knows the truth. Now, please leave because I have to prepare for my first live concert. The concert was amazing. Thousands of people came. I was living the dream. Liam was even waiting for me backstage with a bouquet of flowers. Oh, thank you so much. I love them. You're the best, you know. You saved me from my evil stepmother, exactly like a fairy tale. And because I did that, don't I deserve a date? Just to be authentic to the story. You do. Let's go get some ice cream. And a kiss? Yeah, and a kiss. And that's how I wrapped up my story. I got rid of the evil stepmother and her daughters. I became a superstar, I got the Prince Charming, and I had the happily ever after that everyone wishes for. So, after all that, can you deny that I'm a modern Cinderella? Hey there, I'm Natalia, and I just moved from Moscow to LA to live with my grandma while my parents are still in Russia. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Imagine being a young girl from Russia, starting 3rd grade in an American elementary school without your parents by your side. That's me. My parents sent me to live with grandma, and they said they would come when they got the opportunity. Fitting in at this American school wasn't easy, especially the language barriers. They can lead to some hilarious misunderstandings. One time I said, "Excuse me, can anyone tell me where the strawberry is, please? Are you trying to find a fruit or a place to read?" I meant the library. Excuse me, can I borrow a racer, please? Sure, Natalia. Do you want a Ferrari or a Lamborghini? Oh, I meant an eraser. Excuse me, can I have a sheet of paper, please? I have a cow of paper. Would that work? Hey guys, cut it out. She's new here and learning the language. We all make mistakes, right? Here you go, Natalia. Here's a sheet of paper. I don't know why, but I just hugged Jake and mumbled a thank you. The whole class laughed even louder. When are you guys getting married? Jake just smiled and shrugged off the teasing. Over the next few weeks, my friendship with Jake grew stronger. He became my go-to person for navigating both the school and the English language. We'd sit together at lunch, share stories about our families, and even work on homework together. One afternoon, after school, Jake invited me to his family's small flower shop. Jake's mom warmly welcomed me and offered me a cup of hot chocolate. As we explored the shop, Jake asked me about my favorite
favorite flowers, and I told him about the beautiful jasmine that grew outside my home in Russia. To my surprise, he found a small jasmine plant tucked away in the corner. "Here, Natalia, I'd like you to have this jasmine plant. It's not much, but maybe it'll help you feel more at home." I couldn't help but smile. It was a sweet moment that strengthened our friendship and also made me feel more connected to my new home. I envied Jake for having such a lovely family, and I missed mine so much. Once in the 7th grade, my grandma fell ill and had to be admitted to the hospital. The doctor said it would be about a week before she could return home. With no other family nearby, I felt lost and worried. But when Jake's mom heard about my situation, she kindly invited me to stay with them at their place till Grandma was out of the hospital, and I gladly accepted. Jake had been telling me that his dad was the sweetest, but that was far from the truth. His dad was a very moody man. Some days, he'd be yelling at his mom and having fights with Jake and his siblings, but some other days, he was just a cool, cheerful, annoying dad. While I stayed in their house, I took Jake's bed and Jake slept on the couch. One night, Jake's dad burst in yelling,
"Jake, time for a little wake-up prank."
With that, he splashed a bucket of water onto the bed, soaking me completely. Startled, I gasped and sat up. He immediately realized his mistake and his face turned red.
"Oh, Natalia, I am so sorry. I thought Jake was in here. Are you okay?"
But just then, Jake came in looking super angry. He pushed his dad away.
"Can you just behave normally? Like a normal dad? It's not always the right time to joke or prank. You're the most—
It's okay, he was joking.
Stay out of it, Natalia. My dad is crazy. I don't know why he's here instead of being in a mental asylum."
Suddenly, his dad started crying like a little boy. It was so loud that he woke everyone up. This was crazy. But what happened in the morning was crazier. When Jake's dad saw me, he started yelling at me and threatening me for shouting at him yesterday. "No, sir, it wasn't me."
"Shut up. Just leave my house."
Jake held my hand and took me out. He started apologizing and told me that his dad had some issues and he was very ashamed. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Jake. Some parents just love their children in their own way. The important thing is to understand them and respect them.
Respect a crazy psycho like him? Easy for you to say. You're lucky your parents don't even care enough to come for you. Oh, darn. I'm sorry. I didn't mean—
It's okay. Let's go to school. We're late. After that incident, Jake became a bit distant with me. It was as if he felt ashamed that I knew about his family secret. I wanted to talk it out with him, but then summer break started and life got hectic when my family came to visit. My parents and younger sister Sasha, who's 2 years younger than me, flew in from Russia. Sasha was a true people pleaser. She was always willing to go above and beyond to make others happy, even if it meant sacrificing something personal. One night, she and I went out to explore the city. We stumbled upon a street musician playing a dope tune, and Sasha started clapping like crazy. But then the musician just stopped and yelled at her.
"Yo, your clapping just wrecked my jam. What's the deal?"
"Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your performance. Let me make it up to you." She quickly grabbed some cash from her pocket and dropped it into the musician's hat. "Here, I hope this helps. Seriously, I'm so sorry. Okay, fine. Just take all my money. Here, please smile." I stopped her and took the money back from the musician's hat. In fact, I took everything, and we both ran like crazy. I mean, I didn't take all the money, but he started it by being a rude person. When we got back home, I started yelling at Sasha. "Can you stop being such a fool? Just be okay with making people upset, especially those who deserve your anger. Sasha, my sister, I love you. That's why I'm insulting you. Please listen to me." Just then, Mom barged in.
Lucky for her, she has her entire life to listen to you. We're going back to Russia next week, and Sasha's going to stay with you and Grandma. We're coming to live here as soon as we can, honey.
On the first day at school after summer break, Sasha was super excited to join me. As we walked through the hallways, I introduced her to my friends, and soon enough, we bumped into Jake.
"Hey, Sasha, nice to meet you. Your sisters told me a lot about you."
"Oh, really? I hope it's all good stuff. Because, sometimes I can be a disappointment. And I'm not saying this because I'm nervous or anything, but I mean, in general, I am a disappointment." Just then, the principal walked in, tripping on her own shoelace and accidentally dropping a stack of papers. Sasha immediately rushed to help her. "Oh, looks like school's off to a flying start, huh?" The principal laughed at her joke, and everyone around joined in. I liked that side of Sasha. She's kind and always rushes to help. I could see in Jake's eyes that he was also impressed. Maybe also because Sasha was prettier and taller than me. Maybe now he'd like her and something romantic would happen between them. That didn't bother me, right? Jake is only my friend.
"I think you need to go stop your sister. She's giving away all her school supplies to some girls."
Oh God. Things between me and Jake started to go back to normal, and the three of us spent a lot of time together, and Jake even started coming more often to our home. He almost felt like a family member. One day, Grandma fell ill again, and we were very really worried about her. To make us feel better, Jake offered to stay next to Grandma all night, especially since Sasha and I had exams the next day and needed to sleep well. I think maybe he'd also take any chance to spend time away from his dad. During the night, I heard some loud noises. I woke up and didn't find Sasha next to me. I rushed downstairs to find a group of shady-looking boys about to leave the house with Sasha, who seemed unsure and anxious. "Sasha, what are you doing?" Hearing my scream, Jake dashed downstairs.
Hey, let her go.
Jake threw a punch at one of the boys, making him stumble back.
Get out of here and don't come back.
The boys realized they were no match for Jake and scrambled out of the house. I turned to Sasha, feeling confused and shaken. "Sasha, what just happened? Why were those guys here? Please don't be mad. They said they needed me to help them with their science project, and they were scared that someone would see them and tell the teacher. That's why they wanted to work at night. I just couldn't say no." "Are you stupid? God knows what they wanted from you at this late hour. This is not about pleasing people. This is just pure stupidity, Sasha." She started crying, and Jake patted her back and winked at me to stop.
Hey, Sasha is smart and I'm sure she won't do this again. Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, Natalia, would you be my girlfriend?
What? What a weird timing.
No, it's perfect. I feel like I'm the man of the house. You know, just saved a damsel in distress. So what do you think?
I think I want to be your girlfriend. And with that, I kissed him. We started dating and Sasha got stronger and Grandma felt better. Life seemed good and peaceful. Jake was the perfect boyfriend, sweet and protective, and I loved him so much. I couldn't imagine my life without him. Years went by and we both graduated high school and went to the same college. We lived together until we graduated college, and it was the best time of my life. Then Jake proposed and I said yes. On my wedding day, everything was perfect and I was the happiest. Just as I was about to put on my dress, Sasha came into the room, her face filled with worry and fear. "Natalia, I need to tell you something important about Jake. I've been keeping this secret for years, but I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth."
What are you talking about, Sasha?
"Do you remember that night when those shady boys came to our house? They were actually Jake's friends. He promised them a girl they could take to a dance club with them, and he convinced me to do it, saying he'd always protect us. He threatened me, saying that if I told you, he'd hurt me. I was young and terrified, but now I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth. He's gonna be your husband and the father of your kids." "No, you're lying. Jake would never do something like that. Maybe you're just jealous and trying to ruin my happiness. Why did you wait all these years to tell me?" "I was scared and I didn't want to hurt you, but I can't let you marry him knowing what he did. Please, believe me, Natalia. Leave, now. You're not invited to my wedding anymore." Soon after the wedding, we left for our honeymoon, but it was cut short when we received a phone call that Jake's mom had been in an accident. We rushed back to see his parents, who we hadn't visited much since graduating high school. Jake had mainly kept in touch with his mom through phone calls and social media. At the hospital, Jake went into his mom's room while I sat in the waiting area. His dad, who was sitting beside me, started to berate Jake.
"You know, my son is a heartless jerk. You never should have trusted him. You made a mistake marrying him."
Just then, Jake walked in and heard his dad's words.
"Shut up, Dad. You have no right to talk about me like that. I'm ashamed that you're my son. You never stood by my side. You were born a jerk and I bet you're cheating on your wife."
Jake couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed my hand and we left the waiting room together. I could see the pain in his eyes, and I chose to believe in the man I knew and loved, pushing away any doubts starting to creep in. A week later, we both returned to work. Jake left the house earlier than me, accidentally leaving his personal laptop open. On an impulse, I started going through his social media and stumbled upon his Instagram account, where I discovered he was chatting with several girls. Some of them were even sending him their pictures, to which he responded with compliments like gorgeous. I couldn't believe my eyes, and anger surged through me. But the next moment, I felt a strange sense of relief. Despite everything, he had chosen me in the end. I began rationalizing his behavior, thinking maybe he'd grown bored of being with just one woman for so many years, and that somehow made it acceptable. I started to blame myself, thinking maybe I'd been too busy with my studies, work, and life in general. In that moment, I made a promise to myself to become a better wife and to give Jake the attention he needed. Days went by, and I did everything to become a better partner to Jake. I even decided to become a stay-at-home wife, dedicating my life to our marriage. I also made up my mind to get pregnant, even though Jake had suggested waiting for 2 more years. I thought a baby would solve all our problems. Eventually, I got pregnant. I planned a romantic surprise dinner to share the news with Jake. When I finally told him, he snapped.
"What? Are you serious? We agreed to wait 2 years. I don't want kids right now."
I thought it would be a good surprise, and it might bring us even even closer.
Look, I'm sorry for reacting like that. It caught me off guard. I didn't mean to upset you.
Still horrified by his outburst, I told him I'd be sleeping on the couch that night.
I said I'm sorry, but if that's what you want, then fine.
The next morning, I apologized to Jake for my mistake and asked for his forgiveness because my reaction was exaggerated. He simply said, "I forgive you." Weeks went by, and it seemed like my plan didn't work, as I could still see Jake smiling at his phone, and I started getting depressed. One day, while pregnant and cleaning the house alone, I slipped. I called Jake multiple times, but he didn't answer. I had no choice but to call Sasha, who rushed me to the hospital. After the doctors examined me and said everything was okay, Sasha came to me. "Hey, I'm glad you're okay, and so is the baby. Jake is on his way. I'm gonna talk to him outside your room. Please, pretend you're asleep and just watch." Soon enough, Jake arrived and met Sasha in the waiting room where I could see them, but he couldn't see that I was watching. He held Sasha's hands and touched her cheek in gratitude. I was stunned. Then Jake entered my room and kissed my forehead while I pretended to be asleep. As he leaned down, I grabbed the vase next to me and hit him on the head. "I've had enough of you, Jake. Just leave me and the baby alone. He's been hitting on me since forever." I sent him a message an hour ago telling him I agreed to be his girlfriend, and the rest you saw, Natalia.
Don't listen to her. She's lying.
Shut up, you lying jerk. Your dad was right about you, you heartless snake. I choose to believe my sister, to believe my own eyes, and what I saw on your laptop. I'm such an idiot for putting you first, but I know better now. I come first. I'm an amazing woman, and I deserve better. Just get lost, or I'll start screaming until security takes you out. Go to hell, Jake.
You're such a witch, a stupid immigrant that I felt sorry for and took care of. And this is how you repay me? An ungrateful monster?
He kept screaming like a madman till security guards took him away. I knew I'd never allow Jake to come back into my life again. I turned to my sister and I hugged her tight. I was walking towards the lockers one day when I noticed the 3 most popular boys in school looking at me, like I was some kind of snack. It was the first time in 2 years they'd noticed me. Then they were suddenly smiling at me. What's going on? I got so nervous, I crashed straight into an open locker door and my books fell to the floor. Wow, what an entry.
Seriously? Her? The nerd? Well, she is cute, but are you sure she should be our new target? She looks too innocent. Heck yeah! I'm gonna make her fall in love with me and win the bet. Get your $10 million ready, losers. We'll see about that.
Hi, my name is Athena, and let me tell you how these 3 annoying playboys pulled me into the most confusing situation ever. First though, please hit the like and subscribe button. After my class, I was walking down the stairs when I suddenly tripped, but someone caught me just in time. It was Andre, the guy who was literally dating half of the female population in our school. He was staring at my lips as he pulled me close.
Your lips look lonely. Do they want to meet mine?
Please, get off me.
Whoa, easy there, baby girl.
I'd rather kiss a trash can, by the way. Oh, wait, what's the difference? I smiled at seeing the shocked look on his face. Walking away, I almost tripped over a random calculator someone had left on the floor. I dropped my books, and before I could pick them up, someone was doing it for me.
You should watch your step next time, princess.
For a second, I was stunned to see Tanner, the guy with the biggest Instagram following. He was grinning at me, and boy, he looked like a prince.
Would you mind taking a picture of me for my Insta?
He pushed his phone and started posing like he was God's gift to women. I didn't know how to react, so I put his phone down on the floor and awkwardly walked away to find an empty classroom. As I walked in, I was surprised to see someone sleeping in there. I shook his shoulder to wake him up, only to gasp when I realized it was Lucas, the handsome sleepyhead. "What are you doing here? This is my place."
Oh, sorry. I didn't see your name on the door.
I ignored his sarcasm and was about to head out before he spoke again.
We can share this room, if you want.
Suddenly, the teacher came in and thought we'd been making out in there or something. She kicked us out, and it was so embarrassing, even more than all the tripping over. I had to avoid these heartbreakers. They were called the triple threat for a reason, and I hated guys like them. After my classes were finished, I found the 3 of them outside waiting for someone. They all smiled at me. Uh-oh.
Hey, baby girl. I think you're an engine, 'cause my car won't start without you. Come on, princess. let's get out of here. I'll give you a ride home.
Lucas just gave me a nod and signaled for me to get in. What in the world was happening? I hurriedly walked out of the gate to avoid them. When I entered the cafeteria the next day, I was greeted with milkshakes, coffees, burgers, and nuggets. It was the boys again. I turned them all down and chose to sit on a table alone as I ate. I heard some girls behind me talking about me. Seriously? Why are they after that lame junior? It must be a prank. There's no way they'd notice her otherwise. She's ugly. I turned to look at the girls and said, I really want to punch all you girls right now. But, I'm busy dealing with attractive boys drooling over me now. Ciao. But I was furious. I had to know if I was really the target of a stupid prank. A few days later, as I was passing by the boys' locker room, I noticed that the door was slightly open. I saw the trio inside. I hid behind a locker to listen. God, what is that smell? Do boys even shower?
Give me 2 days, and she'll be following me around like a puppy. I don't think so. She's kinda challenging. Nah, she's just plain hard to get, Tanner. You guys should learn from me.
I couldn't believe it. These players had put a bet on me. I'd show them. They'd pick the wrong girl to mess with. I was gonna make them pay. Let the games begin. The drama club I was in had a show the next day, and my role was a stupid tree. The scene had a windy day, so when I started swaying my arms, someone gave a standing ovation from the audience.
Woo! Best actress ever. That's my girl.
What was he doing? After the show, he came over and gave me a bouquet of flowers and a gigantic teddy bear.
Babe, you know what? There's something wrong with my phone. It doesn't have your number in it.
He wouldn't leave until I put my number in his phone. The next day, while I was walking to school, I noticed a familiar sports car following me.
Hop in, princess.
It was Tanner. This time I got in. Let's see what his deal is. During the ride, I spilled my coffee over his squeaky clean dashboard on purpose. Oops, sorry, I'm just so clumsy. I was expecting him to get mad about it, but instead, he reached for some tissues and cleaned my hands with them. I found myself staring at him while my heart raced. No. It was all just an act. Get a grip, Athena. When we reached school, he helped me get out of the car.
Right. Slow down.
Geez, I'm not blind.
Seems like it sometimes.
I glared at him. Is there something you want to say? He just flashed a big smile and turned to fix his hair in the car window. So annoying. I walked off to class. Halfway through the lesson, when the teacher had her back to us, someone from the table next to me whispered, "Psst." I looked up to see that it was Andre.
Why'd you come here with Tanner? You know guys like him are jerks who will just break your heart. You know I'm totally serious about you.
Then he kissed my hand. Oh, please. How serious are you?
There's no number to express.
Then prove it to me.
Sure, baby girl, but how?
I'll tell you about it at lunch.
I can't wait. I swear. I'll do anything for you.
Just then the teacher kicked him out of the class for making all these noises. Everyone giggled, but he didn't look the least bit embarrassed. He winked and walked off. Lunchtime came and he was already waiting. I wanted to ruin his reputation, especially in front of the girls, so I whispered my dare to him and his eyes grew wide.
If I do it, will you be my girlfriend?
I nodded. He immediately walked to the front of the cafeteria, jumped on a table, and shouted,
I have something to confess. I wet my bed every night, and I don't know what to do anymore.
I burst out laughing when he made a whole drama out of it while fake crying. But to my surprise, the girls started comforting him. What? My plan had backfired, so I sneaked out of the room, devastated. The next day, while I was reaching for a book in the library, Lucas suddenly appeared and grabbed it for me. I gave him a smile, but he just nodded. While I was doing my homework, he sat across from me and started reading a book. I waited for him to say hello or something, but he totally ignored me. I asked him what he was reading, but he just gave me a glare. Oh, I get it. He was using the snobbish bad boy style. I moved beside him and leaned in. Are you mute, or does your breath just stink? I was caught off guard when he grinned.
Do you really want to know?
I immediately pulled away when our lips almost touched. I cleared my throat and got myself back on track. Are you free tomorrow? I just need someone to go somewhere with me.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Later that night, I did a little research on Lucas and grinned when I read a comment about him having a phobia of heights in one of his Instagram posts. He was surprised when I brought him to an amusement park the next day. I forced him to try all the rides, and I was laughing my butt off whenever he screamed like a girl. Stop being such a wuss, Lucas. Let's try the pirate ship one more time. Just then, he started throwing up, and I couldn't stop laughing. I wanted to have more fun, so I acted like I'd sprained my ankle and let him carry me all around the place. Then I asked him to buy me some fries. When he bought them, I said, "Oh shoot, I'm also craving a banana split and a cheeseburger." I could barely stop myself from laughing at his annoyed face. Poor guy later fell asleep on the bench while I ate all the food. All of a sudden, I screamed in his ear. He jolted awake and asked what had happened. I told him that I was just thirsty and I needed some soda. He finally snapped.
Buy it yourself, girl. Jeez, you're so annoying.
And just like that, Lucas gave up. 1 down, 2 to go. Andre continued pestering me at school while Lucas was nowhere to be found. During lunch, Tanner sat beside me and asked me if I'd like to go on a date with him to the Bahamas. "I want to get to know you first before going anywhere alone with you. I don't even know anything about your family."
Not a problem. You could join us for dinner tonight.
I did a happy dance on the inside. Everything was going according to plan. I told him that I'd come myself, so I just asked his address. That night, I borrowed my friend's hyperactive cats and brought them with me. Tanner looked so happy as he opened the door. "My mom's out, so no one can babysit them." I put the basket down and the cats started running everywhere, scratching paintings and knocking over expensive vases. "Sorry, they get their clumsiness from their mama." He looked totally unaffected.
Your kittens are adorable. Like you. Come on, dinner's ready. And they're all waiting for you.
His parents looked so sophisticated, and I was surprised to see that he had 4 little sisters. They all flocked around me like it was their first time seeing a girl. I started fake crying when dinner was served.
What's wrong?
"I don't eat chicken. Poor little creatures." His mom asked me, "Oh, are you vegetarian?" "No, only for chickens. Chicken saved my life one time when I was crossing the road." Tanner immediately told the cook to change my food, and when we started eating, my cat suddenly jumped on the table and turned everything into a disaster. The look of horror on the faces of the Tanner family was epic. "Sorry." I was shocked when his mom took the cats and started petting them. Unbelievable. "It's fine. They're just asking for some love." I then placed my feet on the table and let out the loudest burp. "Thanks for the splendid meal."
Anything for you.
Darn, he was such a good actor. After dinner, his mom showed me their family albums, and I couldn't help but notice how cute baby Tanner was. As I watched him play with his sisters, I realized that he wasn't really a self-absorbed jerk after all. While heading out that night, I tripped over something as usual and dropped my glasses. Tanner picked them up from me and looked at my bare face lovingly.
Wow, your beauty is so unreal, so perfect.
I realized that he was actually talking to me. I felt my heart beating faster. He looked so sincere, and it made me feel like I was the most beautiful girl in the world. Apparently, my efforts to get rid of him hadn't worked tonight. But why was I smiling? The next day, Andre sneaked in through my window. "Why are you here?"
There's a party nearby. Come on.
I told him that parties weren't my thing, and besides, I didn't have anything to wear.
Say no more, baby girl. Come with me.
I needed to mess with him more, so I went with him to the mall. He bought me a cute red dress and gave me a makeover.
Wow, you look like someone I know.
Who?
My next girlfriend.
Oh, please. I went to the party with Andre, and everyone was shocked upon seeing me. They thought I was a totally different person. While dancing with Andre, I couldn't help but notice Tanner and Lucas looking at me from across the room. A girl walked up to Tanner and started dancing with him. For some reason, the sight made my blood boil. I excused myself to the toilet, and when I came back, Andre was now dancing sweetly with another girl. Of course, he was a player, so I wasn't surprised. Lucas followed me when I went outside to the garden.
I'm sorry about what happened the other day, Athena. I was so stupid for doing such a horrible thing to a pretty girl like you.
Oh, wow. From a jerk to a Romeo. He really wanted to win that bet.
I really like you, and I hope you feel the same way.
He looked so genuine that I almost got carried away. I was about to say something, but then someone snatched me away from him. Tanner,
What's your problem, dude? That's it. We need to stop this. I won't let you play with her feelings. What are you talking about? I really like her. And pigs can fly, Lucas.
before they could punch each other, Andre came over to stop them, and I just stood between them, looking like a confused little kitten.
Cut it out, you idiots. She's mine. Stay out of this, loser. You're hopeless. She was about to say yes to me.
Excuse me? I don't even like you.
Shut up. You know what? Take the Dawn money. Here's 10 million for each of you. Just leave her alone. Best decision ever, Tanner.
I was shocked. Did he just give away $20 million? Just like that? Tanner then grabbed my hand and said,
Get out of here, Athena. You don't deserve to be treated like this. Stop pretending like you really care, Tanner.
Tanner looked so furious. Cut it out. I've known about the bet all this time, and I've been playing all of you idiots. You all lose. They were all shocked at my revelation. Andre and Lucas grabbed the bags from Tanner and ran away, while Tanner just stood there, shocked.
I'm sorry for everything, Athena. Goodbye.
My heart sank as I watched him walk away. My wish was finally granted. The jerks had finally stopped bothering me, and I should have been happy and relieved, right? But I wasn't. The next day, my mom came running to me with shocking news. Someone called Tanner had put $10 million into our account. We're rich! Wait, what? What was he doing? I ran to the school to talk to him, but he wasn't there. For 2 weeks, there was no sign of Tanner. Then one day, he finally showed up with a gorgeous blonde. She was all over him. After school, I found them kissing behind the bleachers. I tore him away and asked him about the money, but he walked away saying,
I don't know what you're talking about. Go away.
As he walked away, I knew he was lying, so that night I went to his house. His mom told me to wait in his room. As I looked around, I saw something that shocked me. My lost anklet. It was placed carefully on his desk. Just then the door opened and Tanner came in. He looked shocked to see me and the anklet in my hand. Explain this. For a minute, he looked like he was going to deny everything. But to my surprise, he came forward and held my hand.
I'm sorry I agreed to that stupid bet. I'm sorry that I hurt you. I don't want to do that anymore. I tried to forget you and what I did to you. That's why I was with that girl. Athena, I love you. I always have since the day I first spoke to you and found your anklet. Can you forgive me?
Yes, Tanner, I forgive you. He looked at me expectantly.
Oh, that's it? I said I love you. Do you, love me?
Oh, yes, that too.
He rolled his eyes at me and said, I can't believe I fell in love with you.
Kinda late for that. Just shut up and kiss me now.
Every moment tonight, they led me to you. Every single time you look at me.
Hi everyone, I'm Meredith, and I can't trust anyone. But I have a good reason for that. Want to know more? Like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was the most special person in my life. He made me homemade milkshakes and taught me how to throw a kick and a punch when I was only 6 years old. He always said that I should know how to take care of myself, and I thought he could do no wrong. Except a day after my 11th birthday, I woke up to Mom crying. What's wrong?
Your dad left.
Like, left to get some milk?
No, he left us, Mare. Look at this note. He'd been stressed for weeks at his job, and I thought he'd be okay, but I guess he wasn't. I tried calling him too, but he left his cell phone at home.
What? Dad can't leave me just like that. He tells me everything. I'm sure there's some mistake. He must be around the corner. And I darted outside the house and started running around the neighborhood, screaming for Dad, but he really wasn't around. Finally, Mom caught up to me and took me home, and I was a crying mess for days. We tried looking for Dad for weeks, but it was like he'd vanished into thin air. I was heartbroken, and since then, I just couldn't trust anyone around me. What made it worse was that Mom started dating soon after, and she had the worst taste in men. This one time, Mom invited her boyfriend over, and he ended up stealing all her jewelry. And another time, she introduced me to this guy who was arrested a week later for robbing a bank. So, yeah, my home life was a mess, but at least I had school. I was a good student who loved writing poetry, and by the time I was 16, I was writing poems for a small publication and also leading reading the school newspaper. Life was good until this new guy Xander joined my class. At first, he didn't bother me at all and always had this permanent frown plastered on his face. He hardly spoke to anyone in class, and a few times he was rude to the teacher and got sent to detention. Then one day in the gym, I was sitting on the bleachers when this ball came flying out of nowhere and hit me in the head. Ow! Watch it, morons! I could have died!
But you didn't. And you're in a gym class. We're supposed to play here, not sit in a corner and sulk over a notebook. Now give me that ball.
Apologize first.
Bite me.
With that, Xander snatched the ball from my hand and left. I was so mad I charged after him to give him a piece of my mind, but instead, I tripped and fell right into Rod's arms. He was my senior and the captain of the football team. Girls tripped over each other to get a glimpse of Rod's handsome face and athletic body, and looking into his green eyes, I could see why. I'm sorry, I just lost my balance.
And I think I lost my heart. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Sure about that? You could have a concussion. You know, we've never had a chance to talk, but I think we'll have a pretty good conversation. How about we find that out over dinner?
I don't eat dinner.
Coffee?
Nope.
Water then?
I'm late for class, but thanks for the help. And I just quickly left before Rod saw my knees shaking. I knew most girls would kill for a date with him, but all men were jerks, so I decided to ignore Rod. But boy, Rod was persistent. He would send me flowers in class, leave chocolates and notes in my locker, and one time, he even showed up at my home in a limousine. I was just trying to figure out how to get rid of him when Mom walked into my room. That boy looks fancy. Yeah, whatever. I'm not interested. He will break my heart like Dad broke yours, and you don't know that. Not all men are the same. Now get dressed and go. I reluctantly agreed to go out with Rod, and it wasn't so bad. He was cute and fun, and he took me to this cool pizza place. So I was wondering, you could date anyone. Why me?
'Cause you're smart. I've never dated smart girls before.
Did you just call me a nerd?
No, I called you a pretty nerd.
You're sweet, unlike that rude Xander. He's such a brat. You'd know him, actually. He's on the football team.
Xander has always had temper issues. If I were you, I'd stay away from him. Anyway, let's not spoil our date by talking about him and concentrate on more important things, like me.
Rod reached for my hand, and my stomach felt like it was in knots. We ended up talking some more before Rod dropped me home, and soon after, we started dating. School was twice as fun with Rod around. We'd have lunch together, and Rod would take me to these amazing parties, and things were going well. But then one day, I walked into my class and saw Xander bullying a student. I barged in and pushed Xander off.
What's your problem, weirdo? Just mind your own business.
I will when you stop treating people like trash.
I was just asking some questions about chemistry.
I'm not blind or stupid. Just get away from this poor guy or
what? You'll hit me, princess?
Xander inched closer, and I could feel his breath on my face. I wanted to move, but I just felt numb. And seconds later, the teacher walked in, and we all went back to our seats. I tried to ignore Xander after that, but I guess luck wasn't on my side, because a week later, I was picking up a cake for Mom's birthday at the local cafe when someone tapped on my shoulder.
May I take your order, You! I don't remember the last time I turned around and didn't see your face.
I don't like looking at your face either.
It doesn't look like that. In fact, it looks like you're stalking me.
Excuse me, but before I could get another word out, my stomach made a loud rumbling noise. Xander's face softened and he smiled.
Looks like someone's starving.
I'm fine.
Just come with me. You can be angry while you eat.
I wanted to say no, but my stomach made another really loud sound. Xander took me to the back kitchen and quickly fixed me a sandwich. As I gulped it down, a cat crawled in and Xander filled a bowl of milk for it. I watched him play with the cat and he looked so calm and peaceful and really cute.
If you keep staring like that, I'll get uncomfortable.
Thank you. You're good. I mean, the sandwich is good.
It's my specialty. My mom taught me. And you're staring again.
Sorry, I was just wondering. You're rude to teachers. You barely have friends and you pretend like you're mean, but you're actually soft. You're nothing like I imagined.
You're nothing like I imagined either. Meredith, why are you with Rod?
What do you mean?
I mean, he's not what he looks like. I know it's not my place, but I don't think he's right for you.
You're right. It's not your place. And why should I listen to you? You're literally the biggest bully in school. Just because you fixed me a sandwich doesn't mean you get to comment on my personal life.
You're taking this the wrong way.
I guess I was taking it the wrong way. But now everything is clear. Thanks for the sandwich and bye-bye. And with that, I just picked up my cake at the counter and left, but I couldn't stop thinking about what Xander had said. What did he mean that Rod wasn't what he looked like? I wanted to talk to Rod about it the next day in school, but he was absent. I tried calling him, but his phone wasn't reachable, so I decided to go to his place. I was at the gate when suddenly I saw Rod screaming at some woman.
What do you mean you can't do the job anymore? Tell Xander that I still have the video proof, and I will send him to jail if he doesn't get me what I asked for.
But he's already done so much for you. Please, sir, we are poor and vulnerable, but you're rich and kind. Please understand.
Don't touch me, you filthy woman! And just tell your son that if he doesn't deliver the papers by tonight, I will show the video to my dad and have him arrested.
Rod pushed the poor woman away and she fell on the ground while he simply smirked and left. I rushed to help her up, but before I could ask her anything, she started wailing and ran away. What was happening? Xander's mom knew Rod, and from what I heard, Rod had some video he was using to blackmail Xander. What was this video? And what papers was Xander delivering? I wanted to get to the root of everything, so I waited all evening outside Xander's cafe where he worked and then followed him. To my surprise, he parked his bike outside Rod's house, slowly making his way to a slanted door on the ground. Xander opened the lid of the door and jumped in. I left my bike behind as I made my way to the same basement door and saw Xander throw a huge envelope on Rod's face.
These are all the exam papers you wanted. We're done. And one more thing, if you ever touch my mom again, I swear I will bury you alive.
Don't be so mad, pretty boy. Also, we're far from done. You still have to write me that essay for my college application. Make sure it's perfect, or you know what I can do, don't you?
I've already done everything I can, Rod. Just quit torturing me.
It's nothing to what you'll go through in jail. All I need to do is make one phone call and tell the police how you stole from my dad.
Rod smirked at Xander in the most evil way before moving closer and spitting in his face. Xander lost it and hit Rod, and the two of them got into a huge fight. I wanted to do something, but before I could, the basement door I was leaning on broke and I dropped to the floor. Thankfully, it wasn't too high, or I would have ended up breaking my bones. Both Xander and Rod looked at me in shock as I got up.
Meredith, oh my God, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Step away from her, she's my girlfriend.
What are you going to do, spit in my face again?
You bet I will.
Rod tried hitting Xander again, but this time I got in the way and pushed him away. Don't hurt him.
Why are you so worried about this worm? You like him, don't you? I dated you even though you're way beneath me. You should be thanking me, but instead you're choosing him?
I'm not choosing anyone, but I do know now that I don't want to be with a psychopath like you. Rod turned to me with crazy eyes, and I thought he was about to hit me when suddenly his dad barged in. He must have heard the noise when the door crashed.
What is this mess? Xander, what are you doing here? Dad, Xander is a thief! Remember you lost your favorite watch? It was Xander who took that. See, I have proof. Everything was caught on camera.
Rod's dad looked at Xander in shock as Rod showed him the whole video, and then Xander explained the whole story. Apparently, his mom worked with Rod's family as a housekeeper, and he and his little sister grew up with Rod's family.
Last year, my sister was diagnosed with a lung condition. We really needed a lot of money for the treatment, but Mom didn't have any. So one day, while the whole family was away, I broke in, stole one of your watches, and sold it to pay for my sister's treatment. I thought I'd somehow collect the money and replace the watch eventually, but Rod found out, and since then he's been blackmailing me to cheat on his college applications. He told me that you'd cut him off if he didn't get into a good college, sir. I didn't want to go to jail, so I did what he said. But Rod's demands never stopped. I'm so sorry.
Xander broke down in tears, and I felt so bad for him. Thankfully, Rod's dad understood and forgave Xander and said he wouldn't press charges. Rod lost his mind and started throwing things like a maniac, but his dad called in security and they dragged Rod away. Xander escorted me outside and called me a cab. We were waiting when he finally spoke.
Meredith, I've never said this before because you were with Rod, but I really like you. I always have.
You're a good guy, Xander, but I can't be with someone I can't trust. You should have just told Rod's dad the truth.
I know, I was a coward, but I felt I didn't have a choice.
You always have a choice. You had the choice of being honest.
Meredith, I
want to go. Saying that, I slid into the cab and left, leaving Xander alone. I didn't hear from Rod again, but Xander tried calling me a million times, and I ignored him. I didn't even want to go to school and felt totally lost. I guess Mom saw that because one night she walked into my room and asked me what happened, and I ended up spilling everything.
I loved your father, and I know you did too. He suffered some hard knocks and didn't deal well with it, and it hurt us. But that doesn't mean everyone else will be the same.
Well, Rod turned out to be crazy, and what if Xander is dishonest again?
Look, he shouldn't have stolen from Rod's dad, but he did it for his family, not out of some greed, and that says something about him. Go talk to him, Meredith.
I hugged Mom and rushed to the cafe Xander worked at, but he wasn't around. Luckily, the manager recognized me from before and handed me Xander's address. I went to his place and knocked, and seconds later, a cute little girl answered the door. Hey, is Xander around?
Nope, but you can wait. You're Meredith, right?
How did you know?
Xander told me you were the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, and you are pretty.
I didn't say that. I said she's pretty, but she's the smartest girl I know.
I turned around and saw Xander behind me. He signaled his sister to leave, and then it was just him and I.
So what brings you here? I thought you didn't want to see me.
Xander, all my life I've hated my dad for breaking my trust. It's really difficult for me to open up to people, and dating someone like Rod, who turned out to be a complete psycho, messed up my mind, and I just needed some time to figure out my feelings.
And have you figured them out?
Kind of, but I need you to promise that you won't lie about anything to me.
I promise. Now can I ask you out on a date?
Depends on how well you kiss.
Let's find out.
All her life, Elizabeth had been obsessed with astrology. Every decision she made was based on horoscopes, even the birth of her daughter. When she realized that her daughter would be born in the worst astrological year, Elizabeth refused to accept it. Instead, she decided to fake her daughter's birth date. She waited 2 years to tell anyone about her child, and even made fake documents to back it up. Baby Lisa Marie had no idea that she was 2 years older than she thought, living in her mom's lie. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I had a very quirky mom. She believed in astrology, kept crystals all around the house, and loved everything supernatural. People thought she was a bit strange, but to me, she was an angel. I adored her, and she was my best friend. I grew up a lot faster than other kids. I was super smart, tall, and very big compared to kids my age, which made people uncomfortable. Why is your baby so big? She looks and acts like a toddler. When I was 5, I noticed kids my age were still so small and baby-like. Mommy, why am I so much bigger than the other kids? People think I'm weird. Nothing about you is weird. You're just special. Mom always made me feel loved. Life was perfect with just the two of us. But all that changed right before my 6th birthday. I was fast asleep one night when suddenly I heard something under my bed. Nervously, I peeked over the side, and a little boy jumped out and howled like a wolf. I screamed and Mom rushed in. When she saw him, she laughed. I meant to introduce you two in the morning. This is your cousin Charlie, and he's going to be living with us.
I'm a werewolf. Ow! Wait, what?
Mom explained that he was an orphan, and if we didn't take him in, he'd have to go live with strangers. Charlie is a handful, I know, but he's family, and family comes first. That's my girl. Life turned upside down after that day. Charlie was naughty and wild, but Mom never got angry with him. No matter how crazy he acted, she always took his side and asked me to be patient with him too. I tried my best to ignore him, for Mom's sake, but he didn't make it easy. One evening before dinner, I was studying in my room when I heard loud voices downstairs and rushed to check. Charlie had invited over a dozen neighborhood kids, and they were eating all our food.
What's going on here? They're my friends, and they'll be eating with us. Or I'll throw sand in your food, on the couch, in your bed. You'll find sand everywhere.
Why are you so annoying?
Why are you such an angel? Just shut up or I'll make my friends kick your butt.
Mom had walked in too, and she just told me to let him be. I stormed off angrily, and he and his gang raided the fridge. I didn't understand why Mom put up with him. But he got even worse when Mom got a job as a substitute teacher at a fancy private school and enrolled us in the 7th grade. He became friends with a bunch of bullies and would land in detention every week. I had a hard time fitting in too. I was still the biggest kid in my class, and everyone stared at me as I towered above them. One day in gym class, we were playing dodgeball when I accidentally hit a girl in the head. She blew up at me.
Coach, this giant almost killed me. She shouldn't be allowed to play with us.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I know, Lisa Marie. Maybe you'll be more comfortable with the 9th grade kids. You'd fit perfectly in there." I was so humiliated. When I told Mom, she gave me a big hug and told me the same old stuff, that I was special. Well, I'd rather be normal, but the stars had different plans for you, love. For the first time, I got annoyed at Mom. I didn't want to talk about the stars. I wanted to talk about my feelings. I wasn't buying her theories anymore, but I pretended to believe her. In the 8th grade, I decided to own my weirdness and not let it get me down anymore. I began playing sports with the older kids. I made friends and even met the cutest boy there. His name was Alex, and I had the biggest crush on him. My life got so much better at school, but at home, Charlie's attitude really changed towards us. "I can't believe you're driving us to school in this piece of junk. You never had a problem with my car before." "Yeah, that's because I didn't realize how poor we were. It's embarrassing." "Hey, you could be a little more grateful." "He doesn't mean it, honey." "Yeah, I do. I don't like him treating you like this, Mom." But Mom just asked me to ignore it, as always. Ugh! The next day at school, Alex asked me to join him for lunch, and I was over the moon. I didn't even think he knew I existed. We had such a fun time talking, and when I got home, I wrote all about it in my diary. But the very next day, something horrible happened. I was playing basketball with Alex and the other kids during recess when suddenly Mom barged in, waving my diary in the air. "Lisa Marie, you're in love and didn't tell me? Who is this Alex? It says you want to marry him someday." "That's not happening, Missy. Not until I find out that your stars are perfectly aligned." "Mom, stop!" "Why? Please don't tell me he's a Scorpio." My face burned as I felt everyone's eyes on me, and I couldn't even look at Alex. I just ran out of the gym and locked myself in the girls' bathroom. How could Mom do this? I'd never felt so angry at her. I skipped the rest of my classes and went home early. But when I entered my bedroom, I saw Mom inside doing some cleansing ritual with my diary in the center. And I just lost it. I picked up the big jar with some weird liquid and smashed it on the ground. "Lisa, what have you done? That was important. For what? To become a bigger joke than I already am? What were you thinking, Mom?" "I'm just trying to protect you." "Because some stupid horoscope said so? You're insane." I slammed the door and went out into the backyard for some air and found Charlie smoking. "What do you think you're doing?" "Whatever I feel like. I heard you shouting at Auntie, and that's a side of you I've never seen." "Get lost, Charlie." "No, I like it. I think I want to show you something." Curious, I followed Charlie to his room. He dug out a huge bag from under his bed, and I was shocked to see piles of school documents inside. Copies of all the major test answers. I sell them to rich kids and can make a killing. I can hook you up too. "Are you crazy? You could get into so much trouble. You have to get rid of them." "Why do you always have to be some goody two-shoes? Is it to please your crazy mom?" "I know she's a lot, but don't talk about her like that. She's been nothing but good to you." "She's just an embarrassment. People talk about how nuts she is, and they laugh at us like we're a big joke. I make sure to tell everyone she's not my real mom." "You're such a jerk, Charlie." "And you're so blind. You don't even know all the crazy things she's done. If you knew, you wouldn't love her so much." "What do you mean?" But Charlie just grabbed his bag and began to walk away, only to turn around and say, "If you tell anyone about this, I'll make sure you regret it." He never came home that night, and Mom was so worried. But then we found out he'd gone to live with one of his rich friends from school, and he wasn't coming back. Mom was really sad, and I decided to forgive her. I was completely dreading the next day at school, but when I bumped into Alex at lunch, he was so sweet. "I'm sorry your mom did that, but in a way, I'm glad. I found out you like me because I like you too." For the next few months, things were calm. Charlie completely ignored me at school, and I did too. Alex graduated from high school soon, but we started dating, and thankfully, Mom didn't bring up his horoscopes again. Soon, it was time for me to send out our college applications, and I was anxiously waiting to hear from my top university where Alex had gone to. But then one day, I got a call that rocked my world. My application was rejected because my birth certificate was fake. Why would Mom have a fake birth certificate of mine? I contacted the Home Affairs office, but they couldn't find my certificate. According to their records, there was no Lisa Marie born in 2006. I was so confused. I begged them to keep looking, and the next day, I got the most shocking email from them.
We found another Lisa Marie in your area, but she was born in 2004.
I printed out the birth certificate they'd sent me and saw Mom's signature on it. What? Furious, I kicked Mom's door open and demanded an explanation. Mom, what is this? Did you fake my birth certificate? Mom looked at me and snatched it from my hands.
How did you get this?
So it's true. I was born in 2004 and not 2006. Why would you do this, Mom?
I can explain. It's complicated.
No, it's not. All I know is that I just lost 2 years of my life thanks to you. Maybe everyone was always right about you.
Since when do you care about what people say about me?
And I did what I had to do. You lied to me my whole life. You watched me suffer and get teased every day, and you did nothing.
I protected you. It's my job as your mother, and I'm not going to apologize for it. Your original birth date had one of the worst predictions I had ever seen. I had to fake your birth date for a time when they got better.
I'm so tired of your frickin' stars and predictions, Mom. It's a bunch of nonsense. And if you truly believe all this, you're just as dumb and crazy as Charlie said. I regretted my words instantly, but I was too mad to take them back. I rushed out of the room before I made things worse. I sent my real birth certificate to the university, and they sent me an acceptance letter soon after. And now I was even more eager to leave. It seemed like Mom didn't really understand what she'd done, and I just really needed some space and time away from her. I did miss her though, and we began texting soon after. Although our relationship wasn't the same anymore and we'd grown distant, at least we were talking. I couldn't bring myself to visit her though. Not yet. But I really loved life at university with Alex and made so many friends. I truly felt like I belonged for the first time. Things were good until one day in my 3rd year, I got a call from an unknown number, and I was shocked to hear Charlie's voice.
Lisa, your mom is sick. She has been for a while, and I think you need to come home.
My heart just dropped. Alex and I drove straight through the night, and when I got home, I rushed to Mom's bedside. Oh, Mom, why didn't you tell me? You were so mad at me, honey. I didn't think you'd care. Of course I care. I just needed some space to deal with everything. That doesn't mean I stopped loving you. You're here now, and that's all that matters. And Charlie's been taking such good care of me. I always knew he was a good boy. As Mom fell asleep, I left her to rest and found Charlie waiting outside. Thank you for being there for my mom, Charlie. It means the world to me.
No, don't thank me. I'm just so sorry about how I treated her. I was in a bad place back then, and I made friends with all the wrong people and got into some serious trouble. If Auntie hadn't come to my rescue, I'd probably be in jail right now. I owe her everything, and I guess you too. I was really horrible growing up, wasn't I?
He looked so sincere, and I lightly punched his arm and then hugged him. The worst. You were so annoying. I spent every day with Mom while she recovered, and soon after, she began to look like her old self again. One afternoon, I found her digging in the garage for something. What are you doing, Mom? Be careful. I'm looking for your old blankie. Why? She poked me in the belly and laughed.
She's going to need it since she'll be born in winter.
How did Mom know I was pregnant? I'd just found out and I hadn't even told Alex yet. How did you? Mom winked and pointed to the sky. And then we just burst out laughing. What were the odds? Hi, I'm Victoria from Slovakia. And this is the story of how my dumb family could never stand that I was smarter than all of them, and they did everything they could to ruin my life. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. It all started when I was a baby. I have a twin brother, Mark, and even though I came into the world 5 minutes after he did, I was always miles ahead of him. By the time he'd learned to roll over, I was crawling everywhere. He was just making spit bubbles when I spoke my first words. But for some reason, Mom and Dad were so proud of everything he did, and I just seemed to get on their nerves. Once, when we were playing with our toys,
Mark picked up a mini train excitedly.
Look, Dada, it's a choo-choo. It's not a choo-choo, Mark. It's a train.
Oh, be quiet. He's so cute when he talks like that. I don't know why you speak like an annoying teenager already.
On our 4th birthday, I only got stupid dolls, while my brother got a super cool toy airplane. He just ripped the box open and started pushing the buttons like a maniac. I picked up the manual and read the instructions. I felt fascinated by how it worked.
Here, Mark, let me give it a try.
No, you leave it to the boys.
Even my dad couldn't get it to work.
This is garbage.
And with that, he tossed it aside. I quietly picked up the airplane, and a few seconds later, everyone looked up in shock as it zoomed over their heads. Mark started to cry, and Dad snatched the remote control from me and told me to teach my bratty brother. But after I did, he would never let me have a turn. I would just sneak into his room at night and take it whenever I wanted. Once when we were in the 4th grade, my brother and I were playing Scrabble and my parents joined in. What I thought would be a fun family game night turned out to be a nightmare.
I get 54 points for Sphinx. That's not even a word. You're just making stuff up.
No, I'm not. It's an imaginary creature.
So it's not real. Ha! I knew it. Cheater.
Just because you don't know something doesn't mean it's not true.
Suddenly, Dad lost his temper and knocked the board off of the table.
You think you're smarter than all of us, huh?
I never said that, but maybe I read more books than you guys.
So that's the problem. Well, here's an easy solution. No more books for you.
To my horror, he marched straight up to my room, took away all my books, and put them in his safe. If they thought that was going to stop me from reading, they were so wrong. I'd sneak books into my school bag from the library and read them at night when everyone was asleep. When I was in the 10th grade, I was going upstairs one day when a book fell out of my bag. Before I could pick it up, Mark was already flipping through the pages.
This isn't one of our course books. Mom, Dad, look what Victoria has.
And seconds later, I had my parents breathing down my neck.
Why are you reading this book? What does it have to do with you?
I just really like reading about machines and how they work. I even fixed the kitchen clock that hasn't been working since forever.
That was you? Why didn't you tell me, idiot? I've been terrified thinking it's some ghost messing with the time.
I didn't send you to school to be some mechanic, and this kind of stuff is for boys.
And with that, he ripped the book in half. Dad, that's a library book.
Well, oops. And you better come and watch TV with us. You have to start acting like you're part of this family.
They forced me to watch dumb shows with them all evening, when all I wanted to do was go work on my secret project. You see, about a month ago, I'd entered the science fair, and I'd been secretly working on an amazing robot arm. On the day of the fair, I woke up extra early, snuck out of the house with my project, and put it in my locker. When the science teacher called me to set up my table at the fair, I couldn't help grinning at Mark's surprised face. As the judges and other students gathered around my table, I announced, "This solar-powered robot arm can play catch with you, chop up vegetables, and even write with a pen. Exhibit A." Everyone gasped as the arm started chopping up carrots at warp speed. And then suddenly, something went very, very wrong. The arm started making some strange sputtering noises, and the next thing I knew, it flung the knife towards the crowd, missing one of the judges by an inch. As the horrified crowd started to scatter, I burst into tears. I couldn't understand how this had happened until I spotted Mark's ugly face smiling in the crowd. Of course he'd tampered with it. I didn't win anything, and to make things worse, I was called into the principal's office. I gulped when I walked in to see the judge who almost got hurt, but he actually smiled at me.
Victoria, we obviously couldn't give you a prize because your robot failed, but I was still very impressed, and your teachers speak very highly of you. Would you like to join the program for gifted kids at my college?
College? I couldn't believe it.
Why don't you come spend a day on campus? Bring your parents along.
I agreed to the college tour immediately, and I was foolish enough to think that for once my parents might be proud of me. As I went downstairs that evening to talk to them, I was met with roars of laughter.
You should have seen it, guys. It was so funny when the arm went haywire. She almost hit someone.
I wish you could have caught it on camera. Gosh, what was she thinking?
Maybe she wants to build a robot arm one day because she's too ugly to get a real boyfriend.
I turned angrily and went back to my room. I wasn't telling them anything about the college. The next day, I gave the principal the permission slip I'd signed myself and left for for the college tour. I had an amazing time touring the campus. Later in the cafeteria, I bumped into someone, and when I turned to apologize, I saw the cutest boy smiling down at me. Hey, let me help you with that. I'm Luke, by the way. Luke was really sweet, and we struck up a conversation immediately over lunch. I didn't even notice how quickly the time had passed. When I was leaving, he said, I know we just met, but I'd love to keep in touch. It's hard to find people you can talk to easily. I knew exactly what that felt like. I was on cloud 9, but I fell back pretty hard on earth as soon as I got to school. Waiting at the gate were the principal and my parents, and they looked livid. You forged my signature? Dad, let me explain. Where were you all day? I've been offered a full scholarship at an amazing college. College? What kind of college would want a stupid schoolgirl? Sir, your daughter is very smart, and you can visit the college. I'll be doing nothing of the sort. That's because she's not going. And I want you to stop telling her she's better than the rest of us, or I'll sue you. As furious as I was, I knew there was no point in arguing with these guys. I would just have to wait a couple of years to get out of here. They couldn't take everything away from me, I thought. I called up Luke and we started seeing each other. As we grew closer, I opened up to him about my crazy family and how my achievements bother them. That's really unfair. You have a college scholarship waiting for you. Don't let their insecurities hold you back, Vic. His words made me realize that I didn't need to feel bad for being smart or having big dreams. Luke helped me set up a tutoring gig on the side, and I started making money. A couple of months later, he asked me to move out and come live with him, and I said yes. We decided to break the news to them together. To my surprise, they looked rather pleased to see Luke. Oh, wow. I was pretty sure by now she was gay. Yeah, she thinks she's so smart she doesn't even need a man. Luke immediately took my hand. She doesn't need a man, sir. I'm lucky that someone as smart and lovely as her chose me. I just wanted to tell you all that I'm moving out, and I'm going to college next week. At first, they looked shocked. Then Dad started laughing. Oh, now I get why she's with you. You do need a man to pay the bills. I'm on full scholarship, Dad, and I have plenty of savings. Oh, is that so? Well, I'm pretty sure you'll come crying back soon enough. You've always thought you were something special, but you're not. And you never will be. Maybe you're right, Dad. Maybe I'm not special, but I'm smart and hardworking, and I love to learn. And now that I won't have you putting me down, I can be anything I want. And with that, I walked out with Luke. I was going to put my family behind me for good. On the first day of college, when someone came and sat next to me in class, I looked up and nearly fell off my seat. Mark, what are you doing here? Oh, I go to this college now. Dad pulled some strings to get me in here. He says that if you're smart enough to go to college, so am I. Just seeing Mark every day was ruining my college experience, but I knew I didn't have to worry about it for too long. He was nowhere near smart enough to keep up with college studies, and after flunking for 2 semesters straight, he finally left. I graduated college with honors, and on the same day, Luke proposed to me. I called Mom a few days later to invite my family to the wedding.
Oh, did you say the date is May 15th? Oh, sorry, no, we can't make it. Marky is getting married on the same day.
What? To whom?
Oh, I don't know yet, but we'll be very busy. So good luck with your wedding.
I couldn't believe she just decided to have Mark's wedding on the same day as mine. The moment I told her the news, Mom is horrible. My wedding day was the happiest day of my life, and it was probably because my family wasn't there. A week later, I had a job interview at my dream company, and I was really nervous. As I paced the hallway, I was shocked to see Dad come out of the office. What are you doing here? Same as you. I'm here for the job interview. But you're not an engineer. So what? I'm a good actor. Just then, the door opened again, and I was called in for my turn. As I walked in, Dad yelled behind me. I raised her, and I can tell you, she's not very smart. She won't be any good for this job. Everyone in the room looked rather shocked. I felt so humiliated, but I managed to collect myself, and I aced the interview. I was immediately offered the job. A year later, we welcomed a beautiful baby girl, Maddie, and we decided that we needed a bigger place. We started going to open houses, and I fell in love with a beautiful Victorian cottage. When we approached the realtor, she said, "Oh, don't get too attached to this place. Another family's already made an offer on it." I turned around to see that it was my family she was pointing to. Unbelievable! I'll match any offer they make. and I'll personally talk to the homeowner about how much it would mean for us to live here. After speaking with the owner, I made an offer. As expected, my parents went up even higher. I didn't want to get into a bidding war, and I let them have it. Luke and I walked by the house a day after they'd moved in. The minute the trio spotted us, they all came running out. "Guys, come in. Don't you want to see our lovely new home?" "Thanks, Dad, but I'd rather not. Not after the stories I've heard about it." "What do you mean?" "Oh, I spoke with the owner, and she told me that 10 years ago, a tenant mysteriously died in this house, and nobody stays here too long ever since, because strange things keep happening. That's why she decided to finally sell it. Such an honest old lady." And with that, we walked away. My family was truly terrified of one thing. It was ghosts. Luke and I found another lovely home as far away from them as possible. And we're raising Maddie there to do anything she wants, from playing in the dirt to making dollhouses. And nothing would make me happier if she's smarter than me. One afternoon in 1890, Clarissa was sipping tea at a garden party when suddenly a dog came running out of the bushes and tripped her. She fell flat on her back and screamed. Everyone rushed her inside quickly because Clarissa was heavily pregnant. An hour later, she gave birth to an adorable little girl, and that was me. Hi, I'm Agatha Christie, and this is my extraordinary story. Growing up, Mom and Dad spoiled me rotten because I was the youngest. But they were so overprotective, they wouldn't even let me go play in the park. "You'll get lost, sweetums."
But I want to see the ducks by the pond.
"Nasty ducks can bite your tiny fingers. Best to stay by our side."
But there were no schools or kids my age in the neighborhood, and my parents wouldn't teach me how to read.
"You'll hurt your eyes, love. We'll teach you when you're a little older."
Like when I'm 5?
How about 8?
I hated waiting, so I began teaching myself. I started reading when I was 4, and by the time I was 8, I had finished Alice in Wonderland. And I loved telling stories just as much. I didn't have any real friends, but my imaginary ones heard many of the tales I made up. I even had a poem published in the local newspaper when I was just 11. Life was good, but then everything suddenly changed. Dad fell ill and passed away, and a year later, my sister got married and my brother moved overseas. It was just me and my mom in our big house, and money was running out. I eventually wanted to get a job, but Mom refused.
"You're a lady, Agatha. We don't take jobs. We get husbands who provide for us."
I'm 15, and waiting for a husband sounds stupid.
"You're a gentleman's daughter, love, and you can only make money by marrying well."
Mom sent me off to boarding school in Paris to learn music, and I thought this was my chance to make money by becoming a professional opera singer or a pianist. But after 2 years, I gave up that goal because it was quite obvious I just didn't have the talent. I went back to find Mom looking weak, and it broke my heart that her life wasn't as good as before. One day we were out for a walk when we passed an antique shop, and Mom stopped to admire a beautiful pearl brooch. "Should we ask the price, Mom?"
"Sweetheart, I already know we can't afford it. Come, let's go."
"We'll be able to one day, I promise. I'm gonna get you that brooch." Soon after I turned 18, I came down with influenza, and the doctor strictly told me to stay in bed. Feeling bored and restless, I started writing again.
"Agatha, these stories are brilliant. You should get these published."
"I thought you didn't approve of working women."
"I didn't know you could write this well. You have a real talent."
But every story got rejected, and I felt so frustrated. And Mom was still obsessed with getting me married. I agreed to go to a dance just to make her happy. I thought I looked cute till I got there. Every girl was dressed like royalty. Just then, a snobbish-looking girl walked up to me. "You, servant girl, why have you arrived so late? Go to the kitchen now and get more drinks for my friends." "Excuse me? Get them yourself."
"How dare you speak to me like that? I'm Celeste Clearwater."
Is that supposed to mean something to me? "I'm Agatha Miller, and it was not a pleasure to meet you." Before she could reply, all the girls around us gasped and rushed towards the entrance, and Celeste followed. They were all drooling over a man in uniform who'd just arrived, and well, I couldn't blame them. "Oh my goodness, Archie is handsomer than ever."
"Isn't he dashing? I heard he flies planes with his eyes closed."
Then he's not very good at it. Everyone turned to stare at me, including Archie. I was burning red with embarrassment, but he actually smiled. He walked past Celeste and came straight towards me.
You're absolutely right. Now, let me guess your profession, writer?
I'm trying to be one. How did you know?
You have ink stains on your fingers. No need to be embarrassed. You're the first interesting person I've met at this dull party. So, tell me all about your writing.
Over the next few weeks, Archie swept me off my feet. He was funny and charming, and he supported my passion. And 3 months later, we were engaged. But soon after, World War I broke out all over Europe, and Archie was called to the front. I was a nervous wreck worrying about him, and I decided I had to keep myself busy. So I joined the Red Cross. Caring for injured soldiers made me feel useful, and even helped inspire ideas for writing. One Belgian officer in particular caught my attention. He had a head shaped like an egg and a magnificent walrus mustache. I could just picture him being the perfect detective in my stories, solving the hardest crimes. One day, I was carrying a pile of supplies when I accidentally spilled some water. A nurse came in at that moment, and before I could warn her, she slipped and fell hard on her butt. It was Celeste. You did that on purpose. It was obviously an accident. And what are you doing here anyway? Won't working with the poor ruin your nails? And let you grab all the cute single officers? I don't think so. I'm engaged. Yes, I read about it in the papers. Trust me, it's not gonna last. Archie will come to his senses soon. Celeste, I believe you're suffering from jealousy, and I have just the cure for it. 20 cc's of penicillin in your butt. But Celeste was determined to make my life miserable. She spent all her time trying to get me fired instead of doing her actual job. She even started a nasty rumor about me. Agatha has a dirty past. She went to France when she was 15 because she got pregnant by some chimney sweep. So shameful. That's a dirty lie. I went to boarding school. And who will people believe? Me or a poor girl like you? Does Archie know about your past? I don't think he'll care anyway. I bet he's already found some beautiful European heiress. And he won't be coming back to you. You know what? Let's write to him and find out. I'll write to him right now. Dear Archie. No, that's too dry. My shining North Star, though I indubitably trust you, a girl who claims to care for me deeply has warned me of your feckless heart. Although the girl in question is of limited intelligence, they do say mad, crazy lunatics can say some wise, deep things. What do you think, Celeste? Too flowery? But Celeste looked crazy with jealousy. She charged at me, but the head nurse came in just then and caught her red-handed. Celeste was fired for her outburst and all the mistakes she'd made at work. But her words made me worry even more. I hadn't heard from Archie in weeks, and checking the casualty lists was driving me insane. One foggy night, I was walking back home from work when I suddenly felt like I was being followed. Just as I was about to make a run for it, the figure caught me by my wrist, and I turned around and gasped, "Archie! Oh my God, it's really you? Why didn't you reply to my letters or tell me you were coming?"
We don't always get our letters, love. And this was meant to be a surprise. Aren't you happy to see me?
Of course I am. I was so worried something had happened to you, or maybe you'd found someone else.
What a silly idea. There's no one like you, Agatha. And I won't go back before I marry you and make you mine.
And he kissed me deeply, and I felt like I was flying. We got married on Christmas Eve, and it was one of the happiest days of my life. Archie went back to the front, and I finally finished my novel. I sent it to every publisher I could think of, but it kept getting rejected. I was heavily pregnant and miserable. I was reading the newspaper one day, and seeing the list of bestseller books just made me angrier because all I had was a pile of rejection letters. I suddenly swept away a vase on the table, and it went crashing to the floor. A few minutes later, I bent down to pick up the mess, when suddenly, I felt a sharp pain through my body. The baby was coming. I gave birth to a beautiful girl, Rosalind, and she changed my life. I was so busy being a mother that I completely forgot about writing. Till one day, I was busy trying to wrestle Rosalind in the bath when there was a knock at the door, and I found a man outside. "Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying."
I'm not selling anything, Mrs. Christie. I'm John Lane from Bodley Head. I wanted to buy the rights to your book to publish it.
I couldn't believe it. Life completely changed after my first book was published. It was a hit, and money started pouring in. We were able to move to a better house, and on my next visit back home, I bought that antique pearl brooch Mom had once admired in the shop window. I kept writing novels like crazy, and my books were getting rave reviews. Everywhere I went, people wanted me to sign their copies.
Excuse me, please tell us about your next book, Mrs. Christie.
I don't want to give any spoilers, but you'll be on the edge of your seat. But slowly, my personal life was turning into a mess.
Agatha, you got ink stains all over my handkerchiefs.
It was an accident. I'll have them washed.
Of course. The famous Agatha Christie can't be bothered to take care of the house or her daughter. She has a maid for all of that.
Why are you being so mean? You loved this about me. You said you didn't want a dull wife.
You're hardly a wife to me at all these days.
We were fighting every day, and things were getting worse. Till one day, I got the most terrible news. Mom was really sick, and I had to see her right away. But I was too late, and I didn't get to say goodbye. Mom had been my biggest support, and I was heartbroken. I was going through her things one day when Archie came downstairs looking serious, his bags packed.
I want a divorce. I'm in love with someone else, and I want to marry her.
What? You're a heartless man, Archie. My mom just passed away, and you want to humiliate me? Just because I'm more famous than you?
You love your fame more than anything. You have no one to blame but yourself.
And he just left. My mind refused to accept it. I was so upset. I packed my bags and went out for a drive. I didn't know where I was going. I just wanted to get away. And then I disappeared. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hotel room in Yorkshire, and I had no idea how I'd gotten there. I saw some newspapers on the table, and my jaw dropped in shock. My picture was plastered on the front pages with missing written on top. Apparently, the whole country had been looking for me for 11 days, trying to solve the mystery of my disappearance. But I had no memory of what had happened in all that time.
What is the last thing you remember, Mrs. Christie?
I remember being in my car and driving at night, and I was very upset. That's it. The doctor said I had a nervous breakdown that had washed my memory for those days. I was pale and weak, and many people thought I was faking my amnesia. I heard she did it to frame her poor husband for kidnapping. He left her, and who can blame him? I bet she was relaxing at some spa while the country spent so much money looking for her. Despicable. I was heartbroken, and my confidence was destroyed. I agreed to the divorce and decided to get away from everything. I hated leaving Rosalind behind with my sister, but I was too weak to take her along. I'm going to find the biggest candy in the world and bring it back for you.
Get well soon, Mommy. I love you.
I booked a ticket on the Orient Express and went in search of inspiration. I was in a hotel in Iraq waiting for the manager when someone dropped his bags on my toes. Ouch!
I am so sorry, Miss Christie. I was so shocked to see you here. My bags slipped from my hand. I'm such an idiot.
Maybe you shouldn't read my books. You'll be so shocked you'll hurt yourself or others. He laughed, and I noticed he was very handsome, but much younger than me. I looked away. I was done with love and men, but he seemed eager to get to know me. And I found out he was an archaeologist named Max Mallowan. He showed me around the country. One time, we were in the streets of Baghdad when we were surrounded by reporters.
Miss Christie, are you going to write a murder mystery in Iraq?
I'm on holiday, good folks, but I would love to write about your country someday.
And who is your companion? I'm not important. You should ask Miss Christie when her new book will be out. I hear her typewriter clicking away at night.
I was pleasantly surprised by how humble he was. Archie hated being less important than me, but Max shone more light on me. And slowly, I felt myself falling for him. But when we came back to the hotel, bad news was waiting for me. It's Rosalind, my daughter. She's seriously ill with pneumonia. I must leave right away. I felt my knees go weak, but Max quickly caught me.
I'll come with you.
I just couldn't lose Rosalind like my mother. I prayed we would make it back in time. But when we finally got to England, I was thrilled that Rosalind was out of danger. I spent the next few days entirely with Rosalind, but Max was always around to help with anything we needed. And one morning, I had a surprise waiting for me.
I never thought I'd find someone who fits me like a missing puzzle piece. Agatha, I want to marry you.
But you're 13 years younger than me, Max, and
I don't care about that. The more I know, the more I admire you. Say yes and make me the happiest man alive.
I was speechless, but I knew I loved him too. So I said yes, And 6 months later, we were married, and I never regretted it. My life became a happy whirlwind of writing mysteries, archaeological digs, and spending time with my daughter. My works were translated into 100 languages and are still widely read today. My stories were so popular, the Queen called me to present me with damehood for my contribution and services to literature. I'm Agatha Christie, and I never gave up on my dreams, and neither should you. I was cutting my bangs in front of the mirror when the door sprung open and I was splashed with water. My scissors slipped, and now my bangs were super short, and it was all because of Greta. Oops, sorry. I didn't see you there. Arrgh, why can't you leave me in peace? Hi, my name is Luna, and my dream is to become a hairstylist, but my life currently feels more like Cinderella's. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. When I was little, Mom used to be a super famous hairdresser with her own salon, and I could hold scissors before a fork. But then, Dad got arrested for gambling and left a massive debt with some shady crooks who threatened to do horrible things to Mom if she didn't pay it back quickly. And that's when Mom's competitor, Mr. Prudent, swooped in.
I'll cover your debt in exchange for your salon, and you'll work for me until you pay it all back.
We had no other choice, and from then on, Mom and I had to do everything Mr. Prudent said. To make matters worse, there was Travis, Mr. Prudent's son, and Greta, his business partner's daughter, who treated me as if I were their maid. I had to carry their backpacks and iron their clothes, and they always called me, "Hey, you!"
Hey, you!
Luckily, Travis went to live with his mom 5 years ago, but I still had to deal with Greta, who had become jealous of my looks and found every chance to make me suffer. She put chili oil in my mascara or left my number on strange websites. I was tired of her pranks, so when I saw Greta had booked an appointment with Mr. Prudent, I mixed the strongest green hair dye I could find into his products. Enjoy looking like broccoli, Greta. But when I got back from school, I saw the mixed up products on Mom's tray, and her client was the celebrity famous for leaving horrible reviews. I told her everything, but it was too late. She had already applied the dye. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to teach Greta a lesson. And now you're the one in trouble if Mr. Prudent finds out. You know he's just looking for an excuse to throw us out. How do we fix this? Leave it to me. Mom added orange to the green, and the hair turned into a lovely chocolate brown. The client was so happy, she gave Mom a great tip. Phew, dodged a bullet there. I'd spoken too soon. Mr. Prudent got so jealous of the client praising my mom that he pushed her just as she was pouring hot coffee, and it burned her hands.
Oh, looks like you won't be able to work for a while.
I was about to fry him with the hot pan, but I knew retaliating would only backfire. The best thing I could do was take her place at the salon. Greta was thrilled about it. She already thought she was the boss of the place, but now she had me doing all sorts of ridiculous tasks. Hey, you! Color code all my makeup supplies. Hey, you! Come braid my guinea pig's hair. But the little devils kept running away. I dived to grab one before it ran out of the shop, and I almost collided with a guy walking in. As I looked up, I saw he had the most beautiful, long hair ever. I've always dreamed of cutting hair like that. I raised my hand to touch it, and I realized it was Travis. Oh no, he's back.
So we're grooming animals now? Here, I think my dog needs a little trim.
Sure. And so I grabbed his hair to cut it, but Travis jumped away, horrified. What? You two basically look the same.
Really? I bought her because she reminded me of you.
He might have become handsome, but he's still the same brat as before. I hated Travis, but since he got back, I noticed him everywhere. It was all his hair's fault. It was always tangled, getting up in his face, and I itched to give him a good haircut. Ignore him. So I did, until one evening, I saw Mr. Prudent throw an expensive, perfectly good hair product into the trash. I waited until everyone was done, and ninja crawled to the bin and snatched it up. When I told Mom what I did, she freaked out. Put it back. He'll think you stole it if he finds out. Then he shouldn't have thrown it out, right? Plus, we are overrun with plastic. You can say I'm saving the planet. Just keep it hidden. I'll put it together with my hidden stash. But as I was going to the car, I saw a truck stop just behind Mr. Prudent's salon. Weird. Isn't the salon closed right now? Something smelled fishy, so I sneaked in closer and saw a guy in a baseball hat and mask open the store's back door. A thief? I grabbed a broken hairdryer from the nearby dumpster, ready to smack the thief in the head, when a gust of wind blew his hat off, revealing his hair that I'd have recognized anywhere. That's Travis! I watched as Travis loaded some boxes into the truck and then took off. Even if it was his dad's shop, the way he had acted was super suspicious, so I checked the salon's inventory, but nothing was missing. I'm sure he was up to no good. The next day at school, I caught him right out of the bathroom.
Oh, gosh, you scared me.
Good. You should be scared. I know what you're up to. For a second, he looked serious, but then he grinned at me.
Really? I didn't expect you to be the jealous type.
What?
Yeah, I went to the bathroom to put on some deodorant for my date, but if you're offering, you used to be a little gremlin before, but you've grown up pretty.
I felt a smile tug at the corner of my lips as I pictured us on a date at a romantic restaurant, but I quickly squished it away. No, he's just trying to distract me, but I couldn't help but blush.
OMG, don't tell me you really like me.
Denying would only make him feel more proud, so I just walked away with Travis laughing behind me. A few weeks later, Mr. Prudent threw a massive launch party for his new salon. As usual, he forced the staff to work as waiters and give out free cuts. I was determined to ignore Travis, but as he walked in, I felt my heart race. Get a hold of yourself! I moved to the back room to prepare food, but dropped all the mini sandwiches when I opened a cupboard and found Travis behind the door. Oh no, those were for your dad. He'll be so angry.
You won't find out if you're not here. Come on, let's go for a ride.
Maybe if we're alone, I can ask him about the van. Fine. Instead of taking me to his car, Travis hopped on a bike and handed me a helmet. I've never been on a bike before.
What's wrong, scared?
Of course not.
Hold tight.
And he was off like a rocket. After I stopped screaming, I realized having Travis so close did weird things to my insides. It's not him. You just ate a bad prawn. He stopped by a beautiful hothouse. It was winter, but it was full of flowers blooming.
A friend gave me the keys. Pretty amazing, right?
But he was looking at me, and it made me blush, so I tried to change the subject. Why did you come back? I thought you liked it with your mom. Travis's smile slipped.
Family stuff. How about you? Did you still want to become a hairdresser?
Yeah. As soon as the debt is paid, I want to open a salon with Mom.
I'm sure you'll do great, and I'm sorry Dad can be so horrible.
My jaw fell. Why is he so nice? Who cares? Stop flirting, girl, and ask about the van. But just as I was about to open my mouth, a thunderclap interrupted me, and there was lightning, and it started raining, and I forgot all about the stupid van because I was deadly scared of storms.
Here, put this on. You're trembling.
It's not cold, it's fear. But then Travis wrapped his arm around me, and I didn't feel so scared anymore. Actually, having him so close was making me wonder how it would be to kiss him, and suddenly, my phone started ringing. Where are you? Mr. Prudent is looking for you, and he's angry. Travis and I raced back home, only to find that Mr. Prudent and Greta had dumped all my secret stash of salvaged products onto the lawn.
There you are, you little thief.
I haven't stolen anything. This is...
That's my stuff. I just asked Luna to hold it for me. You wanted me to get more involved with the store, right?
Mr. Prudent narrowed his eyes at Travis, suspicious, but since the clients were still around, he just walked away, and Travis followed him. Don't flatter yourself. He just did it because he didn't want his dad to cause a scene. Maybe. But Travis had helped me, so I wanted to thank him. Instead of finding him, Mr. Prudent found me.
You sneaky little girl. I saw you on the bike with Travis. Stay away from him.
Maybe you should tell him to stay away from me.
As if he'd even look at someone like you. I just don't want you to ruin him with your horrible influence. I have plans for him.
Plans? He's not a thing. He's your son. Mr. Prudent laughed, and it made me so angry. Until then, I hadn't fully realized how much I liked Travis, but hearing his dad talk about him like that made my blood boil. He's a million times better than you will ever be. I doubt he truly belongs to you.
Watch your mouth, girl. You don't want your mom to have another accident, do you?
Before I could say anything even worse, I stormed off. I was so tired of Mr. Prudent, and now I had to go and fall for his son. The only solution is to avoid Travis at all costs. It's a temporary madness. It will pass. Easier said than done since we went to school together. Every time he walked into a room, I hid under the table or pretended to be on the phone. OMG, your cat is on fire? I'll be there right away. Finally, he cornered me in the salon's back room.
Gotcha.
What do you want, Travis?
To thank you. I heard what you told my dad. No one's ever stood up for me like that.
Don't flatter yourself. He just gets on my nerves.
I don't believe you. I can see how you look at me. Be my girlfriend?
Your dad won't let us.
Only if he finds out.
I give up. We started dating secretly, and every night was like a fairy tale as we snuck out and went for long drives, and I realized I was falling for him. He was funny and kind, and his hair, I wanted to touch it all the time. And then everything changed when Mr. Prudent announced that his business partner, Greta's mom, was coming back and he was throwing a party. Suddenly, Travis got so busy, I didn't see him for a week. I volunteered to be on the catering service, but whenever I tried to catch Travis's eye, he was socializing with his fancy guests. Whatever, I'll wait for him in his bedroom, where Greta was lying in Travis's bed in a silk dress. My heart sank.
Oh my, look at your face. He didn't tell you, did he?
She showed me a massive ring on her finger.
We're engaged. Our parents are announcing it right now.
I didn't want to believe her, but I heard clapping from downstairs, and when I ran out, everyone was congratulating Travis. So this was why he wanted to keep our relationship secret. He has been dating Greta all this time?
Luna, here to congratulate the happy couple.
I looked at Travis, but he stayed silent. Greta was telling the truth. There was a steak knife on the table, so I grabbed it and, "You're just a liar!"
Luna, wait!
I chopped Travis's hair off.
Oh, his beautiful hair! That's it, you and your mother are out, and you still owe me!
Everyone was looking at us, and I realized I had just ruined my life for a stupid boy. But Mom stepped out of the crowd, and she was smiling. I don't think so. By burning my hands, you've actually done me a favor. I finally had time to speak with a lawyer. Your interest rates are illegal, and we've repaid our debt a long time ago. Plus, I'm suing for damages. Let's go, Luna. OMG, Mom is so cool. I was completely heartbroken over Travis's betrayal, but watching Mom's lawyer wipe the floor with Mr. Prudent gave me great satisfaction. He lost all his clients and had to sell the business to his partner. With the insurance money, Mom and I moved to a new town and opened our salon, which, you guessed it, was super successful. 5 years later, I was a senior stylist. Finally, everything was good in my life. Well, almost everything, because every time a guy with nice hair had an appointment, I remembered Travis and wondered what that last look on his face meant. Did he really betray me like that? And just then, as if I'd called out to him, Travis walked into the salon. He's even more handsome than before. What do you want?
A haircut, of course.
You've got your own salon for that. Well, your wife's salon.
I didn't marry her. Also, I cut ties with my dad.
Sure.
Look, I never liked Greta. I was just trying to protect you.
From what? We've done fine by ourselves, as you can see.
From Dad. I came back and discovered that my dad was throwing away lots of stock for the silliest reasons. I tried to return some of it, but the other business partner found out, and Dad accused you and your mom. The partner believed him and threatened to put your mom in jail. Agreeing to marry his daughter was the only way I could protect you. But I broke up with her right away, and I worked to refund all the missing stock. And now, I'm here.
I was speechless. Travis had really done all that for me? He could have just walked away, but he protected me while I hated him. Okay, fine. Sit down.
So, you forgive me?
Maybe. But for now, let me cut your hair. Hi, I'm Sakura from Japan. I never met my dad, and I've always just lived with my billionaire mom and my twin sister Yumi. And for as long as I can remember, Yumi has been a crazy, jealous pain in my butt. Once when I was 5, Mom was so impressed with a painting I'd made, she had it framed. Later that night, I woke up to a sound and I screamed. My favorite doll was covered with paint, and it was hanging by its neck from the ceiling. OMG, Yumi was insane, and she just got worse. Anytime I was doing better than her at anything, she'd act out viciously, and Mom was totally blind to it. But in the 9th grade, Yumi really crossed a line. Mom was hosting a grand party on her new yacht. When I woke up that morning, I shrieked at my reflection. I had a terrible haircut and a mustache drawn on my face. The marker wouldn't even wash off. When I went screaming to Mom, she started laughing and said it was just a silly joke. But sweetie, you can't come looking like this to the party. That would be embarrassing for me. I was furious. When they'd left, I snuck into Yumi's room, opened her Facebook, and posted a status. I'm pregnant, everyone. Can't wait to get all round and fat. When Yumi found out later that night, she attacked me in my sleep. Mom came running at the noise and was so mad when she found out what I'd done.
My reputation is ruined. I can't live here anymore. Do something, Mom.
Next thing I knew, our bags were packed and we were moving to freaking New York. My new school seemed bigger than the White House. And unlike my strict school in Japan, it seemed like everyone could wear or do whatever they wanted here. As we were walking down the corridor, everyone was looking at us and whispering. Suddenly, I heard someone screaming behind me.
Hey, wait, are you the real-life Akko from Luna Academy? OMG, somebody pinch me. Oh yeah, you guys look exactly like anime characters. You're hot.
What were they talking about? Whatever was going on, it seemed like we'd just become the princesses of the school in minutes. Yeah, even me. I was reading in the library one day when a cute senior, Dylan, came and sat next to me. And he just asked me out. That was weird, but I'd heard Yumi say that she had a crush on him. So I said yes. And suddenly, we were the hottest new couple in school. I was already imagining us as prom king and queen, and I could see Yumi burning up. A month later, Dylan came to my place one day and immediately pulled me in for a kiss.
Happy Valentine's Day, babe. I got a present for you.
Oh no, I'd completely forgotten about it. He told me to close my eyes and hold out my hand. A rock?
Yeah, 'cause you rock my world, babe. What'd you get for me?
I ran to my drawer and took out a tacky heart necklace I'd had since I was a kid. 'Cause you stole my heart, babe. And he looked pretty happy. Wow, boys were dumb. A couple of weeks later, it was Dylan's birthday party, and I went over to his place all dressed up. When I finally found him in the crowd, I was shocked to see him kissing a girl. Oh my God, the girl was freaking Yumi. I pulled him from the back of his shirt. Hey, why are you kissing her? We're sisters, but we look nothing alike, you jerk. Yumi just grinned at me like a moron and hung on to him even tighter.
Why are you getting so worked up? Don't you know this is common here? We date many girls. That's just our culture.
Don't make him choose between us, Sakura. You know I'll always win. I charged straight at Dylan and pushed him into the fountain. Then I pounced on Yumi, and we found ourselves rolling around on the ground, pulling each other's hair out. Dylan called security and had me thrown out. Gosh, I couldn't wait to tell Mom about her horrible little princess. But when I got home, I was shocked when the servants told me that Mom was in the hospital. She'd had a stroke. I rushed to the hospital, and Mom weakly opened her eyes when she saw me. Yumi? No, Mom. It's me, Sakura. Just listen. I should have told you both sooner. You girls, one of you is adopted. What are you saying, Mom? The heart necklace. You took it from me as a kid. It has the answer. The necklace? The one I gave to the jerk Dylan? Just as her eyes started to close, the doctor pushed me outside. And a few moments later, they told me she was in a coma. My whole world had suddenly turned upside down. My mom was in a coma? One of us was freaking adopted. Of course, Yumi was devastated by Mom's news, but I didn't tell her what Mom had said. I had to find out the truth myself first. The next day in school, I found Dylan in the boys' locker room and I told him I wanted my necklace back.
Sure, I'll think about it, but only if you give me my kisses back.
Dylan, just shut up and give it back, or else.
Jeez, calm down. I gave that ugly thing to some girl named Melinda. I think she's moved to England now.
What? I got so mad. I pounced on him and started pulling his ears. If I don't find the necklace, I swear I will hunt you down and kick your butt. Dylan screamed like a little girl and his buddies had to drag me out. That night, I tracked Melinda down on Instagram and booked my ticket. I left without a word to Yumi and found myself flying across the Atlantic in search of that stupid necklace. When I got to Melinda's place, there was a wedding happening in the garden, and the servants said the young miss was getting married. I rushed straight into the ceremony as the couple were exchanging their vows, and I yelled, "Give me my mom's necklace, Melinda, or your marriage will be doomed." As everyone stared at me, Melinda stepped out from the audience and pulled me aside angrily. "Who are you? I don't remember inviting you to my sister's wedding." When I told her everything, she looked at me like I was crazy. I gave that necklace to my maid. She just moved to Scotland, but you can get there by train in a few hours. Oh my God! When I finally reached the address she'd given me, I saw a couple of kids playing outside, and one of them was wearing my necklace. I felt terrible for what I was about to do, but I had to. I went up to the little girl and said, "Your necklace is so lovely. Can I try it?"
No! Leave me alone, Dumbo!
So I snatched the necklace and I ran like there were wild dogs chasing me. Finally, I was about to find out the truth. With my heart beating furiously, I opened the locket and what the freaking fish? It was just a picture of Mom holding two babies, me and Yumi. What was this supposed to mean? I took out the picture and turned it over. Sakura, born on 18th September. Yumi, adopted 2 days later. What? Yumi was adopted? This was unbelievable. As the shock wore off, I couldn't help smiling. For a brief minute, I wanted to put this up everywhere on Facebook and Instagram, but then I decided I wanted to see Yumi's reaction myself. I rushed home on the first flight I could get and barged into the house. "Oh, Yumi, where are you? I've got a surprise for you." I found her sitting on Mom's bed, holding a picture frame and sobbing. She turned around to me and said, "What if Mom never comes back to us, Sakura? I feel so lost without her." My heart melted and I ran to hug her. "She'll be fine. The doctors said she will. And you have me." As Yumi hugged me tight, I decided I wasn't going to tell her what I'd discovered. It would be devastating, and Mom would want me to take care of her, so that's what I was gonna do. Yumi and I were getting along better than ever before, but one day when I walked into the cafeteria, I was shocked to see Dylan standing on a table, holding a hand out to Yumi.
I love you, babe. I know that I've let you down, but is it too late to say sorry now?
Yumi took his hand and climbed onto the table, and everyone cheered and clapped as they kissed. I marched over furiously and pulled Dylan to the ground. "Hey, jerk, I saw you kissing a girl just yesterday, so get away from my sister."
Sakura, are you crazy? You can't treat my boyfriend like that. And I know he kissed someone. He just said he's sorry, okay? He made a mistake.
That's a mistake he makes every day. Yumi, I swear I just want what's best for you. Break up with him.
Babe, don't listen to her. She's just jealous.
Of what? A stupid jerk?
No, Sakura, you're jealous of me. You know everyone loves me more. The kids at school, Dylan, even Mom.
And before I knew it, the most horrible words slipped out of my mouth. You wish, Yumi. You wish everyone loved you better, but the truth is, you aren't even Mom's kid. You're adopted. She only treated you better because she probably felt sorry for your poor orphan butt. With that, I threw the necklace at Yumi's shocked face in front of everyone and stormed out. As my anger cooled off, I realized what a terrible thing I'd done. So I rushed home to apologize, but Yumi was nowhere to be found. I checked her Instagram and saw she'd posted a picture with her friends at a frozen lake behind the school. I grabbed my skates and rushed out. Yumi wasn't good at skating at all. When I got there, I saw Dylan and his stupid gang going ahead, while Yumi struggled behind them, tripping again and again. She called for Dylan's help, but he just put his arms around a pretty blonde girl and yelled back,
"Keep up, babe, or I'll just kiss another girl."
And they all skated away laughing. The jerks! As I was trying to catch up to her, suddenly I heard a crack. To my horror, I saw the ice beneath Yumi collapse, and she went in. "Help! Somebody help me!" "Oh my god, Yumi, I'm coming!" When I got close, I threw myself down on the ice and grabbed her hands. I pulled her with all my might, and she came out shocked and shivering. I quickly took her back home and covered her up with blankets. "Yumi, I'm so sorry for what I said. That was such an awful way to tell you about the adoption."
Sakura, I've known about that for a really long time. I once overheard Mom talking to someone. She lost your real twin sister at birth, and I turned up as an abandoned baby at the hospital the same day. So she decided to adopt me. Maybe that's why I've always fought you so hard for Mom's love. I knew I wasn't her real daughter. And I'm sorry for everything too. You saved my life today.
You are my real sister. I'd jump in 1,000 lakes and kick 100 butts for you. And man, am I gonna kick Dylan's butt. I filed a police complaint against Dylan and his friends for leaving my sister in extreme danger, and they were in a world of trouble. A few days later, we got a call from the hospital saying Mom was awake. We threw our arms around her the minute we saw her.
And I told Mom I'd found the answer in the necklace. I always felt you loved Yumi more. And maybe it's true, isn't it? You just got me, but you chose Yumi to be your daughter. Mom took my hand and said tearfully,
Sakura, I'm so sorry I made you feel that way. Maybe I felt more protective of Yumi because I never wanted her to feel like she wasn't mine. But I chose to have you both, and I love you just the same. As we all hugged and cried, I knew the three of us were going to be just fine.
Hi, I'm Petra from Serbia, and I have an extremely rare condition where my aging process is much slower than that of regular people. Like when I was 6 years old, I looked like a dumb 2-year-old toddler, which made people treat me like one. And things got even worse as a teenager. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Because of my condition, my parents decided to homeschool me till I was a bit older. I only got to hang out with other kids at the playground, and I'd get picked on all the time because I looked so much smaller than everybody. Once, when I was about 8 years old, I was playing on the slides in the park when a worried-looking woman came running to me.
Sweetie, are you lost?
No.
Oh, poor baby. Probably can't understand a thing. You must be so scared.
Do I look scared? And I'm not a baby. But she wasn't even listening to me. And before I knew it, she was calling over a policeman from the street.
We have a missing child here, officer. Please, help her find her mommy and daddy.
Despite my protests, the policeman whisked me off to the station and started taking pictures of me for missing child posters. Oh my God, I know my parents' number and address. I live right across the street from the playground, and you guys kidnapped me. This was the beginning of many, many times my parents had to come get me from the police station. I finally joined school in the 7th grade. The minute I walked into the classroom, a girl elbowed me roughly and said, "I think you've lost your way, kid." Oh, if only I had $1 for every time I heard that. I would be a millionaire by now, and I wouldn't need to be in this school with dumb people like you. And with that, I pushed her aside and took my seat. When I did all the math problems correctly in the first lesson, the teacher called me over, looking all starstruck.
Wow, Petra, you're a genius.
Thanks. Why?
Because you solved these algebra problems meant for 12-year-olds.
But I am 12 years old. The teacher just giggled and then did something I hated. She pulled my cheek.
Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Yes, you definitely have the mind of a 12-year-old.
No matter how many times I said it, no one believed that I was actually 12. They all thought I was some kind of baby genius who'd been bumped up a few grades. Eventually, I gave up and let everyone believe I was super smart. This didn't really help me become popular or make friends, though. Jessica, the meanest girl in class, wasn't too happy because everyone thought I was the smartest, and she made sure everyone constantly made fun of me.
Does your butt look big because you're wearing a diaper? What kind of language is that book in? Goo goo gaga?
Another time, I was eating lunch by myself when Jessica suddenly stopped by my table.
Aw, how is the baby gonna eat all that with her little baby teeth?
Why are you this way, Jessica?
What do you mean?
I mean, why are you so awful to me? You're the most popular girl in class.
Yeah, I know. But before you showed up out of nowhere, I was the smartest too.
Fine, you're the prettiest and the smartest girl in the world. Can you leave me alone now, please?
Sure, but let me mash everything for the little baby to eat first.
And with that, she started pounding my food with her fist. OMG, you are such a psycho. And with that, I picked up the smushed piece of cake and flung it at her face. She picked up my glass of juice and dunked it on my head. And before we knew it, everybody joined in for fun and a full-scale food fight had broken out. We both got detention. And after that day, I found a corner in the little playpen for the kindergarten kids and basically had lunch there by myself the next 3 years. Until one day, Josh came and sat next to me. Josh had just joined our class a few weeks ago, and he was a total babe. With all the popular girls drooling all over him, I was sure he wouldn't notice someone like me, which is why I was pretty shocked to find him here.
Why do you always have lunch alone?
Is this your first time in high school? Of course, I don't expect someone like you to get it. He took my hand and looked deep into my eyes.
I don't understand why someone as adorable as you is here either.
I was so annoyed at how fast that made my heart beat. After that, Josh and I became really good friends. He'd always invite me to watch his football games,
and started coming over to my place for study dates. Since he'd joined so late, he needed to do a lot of catching up, and I was more than happy to help. I hated to admit it, I just had the biggest crush on him. The annual spring dance was around the corner, and it was all anyone could talk about at school. All the girls were yapping nonstop about their dresses and who they'd be going with. Of course, I was hoping Josh would ask me out, but when he didn't, I decided I didn't need to wait around like a sappy Disney princess. I'd ask him out myself. I bought tickets for the opening show of the new Avengers movie. Just as we were about to enter the theater, one of the cinema staff stopped me.
Hey, little girl, you can't go in. That's a PG-13 movie.
I'm almost 16. Here, look at my ID.
We see fake IDs all the time, kid. Sorry, but I can't let you go.
And with that, he pushed me out of line and refused to listen to me anymore. I can't believe this. Let's go then.
Go? I mean, what's the point of wasting both the tickets? We'll still have dinner together, okay?
And just like that, he turned and went inside. I was furious. I couldn't even go anywhere because he'd driven me here. When he finally came out after 3 hours, he was practically jumping with excitement.
OMG, that was epic. Iron Man snapped his fingers and died, but he saved the world.
He'd not only watched the movie without me, he'd ruined it for me completely. I thought maybe the rest of the evening would go a little better, but boy was I wrong. At the end of the meal, when the waitress brought us our fortune cookies, I looked over excitedly at Josh to open his and read the little note inside.
Will you be my date for the spring dance, Josh?
He looked up at me in complete shock.
Petra, I don't know how to say this, but, no. How could you even think that? You're more like a little sister to me. I've already asked Jessica out. Man, you've really made things awkward.
I felt so utterly crushed and stupid. I flung a glass of water in his face. I wish I could snap my fingers right now and make you disappear. And with that, I ran out of there and took the bus home. Nobody was more grateful than me when stupid high school ended and I was off to college. It wasn't too far from my town, so my parents could visit me often or come bail me out every time an officer thought I was an underage driver. Gosh, this is the 3rd time this month. Why are you police officers so dumb? Can't you see I have a real license?
She doesn't mean that, officer. Come on, sweetie, let's go.
My parents always had my back, but no one understood how frustrating it was for me to be treated like a kid all the time. Until I met Andrew. In my 2nd year at university, I took up a job as a professor's assistant for one of the courses. I knew the other students made fun of me behind my back. But one day, they went really overboard. The professor was unwell, and I was taking the class in his place. As soon as I turned my back to the board, I got hit by a dozen paper balls. I turned around to see everyone snickering. I'm your teacher. Didn't your parents teach you any respect?
You're not our teacher. You can't even reach the top of the board without standing on a stool. Go back to school, loser.
You can't behave this way with me. I want everyone who's responsible to apologize right now.
Or you'll do what? Go crying to your mommy?
I'll fail you in every single assignment. You do remember I grade them, right?
Oh no, I'm scared. Miss Petra, will you forgive me if I give you a lollipop?
That's it. Get out.
Happy to. Come on, guys, let's go. We don't need to take orders from some high school smarty pants.
And just like that, the whole class walked out. I tried to keep my cool, but when everyone had left, I burst into angry tears. Just then, I felt a gentle tap on the shoulder, and I looked up to see that it was Andrew, one of the students.
I'm really sorry about the way they treated you. I think you're really smart and beautiful.
We became friends, and soon after, we started dating. He was just the sweetest guy, and even though he looked much older than me, he was never ashamed to hold my hand in public, even if it got us weird looks. A few weeks later, I had an internship interview in another city, and Andrew offered to see me off at the airport. Just as I was leaving, he took my hand.
Good luck, babe. I hope you get it, but I'll really miss you.
And with that, he pulled me in for our first kiss. My head was still spinning with joy when suddenly I saw a few policemen walking towards us.
Sir, please move away from the kid. What's the problem, officer? We've recently had many reports of a gang kidnapping young girls, and you need to come down to the station with us to answer a few questions.
Wait, what? He's not a kidnapper. He's my boyfriend, and I'm 20 years old. The policeman didn't listen to a word we said, and we were taken down to the station. My parents had to come down again with my birth certificate and baby pictures before they finally let us go. It turned out that the people at the airport had been making videos of the whole thing, and it had gone viral on social media, with people saying all sorts of mean things about me and Andrew. And to make things worse, the company I had an interview with wasn't happy that I didn't show up, so I lost the internship too. I was beyond furious now. I took to social media myself and posted a video talking about how I'd always been discriminated against because of the way I looked. The video went viral and I started receiving a lot of sympathy messages and support. The public pressure made the police issue an official apology, and the company even offered me the internship again. But my condition had really sparked an interest in the public, and I was being invited to tons of TV and online interviews. All everyone wanted to know was the secret of my youth. Soon enough, I realized that people envied me. One morning, I picked up the local newspaper from the door and was horrified to see my face splashed across the front page with the headline, "Girl Discovers Secret to Eternal Youth."
Babe, come here and look outside the window.
To my shock, there was a massive crowd of people outside our apartment building, and the minute they spotted me in the window, they started screaming. "Have you discovered the Fountain of Youth? Tell us where it is." "What do you eat to look so young? I'll pay anything for it."
With your anti-aging formula for youthful skin, we can become millionaires. Come work for our skincare company.
This was complete madness, and I had to put an end to it. I opened the window and everybody became quiet to hear what I had to say. "Listen, there is no secret. It's a condition I've always had, and it's not a blessing. I've never had anyone take me seriously my whole life. I spent all of high school being bullied. My message to everyone is that we all need to learn to be happy in our own skins and accept everyone as they are." Thankfully, the message spread far and wide, and people didn't bother me again, but I still became pretty famous and was regularly called for talks on self-acceptance and against bullying. I'm married to Andrew now, and we have 2 young kids, and secretly, I really don't mind at all when someone says I don't look like a mom. Your joggers are green and your waistline thick. Sometimes your food makes me sick. I love you a little more in every way. Because you're my mother, happy Mother's Day. When I was finished with my poem, there was complete silence, and suddenly my sister Eva burst into laughter. What a dumb poem. I looked at Mom, and my eyes welled with tears. Then Mom stood up and applauded.
Bravo, bravo! Oh, sweetheart, that was the best poem ever.
Hey, my name's Tanya, and if you want to hear about the biggest sibling rivalry of the century, keep watching. My sister Eva and I were born to a mother who was a world-renowned author, known for her amazing stories. But our dad was a struggling dancer, and a pretty bad one at that. Luckily, I took after Mom and loved writing. I dreamt of publishing my stories one day like Mom, so I'd spend hours in my room creating the most amazing stories ever. The snake slithered in the dark cave. It's a salty sea breeze kissed Captain Silver on his cheek. But Eva took after Dad and wanted to be a world-famous dancer. Heck, she wanted everyone in the family to be a dancer. Tanya, you should give up writing and become a dancer. You'll never make it as a writer with that lisp. You see, I had a lisp, and because of it, my S's and Z's sound like th. At school, kids teased me about it, and I didn't have any friends. This obviously meant I was super shy and avoided talking to people. Eva, on the other hand, was super popular with tons of friends who were always ready to see her newest dance moves, no matter how crazy they were. Growing up, even though Eva teased me about my lisp, we were pretty good friends. But then, everything changed. When Eva and I turned 13, our parents started fighting like crazy. They were always arguing over bills and couldn't even stand to be in the same room with each other. A few months later, Dad left and we never saw him again. Good riddance to you and your poverty. Eva and I were devastated, but after Dad left, Mom changed. She hated each and
everything about Dad, so she tried to steer Eva away from dancing.
Eva, dancing is dumb.
But I'm good at it, Mom.
Honey, I've seen you trip over your own 2 feet more times than I can count.
Then I'll stumble my way to the stars.
When Mom realized she was talking to a brick wall,
She turned all her attention to me.
Tanya, another A in creative writing? Let's celebrate.
She ignored Eva completely, no matter how much Eva tried to win her over. Mom, I won the talent show at school today with my dancing skills. It didn't matter what Eva accomplished. Mom never praised her, and Eva began to hate me for hogging Mom's attention and tried to make me look bad in front of her. About a week after our 15th birthday, Mom hosted a small gathering and asked me to make caramelized apples for the guests. I was super excited, and the apples smelled amazing. But when the guests tasted the apples, they almost puked.
These are disgusting! Is that dish soap?
Yep, sure enough, my sister switched my caramelized apples with apples covered in dish soap. Another time, Mom invited her writing friends over, and while I was in the middle of reading my stories, Eva walked in with a radio in her hand, blaring hip-hop music. She twirled, leaped, and swayed to the rhythm. For a second, everyone was impressed. But then, disaster struck as Eva tried to execute a dramatic spin. Her foot accidentally connected with the edge of the table, sending the fishbowl flying, and poor Benny landed in Mom's editor's mouth. Mom was furious.
Eva, no more dancing ever.
You have no right to take dancing away from me.
I'm your mother, and what I say goes.
I hate you. That night, Mom removed every device that could play music in the house. Eva looked ready to explode. The next day was Saturday, and I woke up to the worst screeching sound coming from Eva's room. When I got to Eva's room, she was huffing and puffing with wild enthusiasm into a harmonica. Eva, you sound like you're strangling cats. Since I can't dance, I'm starting our school's first harmonica club. Eva smirked devilishly as she blew once more into the harmonica. She was so annoying. I returned to my bedroom and tried to block out the noise, but then neighborhood dogs began to howl in unison. Oh God, make it stop. I decided that I needed to get out of the house if I was going to get any peace and quiet. Angrily, I gathered my books and ran out to the park. As I was walking past the pond in the park, someone screamed,
Look out!
but before I could react, someone crashed into me, sending us tumbling into the pond. I sputtered and stood up utterly drenched. No! My precious stories were now a pile of soggy pages soaked beyond recognition.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't stop.
I was so furious and devastated that I could power a rocket to Mars with the steam coming out of my ears. It's not your fault. It's my sister's. Her and her stupid harmonica. I marched home with a thunderous fury in my steps, each one echoing my building frustration. As I prepared to confront Eva, I burst through the front door, and there Eva was, sitting in the living room. I threw my ruined stories at her. Because of you, my stories are ruined. With a rush of adrenaline, I lunged at Eva, and the living room became a war zone. A few minutes later, Mom walked through the front door and pulled us apart.
Why are you girls fighting?
I quickly explained what happened to Mom, while Eva fumed on the other side of her. Everything I worked so hard on is now gone. And how is that my fault, Tanya? If you weren't playing that stupid harmonica, I wouldn't have had to leave the house.
Eva, you're grounded. Go to your room, now.
Eva glared at us and then stormed off.
Don't worry, Tanya. Together, we'll create more stories from that big, beautiful brain of yours.
Over the next few days, Mom and I spent hours huddled together, weaving new stories to replace the ones that were lost. Our collaboration was nothing short of magical. About a month later, I had completed 20 incredible short stories which Mom took to her publisher. And guess what? He loved it. With Mom's help, I had just accomplished my first major writing achievement. Eek! I can't believe I'm about to become a published author.
Congratulations, Tanya. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks, Mom. I couldn't do it without you. News about my first book spread through the school like wildfire, and it wasn't long before I became more popular than Eva. Over the next year, with the help of specialists, my lisp improved, and I published 2 more books. The more famous I got, the more rebellious Eva got. She'd come home late, started skipping school, and hung out with the wrong crowd. One afternoon while at the mall, I even caught her trying to shoplift. Eva, what are you doing? What I'm doing is none of your business, Tanya. It is my business because you're my sister and I care about you. You care about me so much that not once have you stood up for me since Mom banned me from dancing. A wave of guilt washed over me. Eva was right. I was so caught up following my dream, while her dreams remained out of reach. Eva, maybe we can talk to Mom together. Eva's eyes darkened and she leaned close, our faces inches apart. No need, because soon you'll realize that dreams dreams don't last forever. Eva brushed past me and left the store. On my way home, my mind was still reeling from my encounter with Eva, so I decided that a few donuts would help brighten my mood. Much to my surprise, Pond Boy was behind the cash register. Hey, it's you. What are you doing here? Pond Boy flashed me a mischievous smile.
Gotta keep an eye on the coffee beans. They can be quite mischievous, always plotting to escape.
So, you're coffee bean security?
Just call me Captain Beanie.
In a much more serious tone, he added,
By the way, I'm Alex.
Tanya, after receiving my order, I sat at one of the tables. When Alex had finished his shift, he joined me. I told him about the 3 books I published with Mom's help, while he told me about his life.
I grew up in an orphanage and was adopted by a nice couple about a year ago.
I'm glad you finally have a family. A strange look crossed Alex's face, and he smiled.
So do I.
Alex was kind and smart and super easy to talk to. Over the next few weeks, when I wasn't at school or writing, I was hanging out with Alex. One afternoon, I invited Alex home to watch movies. I had gone into the kitchen to get snacks, and when I returned, Alex and Eva were laughing and talking as if they'd known each other for years. And sure enough, over the next 2 weeks, Alex was hanging out with Eva more than he was with me. I was furious. So, you're ditching me again to hang out with Eva?
Tanya, she's your sister. I don't see what the problem is.
I couldn't help but feel jealous. Alex was supposed to be my friend, not Eva's. I decided to confront him about it at the cafe. When I got there, he was deep in thought as he stared at a picture that he was holding. I snuck behind him to glance at the picture, and I gasped when I realized that it was a picture of Eva. Are you stalking my sister? You creep! Startled, Alex fumbled with the picture and shoved it into his pocket.
It's nothing like that, Tanya. Please, keep your voice down.
You want me to keep my voice down? You befriended me to get to my sister, didn't you?
I did, but it's not what you think.
Then explain it to me. What Alex said next turned my world upside down.
Ava is my sister.
I looked at Alex and began laughing hysterically. Am I being pranked? Do you have hidden cameras in here? Alex shook his head, and I saw the sadness in his eyes. What? Are you serious? It has to be a mistake.
One day, the orphanage director asked me to bring out some files from his office, and I accidentally dropped them. I noticed my mother's name and a picture of her. Out of curiosity, I opened the file and saw that Mom had a twin birth. So I jotted down the name of the person who adopted my sister and traced it back to your family.
I was stunned and hurt. Why would Mom keep something like this a secret for 17 years? I understood why Alex ditched me. He wanted to spend time getting to know his sister. I knew I had to do something. You're coming with me. Before he could say no, I grabbed his hand and dragged him out of the cafe all the way home. Mom? Eva? Where are you? Mom came out from the kitchen, but Eva was nowhere to be seen. When were you going to tell Eva that she was adopted? A look of horror appeared on Mom's face.
Who told you that?
It doesn't matter. Mom, is it true? Is Eva adopted? Mom sank into the sofa.
Yes, it's true. Eva is adopted.
We heard a gasp, and we all looked up to see Eva frozen at the top of the stairs, her eyes as wide as saucers. She turned around and bolted to her room, and I ran after her. Just as she was about to slam her door on me, I rammed the door with my shoulder hard, sending the both of us flying into the room. Mom and Alex rushed into the room, and Mom knelt by my side.
Tanya, are you okay?
Mom, I'm fine. Eva needs you. Why didn't you tell us? I looked across at Eva, who was staring out of the window. Her shoulders shook slightly, and I knew she was crying. Mom went over to her while Alex helped me to my feet. Mom tried to touch Eva's shoulders, but she shrugged Mom off. Is this why you never liked me? Because you're not my mother?
Eva, you are my daughter, and I love you. Around the time Tanya was born, we visited the orphanage for a charity run, and we fell in love with you, so we brought you home.
Eva turned to face Mom. Her mascara mingled with tears running down her cheeks. What type of love makes you rip my dreams and toss them into the garbage?
Mom was in tears. Eva, loving something and being able to make it into a career are two different things. I love to sing, but I sound like a frog with a tuba stuck in my throat.
And I love to play the harmonica, but I'm not very good at it.
Oh, OMG, you guys really are siblings. The worst harmonic duo in history. A small smile curved onto Eva's lips.
As your mother, it's my job to tell you the truth. Maybe together we can think about what you're really good at and take it from there.
But you should have told me.
I'm sorry I didn't. Can you forgive me?
I think so, but I need time to process it all. Now that you guys have made up, Mom, do you mind taking me to the hospital?
Over the next few months, Eva and I grew closer,
And I was happy to see Mom and Eva spending more time together. Alex and his parents came to dinner once a week, but Alex was always hanging out at our house. I didn't lose a sister. I gained a brother, an aunt, and an uncle. Once Eva and I graduated from high school, I went to college, and Eva started her harmonica rocket band. Just kidding. Eva didn't know what she wanted to do yet, so she got a job at the cafe, and Alex and Mom supported her. And after 2 years, Alex and Eva decided to open their own cafe, and Eva went to college to get a degree in business. No family is perfect, but a supportive family is everything. Hi, my name is Lola and I'm from Atlanta. Please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents and I had adventures all the time. We played hide and seek, we fought monsters in our backyard, and I even saved Mom from a mean old pirate who tried to steal the last piece of pie. My life was fantastic, but when I turned 3, Mom gave birth to an evil witch named Genevieve. From the moment Jen was born, she used her beady blue eyes to cast a spell on my parents and turn them into her evil minions.
Genevieve, we love you more than anything in the world. Here you go, honey.
Hey, I was playing with that.
Jen started walking at 9 months old. At 2, she could write her own name. And at 3, she could do the alphabet without making any mistakes. When Jen was 7, she won her first national spelling bee. She got a huge cash prize, and the reporter came over to interview her for the cover story of a magazine.
I'd like to thank my parents. I couldn't have done this without them.
We're so lucky to have a genius daughter. She's our pride and joy.
My parents kept gushing about Jen for hours as I sat in a corner. When the reporter finally said it was time for pictures, I joined my family for a photo. But Jen insisted that I stay out of it. My parents tried reasoning with her, but she was beyond reason.
It's my moment, and she'll ruin my image with her stupidity vibe. Like, my brain sees pictures with this special lens, and I'll be able to feel her dumbness every time I look at the pictures. I can't explain how my brain works, just make her go.
So Mom gave me some money for ice cream and told me to wait outside while the photo shoot happened. A couple of months later, I came home from school and found Jen sitting on my bed, and all my stuff was gone.
Mom and Dad said I could switch. This room's bigger and has more space for my trophies.
But this is my room!
Mom, Dad, make Jen give me my room back.
Lola, stop being ridiculous. You don't need a room this size. You don't have any trophies. Jeannie, do you need anything? Should I put up some more shelves? A new bookcase?
I was so mad, I threw myself on the ground and started screaming.
This sucks. I'm leaving, and I'm never coming back. I'll show you. I'll get a new family that will appreciate me.
I stormed out of the house. I got to the driveway and realized I had nowhere to go. So I decided to hide out in my treehouse. But then something crazy happened. My stomach started rumbling, and I searched through my pockets to find a candy bar. Then out of nowhere, this girl appeared and snatched it out of my hand. Hey, that's mine.
This is my treehouse. Get out. I don't see your name on it. It's written right there.
Oh. Then the strange girl wrote the word Madison on the wall.
I guess we're roommates now. We'll just have to share.
Then she tossed me half the candy bar. Madison and I spent the rest of the day together, and she was pretty wild. She told me about all the adventures she'd had in the neighborhood.
I found a skeleton in the neighbor's backyard.
No way! The old lady across the street is an alien. I saw a spaceship in her garage. Madison made up fun games for us to play. We had a spitball fight and threw water balloons at the neighbors as they walked by. Then my mean old parents told me to come inside for dinner. They didn't even miss me or remember that I'd been upset. After that, when I wasn't at school or watching Janet's spelling bees, I'd run out to the treehouse and spend time with Madison. One time, we were pretending to have a sword fight in the backyard.
It's over for you, Madison. Give up now. You'll never take me alive.
Suddenly, Jen appeared out of nowhere.
Lola, who are you talking to?
Madison, duh.
Who's that?
I turned around to introduce Madison, but she seemed to have vanished into thin air.
She was just here.
Must have scared her off with your mean vibes. I thought Jen would say something, but she just gave me a weird look.
I think you're old enough to not have an imaginary friend.
And went back inside, and Madison instantly reappeared beside me.
Where did you go?
I didn't want to meet your stupid sister.
And there, I got you. You're dead.
When I was 12, I started junior high school, and it was the worst. All the girls were more interested in boys and makeup than building pillow forts or searching for hidden treasures. I had nothing in common with any of them, and most of them thought I was weird. I was pretty lonely. Then Madison started sneaking into my school. She'd make funny faces and tell the best jokes.
Madison, you're hilarious. Stop, please. I'm gonna pee my pants.
Who's Madison?
Is she talking to the wall?
Madison told me cool stories, and she was such a gossip. She knew everything about everyone, and she always had my back whenever a bully tried to mess with me. Having her around made me stronger and braver.
Hey, ugly, get out of my way.
Who are you calling ugly? You look like a rat, and your breath smells like poo. Once I was cast in a school play, and I had to do this huge monologue. My parents didn't even bother to come because Jen had a spelling competition the same day. I was so nervous I could barely speak, but then Madison showed up to cheer me on. I shook off my nerves and gave the best performance ever. I told my parents all about it, but they didn't care. The next day, they dragged me to another one of Jen's boring competitions. Madison brought a bag of ants, and we let them loose on stage. Jen and all the other kids freaked out and ran around screaming. It was hilarious. Then one day, things took a turn. For my 15th birthday, me and my family went on vacation. But when we got back home, I realized that Madison was gone. I searched for her everywhere. The treehouse, at school, and all over the house. She didn't show up. Madison, where are you? What the heck are you screaming about? I can't even hear myself think. I can't find Madison. What are you, 4? Look, I'm really busy, but do you want to talk? I know you're lonely and have trouble making friends, but this isn't healthy. I'm totally fine. Just leave me alone and go back to your books. If it wasn't bad enough that Madison had just left me, Jen soon got moved up to my class because she was so smart, and all the other kids instantly loved her. Is it true? You can spell every word in the dictionary? Yeah, almost. I am an international spelling champion. Ugh, please. What was so impressive about spelling anyway? When was being able to spell the word crustaceology useful? Then one morning, the most popular girl in our class, Emily, handed out invitations to her birthday party. Hey, you forgot to give me my invitation. Sorry, no freaks allowed. Then she whispered to Jen just loud enough for me to hear. I can't believe you're related to her. I hope you can come. It's gonna be the best party ever. I don't think I have any contests that weekend, so I should be able to make it. I watched as all the other kids waved their invites around. After school, I walked home and stopped at the candy store to cheer myself up. Just then, I caught this boy staring at me. Then he started following me around the store. I led him down an aisle, hid behind a display case, and when he wasn't looking, I tackled him and put him in a headlock.
Ouch, that hurts.
What's your problem? Why are you following me? He reached behind me and pulled off a huge piece of paper that was taped to my back with the word loser written in bold black letters. I was so embarrassed. Then all of a sudden, I started to cry like a big baby.
What's wrong?
My life stinks. My best friend abandoned me. My family doesn't like me. And all the kids at school think I'm a freak and a loser.
You're not a loser.
You don't even know me.
I just have a feeling you're pretty cool and someone I'd like to know better.
His name was Hunter, and he was really cute, and we had a ton of things in common. We loved the same books and movies, and he made me laugh a lot. We quickly became friends, and having him around made me feel a lot less lonely. The more time I spent with Hunter, the more I started to like him. He never once compared me to Jen, and he always listened to me. Even when I went on a full-on rant about how my parents gave Jen a brand new laptop on my birthday, and I just got some cheap shoes. Then one day, my parents called me into the kitchen for a family meeting. Guess what, Lola? I got into St. Florence's Academy. Isn't that incredible?
Jen, we're so proud of you. We can't wait to start our new life in Chicago.
Chicago? What? No way! I'm not moving there. I'm not leaving Hunter. Lola, don't be selfish. You'll find plenty of new friends in Chicago. I don't need to make new friends. I already have a friend here. I'm not moving. I stormed off to my room. 10 minutes later, Jen showed up at my door. Can we talk? Why? Have you found more ways to ruin my life? That's not fair. You want to talk about fair? Ever since you were born, you've taken everything away from me. My parents, my toys, my room, and now my only real friend. I know I wasn't very nice to you when we were kids, but I've tried reaching out to you after that to talk or help you out with your issues, but you just shut me out. Issues? My only issue is you.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Yeah, right.
Emily's throwing me a going away party tomorrow night. Come if you want, or just sit in your room being bitter. It's up to you. Jen put the invitation on my bed and left. I was pissed at her, but I'd never been invited to a party before. My heart ached at the thought of leaving Hunter behind and never seeing him again. Hunter was more than my best friend. I felt I was in love with him. I invited Hunter to the party and he agreed to go. The party was at Emily's mansion and it was so much fun. The food was great, the music was spectacular, and the best thing of all was that Hunter was there with me. Then a slow song played. It was the perfect moment to tell Hunter how I felt. You want to dance?
Sure.
Dancing with Hunter was so romantic. He held me tight and his cologne smelled so good. I looked up into his eyes. I like you.
I like you too.
You want to kiss me?
I really do.
We had the most magical kiss, but then something strange happened. I opened my eyes to find everyone staring and laughing and pointing at me, and Hunter was gone. Hunter? Lola, what's wrong? Where's Hunter? He was right there. I started to panic. Where could he have gone?
Hey, look at the freak making out with her invisible boyfriend.
Emily pointed at a huge screen on the wall. A video of me dancing alone and kissing the air played on a loop. I wished I could curl up into a tiny little ball and roll away. I ran out of there in tears and went straight to my treehouse. Minutes later, I heard a knock, and Jen walked in. Lola, please talk to me. Tell me what's going on with you. I thought Hunter was a real boy I was in love with. How stupid is that? I'm a freak and a loser like everyone says. No, you're not. You just found a way to cope with your loneliness. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Now you know the truth and you can move forward. Move forward to what? No one cares about me. I do. From now on, I'll be here for whenever you need me, I swear. And we're gonna teach Emily a lesson. Jen and I went to my dad's butcher shop and grabbed a bunch of raw meat. Then we went back to Emily's house.
Hey, Jen. Hey, crazy. You still looking for the invisible boy?
No, we just wanted to give you a gift.
A gift for me? What is it?
Then Jen and I dumped the raw meat on Emily's head. She screamed like a banshee as Jen and I went away laughing. The next day, as the last of the moving trucks were being loaded, I made one last visit to the treehouse, and suddenly both Madison and Hunter appeared. How come you're both here now? Will you stay for long this time?
We just came to say goodbye. We don't think you need us anymore.
You have a chance to start over. Let other people get to know you. They don't know what they're missing. You're a super cool friend. Thanks, you guys. You were there when I needed you the most.
Goodbye, Lola, and good luck.
It was sad to watch them leave for good, but it felt like it was time. We moved to Chicago, and Jen was true to her word. We started spending more time together, and I realized Jen didn't have the perfect life after all. I'm so tired of spelling bees. I only do the competition to make extra money for mom and dad. I just want to be a normal teenager for once and live my life without so much pressure. You should tell them how you feel. I've got your back. I stood by Jen when she told her parents she wanted to stop doing spelling bees. After that, Jen and I grew even closer. I finally had a real best friend, and she just happened to be my genius little sister. Hi, I'm Becca from Wisconsin, and this is the story of how I finally left my comfort zone and what I found on the other side. I grew up very comfortable on a lovely farm in the country. Our family had cows, chickens, and even two pretty silly pet alpacas, Salt and Pepper. When I was little, Dad let me steer our huge yellow tractor on his lap. It was thrilling. Whee! I'm on top of the world!
Becca, when you're in the driver's seat, you can steer in any direction of your choosing. Always remember that.
But when I steered us right into an apple tree, oops, my bad. Dad banned me from touching the tractor again. Being independent and doing something new meant disaster and punishment. I remembered that. But after so many years, I was starting to crave adventure, though it scared me to death, especially since the girls at school would always make fun of my ripped overalls and faded sneakers.
Look at her face. Was she scrubbing the fireplace? Nah, she's probably playing with her farm animals. They're her only friends after all.
They called me Beccarella, like Cinderella. It wasn't very original, but the name stuck. But things finally turned around one day when an exchange student arrived at our school from Germany. I had never met anyone from another country before. I loved that book. Isn't Mr. Darcy dreamy? He's so romantic. We became fast friends. Lena visited the farm and met my alpacas. We'd go shopping and stay up all night having sleepovers while reading about flirting in girly magazines. It says here that flirting is all about eye contact.
Like this?
Maybe dial it down a little. You look crazy. Lena was all about trying new things, unusual foods, taking risks, visiting new places. I can't wait to see New York one day.
New York?
I could never. I liked comfort and predictability. When Lena asked me to try a German dish I'd never heard of before, I wasn't so into the idea. It's so delicious. What are those green things? Thanks, but I'll stick to pasta. I like what I know. How do you know what you like until you try it first? While Lena made a good point, I wasn't so easily persuaded into leaving my comfort zone. Sadly, Lena's time quickly came to an end. You have to come visit me as soon as you get the chance. But imagine all the fun we would have lost out on if I had been afraid. She was right. I promised. Then she left and I was sad, and I missed her terribly. Then something magical happened. Our principal told us that we could apply for a semester abroad in Germany. I was terrified of leaving home, but with Lena there, it would be way less scary. But when I saw how much the program cost, my eyes practically popped out of my head. There was no way my family could afford that. But I made a promise, and where there's a will, there's a way. Slow down, Rufus! Stop tugging so hard on the leash, Lily! Shh, it's okay, it's okay. Your parents will be back soon. Should I sing you a lullaby? Ka-ching! Another knitted hat coming right up. My plan was working. I was making money. Germany, here I come. But on the morning I was supposed to fly to Europe, Lena called. It sounded like she'd been crying. Becca, I'm so sorry, but my mom just accepted a teaching position in Australia. We leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? But what about our plans? Our adventures? I'm so sorry. This was all so unexpected and last minute. But you made a promise. Yeah, to you. And I expect you to keep it. You can't stay on the farm your whole life. Go live, see the world. I told her I would think about it, but the idea of going to a new country alone without my friend there was way too scary. So I told the study abroad coordinator that I wanted to back out of the trip. She told me she wished she traveled more when she was younger. And then, Lena's words rang in my head again. How do you know what you like unless you try it first? Reluctantly, I agreed. I boarded the plane with tears in my eyes. I was going to a country where I knew no one, to live with a German family I had never met, in a place where I didn't even speak the language. I was gonna be all alone, without my family, my farm, my alpacas, and without Lena. I arrived at noon the following day in Munich. I had been too sad to sleep on the flight, so I was totally exhausted. My host family picked me up at the airport with a cardboard sign that read, "Welcome to Germany, Becca." They were really kind, but my host brother Klaus rolled his eyes at me when I asked him why Europeans use military time. I couldn't help but notice he was cute, but his rudeness mostly distracted me from that observation. Everything felt unfamiliar and confusing. I didn't understand how the windows in the house worked, how to set the thermostat, or why my clothes came out crispy after washing. I began to feel very homesick. I missed my parents, my siblings, Salt and Pepper, my cozy bedroom, even my school. But I told myself that I'd try to enjoy the experience to the best of my ability. I had worked so hard to get here, and I wasn't going to waste all that money and sacrifice. The next morning at the breakfast table before school, Klaus joined me and stuffed scrambled eggs into his mouth like he hadn't eaten in days. I barely nibbled at mine. Why don't you refrigerate your eggs here? You really know nothing about Germany, do you? It's just a question. And why does Germany use Celsius and not Fahrenheit? Let's go. We're gonna be late for school.
He drove us to school every morning, and I pestered him with questions about his home country. His cold demeanor melted a bit, and he started actually answering my questions, and even started asking me some questions back. I couldn't help but notice how attractive he looked in his knit sweaters that emphasized his pronounced biceps.
So, do you really refrigerate your eggs in America? How unusual.
And the grocery store even designates people to bag our groceries.
If I come to America, would you be my one-on-one tour guide? I need to see this for myself.
I'd love to show you around. I couldn't tell if he was flirting with me or not. Was he making eye contact? I was pretty sure he was, and I had to admit, I didn't mind it. School was a mixed bag. Learning German with a tutor was difficult. It felt like I was born with the wrong tongue. But I studied each night and began to master the basics. I even had a short conversation with the bus driver in German about the weather, which was exciting. At lunch one day at school, Klaus handed me the house keys and told me he wouldn't be able to take me home as usual. He had to study with a few friends for a math test. I told him it was fine, but I ended up taking the wrong train home and ended up in a totally different city. I called him, and he had to pick me up instead of studying. I'm so sorry, truly.
That was my only time to study. I can't fail. I've been so busy with swim practice. You're ruining everything.
I'm sorry, I'm still learning how to navigate here. I don't know my way around yet. When we got home, I couldn't find the keys he gave me. It was pouring and we had to stand in the rain till his parents got home. He was clearly upset, but remained silent. I vowed to myself I'd master the German public transportation system after that. Later that night, he knocked on my door in his pajamas. I opened it. Yeah?
I'm here to apologize. You didn't get lost on purpose. You're not from here, and I was rude. Can you accept my apology?
No worries. All is forgiven. He cracked a smile that made me feel like melting ice cream on a hot summer's day. Do you need a study buddy?
Actually, I'd appreciate that.
We spent the night on the couch. I quizzed him with flashcards, and then we spent the rest of the night just laughing and talking and sharing stories. It was so romantic, but I wasn't sure if he still just saw me as a friend. The girls were really nice to me. They asked me to sit with them at lunch, but often they'd speak German really quickly, and I had no idea what was going on. The whole experience made me admire Lena even more. She didn't seem to be fazed when she had been in America. She had adapted quickly, yet I felt like I was majorly struggling. I felt like a baby. I called Lena. Was it scary for you to live in the States? Of course, but you're building strength and resilience. You can do this. I'm proud of you, and I know we'll reunite one day. Talking to Lena always made me feel better. She also was certain that Klaus had feelings for me. After the call, I went to the kitchen for some tea, and Klaus came running into the kitchen with a huge grin on his face. He showed me his test. He had aced it. Oh my gosh, congrats! Klaus hugged me, and I hugged him back, and my heart was beating out of my chest.
I wouldn't have aced it without you.
No problem. Happy to have helped.
I actually have been meaning to talk to you. I would love if we could...
Before Klaus could finish his sentence, his parents walked in saying that we were all going out for dinner. I was so curious what he was gonna say. Was he gonna confess his feelings for me? I tried not to dwell. Life isn't just about romance. I was making great friends and getting better at German too. I was getting to experience the world for the first time, away from the farm and comfort of everything I knew. And it wasn't as scary as I thought. Actually, it was pretty great. On the morning of my 16th birthday, Klaus knocked on my door. He stood there with an ice cream cake singing happy birthday to me in German. I was touched that he remembered my birthday and my favorite ice cream flavor, mint chocolate chip. I blew out the candles and we ate the cake in the kitchen. This is really delicious, thank you. Give my compliments to the chef.
That would actually be me.
You baked this? I thought this was a professional cake.
I may have woken up at 5 a.m. to bake it for you.
Wow, thank you. I love it. It means a lot. Since my birthday was on a Saturday, he drove me to the city where we shopped, took photos, and explored some art museums. We were having a lot of fun together. Maybe he did see me as more than a friend.
Are you having a good birthday?
Yeah, it's the best day ever. Thank you.
I really like you, Becca.
You do?
Yeah, you're interesting and beautiful and unexpected. I wanted to tell you a while ago, but I chickened out.
I thought maybe you saw me as a friend.
I've liked you for some time, but since we both live under the same roof, I didn't want to make things awkward. But I can't hold back my true feelings any longer.
I really like you too, Klaus. I felt like I was in a Jane Austen novel, but without the uncomfortable clothing. Here he was confessing his feelings, and here I was confessing mine. He took me to the movies. While we were sitting in the theater, he reached for my hand. The warmth of his hand sent electric bolts throughout my whole body. Afterwards, he took me to a gorgeous park overlooking the city. I was so grateful at that moment to be spending time in a different country. I was so proud of myself for having the courage to leave everything I knew behind. I was learning so much and becoming the person I was meant to be.
So, what did you think of the film?
To be honest, I was a little too distracted to focus.
Me too.
And then he kissed me. My first real kiss on my birthday of all days. His lips were so soft. I hoped I was kissing correctly, and I tried to remember what the magazines I had read with Lena advised, but I got so lost in the moment, and it was magical. He put his arm around me and we watched the sunset. It was the most romantic moment of my life and the best birthday ever. I was so happy. My study abroad semester wrapped up and I was not the same person I was before. Klaus and I promised to stay in touch. I was sad to leave him, but I knew I'd be back someday soon. I returned home to the farm and my family could see my transformation. I gave my alpacas big hugs and even brought them lederhosen. At school, Claudia approached me and called me Beccarella again. I'm sorry that you feel so bad about yourself that you need to project your insecurities onto me. I feel bad for you, but I'm no longer your punching bag. I walked away, leaving Claudia speechless. She never bothered me again. A few years later, surprise for me. Another one? Then Lena came in. Was I hallucinating or something? Hiya, roomie. Oh my gosh! That's right. Lena was my new roommate. We were finally reunited. This was the best day ever.
Hi everyone, I'm Daria and I live in LA. Please like and subscribe. I was born to loving parents who adored me. And 2 years later, my sister Caroline arrived, and even though we were sisters, we looked nothing alike. For starters, I had long, beautiful hair, which my mom loved and would spend hours combing. As for Caroline, she was blessed with curly hair that usually looks like a bird's nest, but she didn't have a worry in the world. Growing up, I always noticed how my parents were two opposites of a magnet. Mom was strict and careful with money. Dad was a free spirit and always lived in the moment, and I loved him for that. One time, all four of us visited the museum, and it was there I saw the most amazing thing ever. Lockheed Vega, Amelia Earhart's plane. I had read about her in my history class and was totally fascinated by her.
Dad, Dad, I want a picture inside the plane. Inside? It's not allowed. Pretty please? Fine. But promise to share your kiddie meal, cause your mom won't let me have another one. Deal!
Well, while Mom and Caroline were busy listening to the tour guide, Dad and I sneaked and took pictures in the legendary aircraft, and it was amazing! Dad, I want to be like her and fly airplanes. Oh, you want to be a pilot, honey? That's so nice. Since then, Dad would show me movies on pilots, flying, and everything related to it. I so wanted to be like Amelia. Things were fine until one day my parents noticed something was wrong with my eye. They immediately took me to the doctor and I was diagnosed with a condition called lazy eye. That meant I had poor vision in just one eye, and it would wander to the side, and the best way to fix it was surgery. This made my life very hard at school. For starters, I had to wear big glasses, and then the problem of my wandering eye was there.
Are you looking at the board or the teacher's butt?
No, I'm not. I was looking at
The teacher's butt! I know!
I so hated when people did this to me. Mom began saving every penny for my surgery, which would happen when I was 10. But luck was against us. Dad lost his job. Even though he tried to find another job, he just couldn't, and soon he just gave up. And we'd see him sitting on the couch all day playing video games. It got difficult for Mom to take care of the three of us with just her salary, and they would fight almost every day. But one night, their fight got very loud, and I heard a knock at my door.
Daria, can I stay in your room? I am scared.
Oh no, Caroline, you don't have to be scared. I'm right here, and I promise I will always be there for you, okay? Now, why don't we have some fun? Caroline and I played and jumped up and down on the bed. It was so fun. We talked the night away, and I told her about my dream to become a pilot.
Will you take me on the plane with you?
Of course. I'll even let you sit next to me and take you to different places. When I turned 13, Mom had finally saved enough money for my surgery, and I was so happy. To celebrate, Dad said he would get me a surprise. I loved surprises. This was one of the best days ever. Ta-da! Congratulations, Daria. What's wrong, honey? It's your fave. That's one ugly cake. I said red velvet, not carrot cake.
It is red velvet, Dumbo. Taste it.
It is, but an ugly one. Boo-hoo, you didn't get a pretty cake. Can we just eat now? I gotta go for practice. Forget it, I'll eat later. That was somewhat rude of her. But as we were growing up, I realized how Caroline had begun to get distant. I talked to Dad about it, and he said it was just a phase, and how she was so much into sports. I did miss the younger, naive Caroline, but thank God I had Keisha, my neighbor and best friend. She knew all my secrets, including my big fat crush on the school's hottest guy, Jason. The guy was everything a girl could ever dream of. Plus, he was in a band too. So hot, right?
Daria, you should totally tell him about your crush.
So that he'll see me as one of his fangirls? No, thank you.
Oh, come on. He won't see you that way. You better tell him soon or I will. Kidding.
That evening when I got back home from school, I saw Mom and Dad arguing. Again. So what's this one about? Ooh, let me guess. Dad overslept. Wait, he got another parking ticket. Ooh, I know. He burned dinner.
Nah, this time, Dad spent the electricity bill on food for him and his friends when he came over to watch the cricket match.
Can you believe it? That's a new one. Perfect. Now the power is cut. Well, things didn't change over the next few years, and when I was 17, Mom announced she would have to move to Dubai because she had a really good job offer there. We decided that Caroline and I would stay back with Dad and finish our studies here. Dubai? Won't you miss us? Of course I will. I know you can handle things here. I trust you, sweetie. Plus, I'll be back in a while. After Mom left, everything was on my shoulder. It was unfair, and I sort of resented her for that. Good job opportunity or bad? How could she just leave? I was pretty upset, but when Dad stepped up, things got better. He spent most of his time taking care of us, which was unusual, but I loved it. After I was done with high school, I was excited and started saving money for the pilot training program, but I was still falling short.
Daria, why don't you just borrow from your mom? Or maybe Caroline?
Oh, Mom said she will give, but I can't ask her for the entire amount. And Caroline? She won't give it up so easily. She keeps an account of everything. She's a little weird in that way. So, why don't you take it and give it back later? She doesn't have to know. Borrow from Caroline? I didn't want to, but I was out of options. So I borrowed some cash from Caroline's safe box and pretended like nothing was wrong. I'll bring it back soon. Just a few weeks later, when I got home from my part-time job, I saw Caroline having a yelling competition with Dad. What in the world was happening? Caroline, what's going on? Well, I was missing a big chunk of money recently, and it turns out Dad stole it. No way. Why would he walked in with gifts for us. Expensive ones. Where would he get the money from? How can you accuse me of doing something like this? I saved this. Yeah, right. You saved money? You don't know the S of save, Dad. Caroline stormed out of there, and I saw Dad staring at me. Later, Mom found out, and it got even worse. I felt extremely guilty and wanted to tell Caroline everything, but I couldn't. The guilt was eating me, and one day I just wanted to be out of the house, away from everything. So Keisha and I went to a cafe where we ran into someone I never thought I would meet. Jason. Hey, Daria. Haven't seen your pretty face in so long. I don't know why I just said that. I mean, it's been so long. Jason, it's so nice to see you here. Why was my voice going so high? Since that day, Jason and I had been constantly texting and calling, and soon we became really good friends. I even confessed about my elephant-sized crush on him, and he said he liked me too. A couple of weeks later, I invited Jason for Caroline's birthday. After all of her friends had left, it was just the four of us and Dad, and we decided to watch a movie. But Caroline was still not talking to Dad, so he left saying he was feeling tired. I felt so bad for him. The guilt was eating me alive, and I wanted to confess to Caroline immediately. But the outfits worn by the actors distracted me. Oh, that's a lovely design. Maybe if the dress was in red and not orange, it would have looked better. What are you talking about? That dress is red. Do you need glasses now, Grandma? Oh, shush. But that is orange, right? No, it's red. Like really bright red. Maybe the contrast in color looks different from the angle you're sitting at? Yeah, maybe. But I let this go and focused on my test for the pilot training. But when it was time for the vision test, I was left in shock. I had color blindness. But I got my eyes fixed and had surgery. This happens a lot. Color blindness can often go unnoticed. But look at the bright side. It's just partial color blindness. Just partial? This cannot be happening. Does this mean I still can be a pilot? I'm afraid you can't. I'm sorry. I ran out of there and locked myself in my room as soon as I got home. This was single-handedly one of the worst days of my life. To add to this, all Mom did was call and talk to me for a little while because she had to rush to a meeting. It's like she didn't even care. I was beginning to hate my life. I was sick of staying at home and decided to go over to Keisha's place, and even bought our favorite milkshakes on my way, but I was not prepared for what I saw.
Oh my god, Daria!
Are you freaking kidding me? Daria, how could you do this to me? Let me explain. I wasn't talking to you. I can't even look at your face. Keisha, how could you?
You weren't dating him. I liked him too since high school. And before I knew it, we kissed at Caroline's birthday.
Hold up! At my sister's party? Under my roof? And you sat next to me and held my hand while watching the movie. You know what? I don't need a backstabbing friend like you. And a jerk. I'll pass. You both deserve each other. I was fuming with anger, and I'm pretty sure I looked like a steam engine. I threw the milkshake at them and stormed out of there. I cut off all contact with both Keisha and Jason and avoided them. I felt so betrayed. Why was all this happening to me? My life was the worst. Before I knew it, Mom ended up coming back to check up on me. Wow, look who decided to show up. Finally got some time off of your work to check on your family? Don't talk to me that way, Daria. Do you have any idea how much I've been through? And what about what I've been through? Huh? You didn't show up when I got to know about my colorblindness. Instead, you showed up now. Because I'm acting sad? I just hate you. I saw the look of shock on Mom's face before I was being dragged out of the house by Caroline.
What is wrong with you? Why are you acting this way?
I just hate how my life has turned out. I went through so much. This awful eye condition, Mom abandoning us, and now Jason and Keisha.
Oh my god, shut up. She didn't abandon us, and what? Some boy problems? Grow up. Everyone has problems. Did you know I actually failed my exams when Mom left? Instead of crying and making a scene, I decided to do better. And I did. And when Dad stole the money, I lost my mind. Do you know why I was saving that money? To buy these new shoes for football so that I could perform well and get the scholarship. But I couldn't, and I lost it. Oh my god.
What have I done? Caroline, I have to tell you something. It wasn't Dad who stole your money. It was me. I am so sorry. Before I could complete my sentence, Caroline slapped me across the face. You selfish person. Are you happy? Ruining my life? My relationship with Dad? You know what? I'm glad Keisha and Jason are together. You don't deserve to be happy for what you did. Caroline, please listen. Since that day, Caroline had refused to speak to me. I apologized to Dad and Mom for what I did, especially Dad. I should have said something that day, Dad. I wasn't strong enough. You know, I had seen you take the money from Caroline's safe, but I wanted you to tell her yourself. What you did was hard for me to believe, but I am glad that you came clean. In the end, that's what counts. Mom and Dad didn't forgive me right away, but eventually they did. However, my sister didn't. Every time I tried to talk to her, Caroline acted as if I didn't even exist. Dad told me to give her some time, and I did. A couple of months had passed, and I was still at home with no idea what I'd do with my future. But one day, Dad gave me the brochures of some universities. So what? You can't fly a plane. You can help build one. Aircraft engineer? Why didn't I think of... Thanks a lot, Dad. I'll apply for it. I did. And the day my acceptance letter arrived, I was over the moon. And there was only one person I wanted to tell this to. Caroline. I decided to get her those shoes. But once again, I was short on cash. But then I had the best idea. Once I had the shoes, I put them outside Caroline's room and waited for her to see. Do you forgive me? I'm still mad at you, but thank you for this. Why are you wearing a cap? What did you do? I sort of sold my hair. Don't worry, it'll grow back. I'm just happy that you're happy. I can't believe you did this for me. Thank you so much, Daria.
I buried my head under the pillow. I was so sick of my parents' constant fighting. It was always the same old thing. Mom shouted, "You're cheating on me again. Who is it this time?" Dad yelled back, "Oh my God. If I were cheating, who could blame me? You're crazy and paranoid. I can't do this anymore. I'm done." I sat up straight in bed. He'd never said that before. I peeked out of my room to see Dad leaving with a suitcase. My heart sank. I walked into their room to find Mom sitting at her dressing table. She said, "He left because he's a cheater. He always has been." I picked up my bag and left for the ice rink. I put my skates on and felt all that anger slip away as I glided across the ice. This was the only thing keeping me sane. The big dream, a gold medal at the Olympics. A few hours later, another couple joined me at the rink. My heart skipped a beat when I saw it was Ethan, and with him was his gorgeous partner. Every time I saw them, I felt a twinge of jealousy. I'd had the biggest crush on him for months. He flashed me a smile, and I almost spun out of control. Get a grip, girl. By the time I got home, it was late afternoon, and Mom was still asleep. I said, "Mom, don't you go to work today? You're going to get fired again." She said, "Oh, stop bothering me. I was already fired yesterday. A customer was rude to me, so I gave her a piece of my mind." Mom and her temper. She couldn't hold a job for more than a week. And now she'd finally driven Dad away too. I kept hoping he'd show up the next day, but he didn't. When he came back a week later, I was shocked. It seems like Mom's suspicions were spot on because he wasn't alone. There was a gorgeous brunette with him. He introduced her as Stephanie, and she seemed so annoyingly perfect. Mom came in just then, through the back door, and stopped dead in her tracks. She looked beyond furious. Dad said, I didn't think you'd be home. Just came for some stuff." Mom shouted, How dare you bring her into this house?" And then she started throwing things from her grocery bag straight at Dad and his girlfriend. Stephanie screamed and ran out to the car. Dad said, "Stop this nonsense right now." But there was no stopping Mom. Dad said to me, "Emma, I'll get you away from this mad woman. We'll talk later." And with that, he quickly turned and left. Mom ran up to her room, and of course, I was left cleaning up the mess. A few days later, Dad invited me to dinner with him and Stephanie. I was reluctant, but couldn't say no to him. When the server in the restaurant came to our table, it turned out to be Ethan. I was too nervous to even smile back at him. Stephanie even encouraged me to talk to him. Throughout the meal, she was so great that I was beginning to think she wasn't so bad after all. But then she did something horrible. She accidentally spilled a whole glass of juice on me. Just then, Ethan returned with our order. He must have thought I was such a loser. I turned to her angrily and said, "Why did you do that?" She said, "I'm so sorry. It was just an accident." But I could tell she was trying really hard not to laugh at me. So was Dad. I spotted Ethan in school the next day and tried to hide, but he caught up with me. He said, "Hey, you're Emma, right? Listen, I want to talk to you about something important." He asked me if I would like to be his skating partner for the Nationals. I was completely speechless. He said, "My partner's backed out, and I've seen how amazing you are. Say you'll give it a shot?" The first day at the rink together, his coach gave us a simple number to dance to, and boy, was it instant magic. We were completely in sync, and my heart was pounding with excitement. Ethan said, Oh my God, that was so good." Then he hugged me. We became friends and dance partners and started training after school every day. He asked me out soon enough, and of course, I said yes. Ethan was the best thing that had happened to me in a while. The divorce proceedings had started and things were turning ugly. Dad had filed for sole custody and Mom was pissed. He won because the court thought he could take better care of me. Mom and I were devastated. She wasn't perfect, but I really didn't want to go live with stupid, selfish Stephanie. She came to the lounge carrying a bunch of Dad's white shirts. They were all pink. She said, "Emma, I only asked you to do the laundry and look what you've done. There was a red sock in the machine with all the whites." Dad looked really annoyed. He said, "Seriously, Emma, you're old enough to not do something so dumb." I didn't even own any red socks. I tried saying that I had checked all the clothes, but Dad just told me to stop talking. Stephanie cuddled up next to my dad and I left the lounge. Seeing them happy like that made my blood boil even more. But things were about to get much worse. Ethan and I were performing at a local competition in 2 weeks. I wanted to invite Mom and Dad to come see me. I was still thinking about how to keep Stephanie out of it. I said, "Hey, Dad, you know Mr. Clarkson who lives down the street? His son." I stopped short when I saw Dad's face. He said, "Don't ever mention that name in my house. That horrible man has been trying to ruin my business for ages." Mom and Dad's relationship was getting worse. One day, when Dad dropped me off for the weekend, I heard them arguing. He was accusing her of sending a detective to spy on him. He said, "Stop interfering in my life. We're over. Get that inside your head." After I left, I told Mom about Ethan. The next day after she met him, she said, "He's such a nice boy. Don't worry about your father, honey. I'll support you." My heart was racing as I got dressed for skating. I opened my bag and, to my horror, my skates weren't there. Ethan said, "Hey, come on. Are you good to go?" I cried, "Ethan, my skates. I swear I put them in my bag." He looked horrified. Our names were being called out next, and there was nothing I could do but wear the spare ones lying in the locker room. I tried to calm and focus, but I couldn't. The borrowed shoes were too tight and I kept feeling like I was about to lose my balance. When the moment of the big lift came and Ethan spun me, I slipped and fell hard on the ice. The music stopped. I could hear people gasping and whispering. Ethan asked me if I was okay, but I could see how disappointed he was. As I ran off the rink, I spotted 2 familiar faces in the crowd. Dad and Stephanie. I hadn't even invited them. And Stephanie was smiling? When I got home, Dad was waiting for me in the lounge. Before I could even speak, he said, "So, not only are you dance partners with Clarkson's son, you're also dating him?" I shouted, "That's what's important right now? I just had a terrible fall in front of everyone and lost the competition. You want to ask me how I'm doing? And I'm pretty sure your lovely Snoopy girlfriend took my skates out of my bag." Dad said, "That's enough nonsense out of you. I've had enough of a paranoid woman. You better stop seeing that boy or I won't be paying for your lessons anymore." He was so selfish. Had he asked for my blessing or Mom's before dating that horrible, evil witch? After school ended, I told Ethan what had happened. I was scared of losing him, but Ethan reassured me that he wasn't going anywhere. Then he said he had a gift for me, matching bracelets to celebrate 6 months together. We promised to wear them every day. When I got home, it was as if I was walking into the aftermath of a hurricane. The entire apartment had been trashed. Worst of all, Dad's entire collection of rare and unique items lay smashed on the floor. I quickly tried to clean up the mess, but just then, Dad and Stephanie walked in. To my horror, Dad said,
"You're as crazy as your mother, Emma. I can't believe you would stoop this low. Just because I said you can't see your boyfriend?"
Behind him, I could see Stephanie looking shocked. She pretended she had no idea. I just knew she was trying to poison him against me. Dad wouldn't listen to anything I tried to say and threatened to ground me for a month. I was so angry that I ran out of there and went straight to Mom's. I told her everything, and she said that she always thought there was something fishy about his girlfriend. That's why she'd hired a detective to investigate her. She said, "I was only looking out for him. I don't know why he hates me so much. It was so unfair that I didn't get to live with her." I left Dad a message that I was going to stay with Mom for a while, and he didn't even bother to reply. But a couple of weeks later, he turned up and announced he was taking me for a surprise getaway. I said, "I don't want to go with you." He said,
"Don't even start. I have custody of you. I can send your psycho mom to jail if you don't come with me. Remember?"
Mom shouted, "You piece of..." I put a hand on her shoulder and said, "Mom, it's okay. I should go. I'll come and see you really soon." I was really mad at Dad and didn't talk to him during the whole drive. After a couple of hours, we pulled up outside a church. Surprised, I asked him what was going on. Dad said,
"It's my wedding. That's the surprise."
I was horrified. "What?" Dad explained that he and Stephanie had been planning it for a while. He had kept it a secret from me because he didn't want Mom to know. He said,
"You think life was easy with your mom? A happy wife makes a happy man, and Stephanie is the one for me. You do agree with me, right?"
Right now, he looked as creepy as she did. Maybe they deserved each other. Inside, I saw all the relatives on my dad's side. I was the only one who'd been kept in the dark. Stephanie pretended that she was happy to see me and held up a bridesmaid's dress for me. It was the most hideous thing I'd ever seen, and it seemed to be the size of a circus tent. I saw the other bridesmaids wearing much prettier dresses. She was seriously such a jerk, and Dad couldn't even see that. I had to fix this, and I had a plan. Everyone gasped in delight as Stephanie walked down the aisle. I heard my aunt sigh, "She looks like an angel." Yeah, a devil in angel's disguise. Before they could exchange vows, the priest said,
"If anyone has an objection to this wedding, speak now or forever hold your truth."
My truth was just about to burst out of me. I shouted, "I object. This wedding can't happen. She's evil." Dad was mad. He turned around and hurried towards me, but he tripped on Stephanie's long wedding veil and ripped it. Stephanie burst into tears as Dad dragged me out of the church. To my disappointment, I couldn't stop the wedding. Stephanie was so pissed that I had ruined her wedding. She wasn't even pretending to be nice anymore. I just tried to stay out of the house as much as possible. A couple of weeks later, I got a call from Mom. She begged me to come see her immediately without telling Dad. Ethan drove me over to her place. Mom hugged me and handed me some papers. She said, "Look what the private detective found out about Stephanie." I looked through them, shocked. They were some kind of psychic evaluation forms for a patient X who had bipolar disorder and had recently started showing violent behavior. Mom said, "She has kept this completely secret from your father. She's dangerous. I went out of town for a while because I've been scared she'll hurt me." Ethan and I were both stunned. I went home after that and was super relieved to see only Dad's car outside. Thank God that psycho had gone out. Maybe I could try to talk to him on his own. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard her voice. "Where have you been?" Now that I knew her secret, she looked completely unhinged to me. I said, I just went out with some friends for ice cream." She said, "Great, you won't have dinner then, I guess. I don't think I'm waiting for your dad either." And with that, she walked off. What a weirdo. And why did it look like she'd been crying? I had to put everything aside and focus on the first round of nationals the next day. As I was waiting for Mom to come pick me up and drive me to the game, I got a text from Ethan. "She's not who you think she is. Tell you everything at the rink." What more had he found out about Stephanie? I could hardly wait. As I was telling Mom about Ethan's mysterious text, a wave of shock went through me when I suddenly noticed something on Mom's wrist. I said, "Mom, where did you get that?" She said, "Ethan gave it to me."
He's such a sweetheart. And he said I'm pretty. My stomach sank. There was something seriously off about the way she was talking. She sounded crazy. Then I noticed something. She was driving us out of the city. I said, "Where are we going?" Mom said, "Oh, we're just taking a little trip, just you and me." I shouted, "Mom, what are you doing?" "I have to go to the rink. What's going on with you?" She looked at me and said, "Emma, just shut up, will you? And put your phone where I can see it. I'll explain everything later." After an hour on the road, we heard police sirens. I looked ahead to see there was a police car blocking our way. Mom frantically tried to make a sharp turn to go back, but another car blocked us from behind. She was busted. To my surprise, Dad was with them. And so was Ethan. Ethan said, "I dropped my bracelet at your mom's place. I went back for it this morning and I overheard your parents arguing. I snuck away before anyone saw me." Dad said, "I'd gone over because her doctor emailed me her latest report, and I was convincing her to go to rehab again. She ran away the last time." Dad went on to explain what I had already realized. Mom was patient X. He said, "She's been getting out of control. I realized soon enough that she trashed our place, and also, she's the one who told me about you two dating, to get on my good side." I couldn't believe it. She had been manipulating me and sabotaging my relationship with Dad all along. Ethan had called my dad, who had alerted the police when I didn't show up at the rink. I felt guilty for all the things I'd thought about Stephanie, but then I remembered the missing skates and the bridesmaid's dress. My mom might have been a psycho, but my stepmom was no angel either. Mom was taken away in handcuffs, and she didn't even look guilty. She said, "I'll come for you one day." When we got home, Stephanie was putting suitcases in her car. Dad rushed over and said, "Babe, what are you doing?" Stephanie said, "Get your hands off me, you cheating scumbag. I know about you and that new secretary, and I'm leaving you." Geez, I needed to move out soon. I didn't want to turn out like either of my parents, and my mom treated me as if I was the one who divorced her. I'm not your ex, Mom.
Hello everyone, my name is Diana. Before we get into my story, please like and subscribe. I was born in a tiny town in America, in an old house where my mom had grown up. Our cleaning lady once told me that Mom used to be the most beautiful woman around, and when she walked by, everyone stopped to look at her. She'd left for Hollywood, but she returned when she was pregnant with me. But the version of Mom I knew was not very glamorous. She hardly left the house and spent all day watching soap operas. She was obsessed and was always trying to copy the actress.
This woman is the worst actress ever. I can do better. Yeah, that role would have been mine if I didn't give up my career.
Mom didn't say it exactly, but I always felt like I had gotten in the way of her acting dreams and a different life. Sometimes I kind of felt bad for her, and I tried not to bother her so much. She came in wearing jewelry and some flowy silk gown that was too tight. Did she think she was at the Oscars? She catwalked down the hallway and flirted with all my male teachers. It was so embarrassing. Why did you have to act that way, Mom? Couldn't you just be normal?
What? I'm just being myself. I'm an actress. Looking and being a certain way is all part of it.
Mom, I'm just a kid. I don't care about your acting and all that. I just want you to be a normal mom. Over time, Mom and I grew more distant, and by the time I was 12, we were living like housemates that barely spoke to each other. One time in 8th grade, I'd asked to borrow some of her clothes for a talent show, but I didn't bother inviting her. To my surprise, though, Mom walked in halfway into the show, and she looked totally normal, just like all the other parents. But soon after, a girl was performing a one-man show, and suddenly, I saw Mom running up to the stage and grabbing the mic from her.
Honey, that was so embarrassing. I just couldn't watch anymore. You have to play each character as if you are the character. Look deep into your soul. Come on now, try it again. And oh, maybe you can do one character with a British accent. She started speaking in a terrible British accent. The girl looked as confused as the audience, and I was beyond embarrassed.
Hey, isn't that Diana's wacky mom?
I ran away to hide in the bathroom. I couldn't even do my act anymore. Once the show was over and everyone left, I came out to the parking lot to find Mom there. Hey, I was waiting for you.
Why did you come here? Was it to humiliate me?
What? No, I came to support you.
Then why couldn't you just sit quietly instead of jumping onto the stage and snatching the mic from a kid?
I was doing her a favor, and she'll remember me forever for those tips. Come on, let's go home.
I'm gonna walk home. In fact, I'm gonna walk all the way to China if that's what it takes to get away from you.
Diana, watch out!
I suddenly felt something hit me with force and I went flying. I saw a blinding white light and then I passed out. I didn't wish for this. When we got home, Mom tried so hard to be the perfect caregiver, but I knew she was struggling. It just didn't come naturally to her, but she never stopped apologizing.
Baby, this is all my fault. In times like this, I wish I was more like Carol.
Carol was my mother's sister who lived in New York. When I was younger, I always wished she was my mom. She had 2 kids, Theo and Becky, and the holidays I spent with my cousins were my favorite memories. Auntie Carol is quite amazing, and it would be nice to see Theo and Becky.
Do you think spending some time with them would make you feel better?
Yes, yes, yes!
If that's what you want, love.
And soon enough, I was heading for New York. But my first disappointment came at the airport when I saw Aunt Carol wasn't even there to pick me up. When she didn't show up after a while, I called her. It turned out she'd forgotten. I am so sorry, honey. There was a little situation at the kids' school. She still looked like the amazing aunt I remembered, but something about her also felt different. And when we got to her house, it was really quiet. As Aunt took my luggage to my room, I wandered into the kitchen to find Theo making a sandwich. Hey, Theo, it's so good to see you. Theo just looked at me blankly, then walked off without a word. What the heck? Didn't he remember me? Just then, someone almost knocked me out with a bear hug. Oh my gosh, you're finally here. I've been waiting all day. Gosh, I missed you. How are you? Well, I know you're a little sad, but I got you now. Thank God Becky was the same chatterbox I knew. We talked and laughed for hours. Hey, is Theo okay? He was so weird to me earlier. Becky's face instantly fell and she looked like she was gonna cry. Yeah, that's him these days. Mom thinks it's just a puberty phase, but it's more than that. He's changed so much, I hardly know him anymore. But at least I have you now. In the coming days, I got to see the new Theo myself. He never spoke to anyone and spent all his time in his room playing video games. One day, Aunt had to go in to make him clean his room, but Theo started yelling like a crazy person.
Leave my room right now! Get out!
One day, Aunt was having a garage sale and Becky and I were helping her out when suddenly a police car pulled up with Theo in it.
Is this your son? He was caught stealing cigarettes and magazines at the mall.
All our neighbors were staring at the spectacle, and Aunt's face was red with embarrassment. The policeman let Theo go because he was a first-time offender, but that day, Aunt snapped. Why have you decided to humiliate me? I work my butt off for you to have everything, and you go around stealing? And what, you're smoking now?
That's none of your business. And if my allowance was enough, I wouldn't have to go around stealing, would I? So maybe you're not working hard enough.
Hey, stop that. You're being rude. You know your mom works so hard.
Who asked you? This is a family matter, and just because your mom dumped you here doesn't mean you get to butt into everything.
I was so sick of his stupid attitudes. I hit him with my cane and we got into a fight and Aunt had to separate us. That's enough. Theo, apologize right now. From that day, Theo and I were dead to each other. I didn't care anyway, as long as I had Becky with me. Aunt Carol registered me at my cousin's school soon, which Theo looked very unhappy about since we were in the same grade. On our first day, Theo cornered me right after Aunt dropped us off.
Listen, just stay away from me. Mind your own business, and as far as anyone knows, we are not related. Understood?
It was my first time in school since the accident, and I was nervous, but the students here were really nice. They helped me up the stairs and even helped me find my class. I had a feeling I was gonna love it here. But when the bell rang for recess, I noticed the strangest thing ever. A group of boys ordered Theo to pick up their books and put them in their lockers. And he did, without a word, like he was their servant. During lunch, I noticed him with the same boys again. This time, they made him fetch their lunch, and while he was balancing all the trays, someone bumped into him and he fell down, and those jerks all laughed at him. Hey, what's the deal with that boy? Oh, that poor boy is Theo, and that blonde guy in their group is Billy, and the rest are his minions. They've been hurting Theo forever. One time, Theo reported Billy and got him into detention, and since then, it's gotten so much worse. Like they're really trying to punish him. Sometimes I feel bad about not helping him, but we're all scared of those jerks. My heart broke into a million pieces. Theo was being bullied by monsters. And why hadn't Becky said anything? You must know what Theo was going through. Why haven't you told Aunt all this time? Diana, Mom works for the company Billy's dad owns, and you don't know how far Billy can go to make someone miserable. He's a spoiled brat, and if he asks his dad, Mom would lose her job in a second. Theo has forced me to stay quiet and says he can put up with it. He says things will be worse if he doesn't. I tried to understand her point of view, but I just couldn't. This had to stop. That night, I went to Theo's room. Listen, I'm really sorry for the way Billy is treating you, and he needs to be punished.
Didn't I ask you to mind your own business? And it's not how it looks. I do stuff for those guys and get paid for it.
You get paid to run around like their errand boy? That's humiliating. Let me help you.
No, you'll make it worse. It's just for a few more months and then we'll graduate. I'm handling it just fine.
No, you're not. You are hurting and everyone close to you is hurting too. Can't you see it?
Leave me alone.
But I just couldn't. So the next day, I made videos every time I saw Billy bully him, then sent them to the principal's email address. The next day, I felt a million butterflies when I found out that Billy had just been called in by the principal and suspended for 2 weeks. Not long enough, but a little justice. But when I got home, Theo was furious.
I told you to leave it alone. He's gonna come back and have my head.
No, he won't. The principal knows now.
You are such a dumb, nosy idiot. You think the principal will actually take serious action against someone like Billy? Thanks for ruining my life.
For the entire 2 weeks, he was so paranoid and looking over his shoulder. And the day Billy was supposed to be back, I noticed tears in Theo's eyes on her way to school. I silently prayed that he'd leave Theo alone and that I hadn't made things worse. But during lunch that day, I noticed a crowd gathered outside. I got closer and saw Theo surrounded by Billy and his boys. OMG, they were gonna hurt him. Hey, leave him alone. Stop it. But no one heard me. Then suddenly, I felt a huge force rush through my legs, and I charged forward and hit Billy in the knees with my cane. He fell to the ground and stared at me furiously. Theo had grabbed Billy by the collar and punched him in the face.
No one messes with my cousin.
Luckily, someone had called the principal to the scene, and everyone said that Billy tried to hurt me. The principal told him he was expelled.
You can't do that. Do you know who my father is? Oh yes, I know, son. And I'm sure he wouldn't want word getting out that his son goes around beating kids with disabilities. That wouldn't be good for his reputation. You hurt a girl with a cane. I'll talk to your father right now.
Billy was indeed expelled, and his minions were suspended for the rest of the term. Billy's father also reached out to Aunt Carol to apologize and promise that his son would not be bothering her family again. After it was all over, Aunt Carol turned to Theo in tears. I should have known. I'm such a bad mom.
No, you're not, Mom. You're the best, and I'm sorry for all the hurt I've caused you.
And then he pulled me into their hug, too.
Thank you for everything. I really owe you one.
I'm just happy to have you back, cousin. From that day, things changed. Theo started to get better and becoming his old self, and my leg had started recovering too. I could now walk for short distances without my cane, and I didn't have a limp. One day, we were having dinner when someone knocked on the door. It was Mom, and she looked different. For the first time, she looked happy. She told us she'd gotten an opportunity to be in a big movie in LA, but she'd turned it down to take me home.
I'm so happy you're getting better. I want to be there for you during your recovery. I'm learning slowly, but I do want to be the best mom for you, really.
Mom, I really appreciate that, but you have to take that role. You'd be crazy to turn it down.
What?
It's your dream, and I'm happy here. Go to LA, become the biggest movie star, then come back to me. I know you love me, and I love you too. But sometimes, the best way to show love to someone is by loving yourself. Hi, my name is Owena, which means sunrise in Native American. And this is... You thought this was my sister? She's actually my mom, Sachin. To know more about our story, please like and subscribe. My mom had me when she was in her final year of drama school. Growing up, Dad wasn't around much and eventually left when I was just 4. For me, my mom was everything, and I absolutely adored her. Since my mom was the most gorgeous woman, people used to think we were sisters. She was gorgeous, and I guess I got my good looks from her. One time when I was 7, Mom and I went to the mall and were having lunch in the food court, and a waiter asked for her number. You look like you're in high school. Beat it, kid, or else I'll tell your manager.
A mom and a daughter can't have lunch in peace. Terrific. After lunch, as we were roaming around the mall, we spotted a toddler competition being held there, and even though I wasn't exactly a toddler, I still won it without even participating. When the people started taking pictures of me and told my mom how I looked like Moana, Mom was over the moon. I know, right? I'm so gonna make her a star.
Mommy, like the stars in the sky or like the ones on my dress?
A movie star, sweetie. From there on, Mom focused all her energy into making me a star. In school, I was always in plays, and one time our school was doing the Wizard of Oz play, and my teacher decided to give others a chance to come forward and made me the Wicked Witch instead of Dorothy. But guess what? I aced that role too. Mom was so proud of me, but she wanted me to focus only on my acting career. So she started to homeschool me and hired acting tutors. They'd give me long scripts to memorize, and it would just exhaust me. Mom also wanted me to focus on maintaining an ideal weight, and she wouldn't let me eat any junk food. And worse, no ramen noodles, which was my favorite. It's for the best, my love. Remember, a moment on the lips, forever on the hips. Oh, that wasn't all. Mom also had the knack of embarrassment and stressing me out. No, it's not ghiaccio. It's pronounced ghiacciu. What am I paying you for?
Mom, please. He is Italian, you know. I think you should let the professional do his job.
But he's not doing it right. The audition is tomorrow, and we have so little time left to perfect your Italian accent. Well, the teachers stormed out, and I was left to practice with Mom. The next day, I was pretty nervous because I had a lot of trouble remembering my Italian lines. Right when I decided to have another look at the script, I realized it was gone. Just then, I spotted a girl looking really sneaky. It was Chloe. She used to be my friend when I started out my career, but the more roles I got, the more she hated me, and she didn't even try to hide it. We were always up against each other for every advertisement. I followed her, and what I saw made me scream. Chloe ripped my script and flushed it. What are you doing?
So, you're not just bad at acting, you also have bad eyesight. I'm getting rid of it, duh. I want this role. I hate it when my mom keeps comparing me to you. I am better than you. Oh, this witch. I wanted to slap her. Of course she compares me to you. I'm good at what I do. Unlike you, you jealous, two-faced witch. I then chased after her and crashed into a man, almost dropping his camera. He noticed I was in tears, and then I told him what happened.
Whoa, didn't know she was a nasty player, huh? You know what?
Just then, he pulled out the script and gave it to me. He was the camera person for the advertisement and had the script with him. As I was practicing, I noticed him setting up the camera and couldn't stop staring. He then showed me how to set it up and even shot a video as I watched in awe. That was the day I knew I love being behind the camera more than in front of it. Oh, and I got the ad. Time flew by, and on my 18th birthday, I received the best news ever. After the party while cleaning up, I heard the sound of glass breaking and my mom screaming in the kitchen. Mom, what's wrong? Are you hurt? You got it. Oh my God, you got it. Mom, slow down. You got the audition for Elijah's film. Elijah Miller's film? The one who works for Disney? What? You see, Elijah Miller was the biggest award-winning director. I was a big fan. Not only was he handsome, but he was extremely talented too. I guess it was the first time I felt like I could really be a star. I worked hard, really hard, and seeing me so focused, Mom looked pretty happy. There is no way you aren't getting this role. Mom, I am excited, but don't get my hopes up. Why shouldn't I? Always have your eye on the prize. Got it? A day before the audition, I felt very stressed, so I took my camera and stepped out to get some fresh air. I bought the camera after an audition years ago. I began shooting videos every time I felt overwhelmed with the stress of auditions. But the most I did was make reels and put it up on Instagram under a different account. The videos did very well, and many people appreciated my work and even suggested I send it to filmmakers. But I had to focus on becoming an actor, Mom's dream and all. The day of my audition had finally arrived. I was shaking with excitement and nerves. Mom was there, as always, to support me on this big day. We suddenly saw some of the actors run with their friends and family members towards the door. My eyes almost popped out of my socket when I saw the Elijah Miller walk in. What happened next, however, dropped my jaw on the floor.
Sachin?
Oh my God, Elijah! It's been a long time. you still remember me?
My mother knew Elijah Miller? What the heck? They kept talking and laughing like they've known each other for years. And they did. Turns out, Elijah studied at the same school as Mom and knew each other. She then introduced me to him, and I tried my best not to throw up, scream, and cry all at the same time. The fangirl in me was doing her very best to stay calm.
Owena, it's nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you was when you were a baby.
It's nice to meet you too. I'm a big fan of your work. Elijah Miller saw me as a baby? What? Okay, Mom talks about everything under the sun to me, and she keeps this important information to herself? But oh my God, Elijah Miller knows me! Mom sent me away so she could talk to Elijah. As I walked towards the room, I felt someone's leg before I tripped and fell, screaming in pain. Everyone came rushing towards me, and I noticed my ankle was beginning to swell up. It was that snake again, Chloe.
Oh my God, Owena, are you all right? How dare she?
And then I heard Mom yell like crazy, and soon Chloe was taken away. Looked like everyone saw her trip me. Let me go! She's always taking my roles! Wow, I didn't know she hated me that much. I'm fine. I have to audition. Mom helped me up and took me to the room where my audition was taking place. Even though I tried to do my best given the situation, I still felt on edge and began stuttering. Mom then suddenly walked up to Elijah.
She is good. Trust me,
It's just the foot. Just let her finish. And then Elijah did the most weird thing. He handed Mom my script.
I trust you, Sachin. After all, she is your daughter.
Well, the audition went well. Or so I thought. But days had gone by, and I stopped waiting by the phone to hear news about my audition. I had almost given up hope. But one day, when Mom and I were watching a movie at home, her phone rang and she went ultrasonic after she cut the call.
Owena! Owena!
Mom,
Words?
you got a role in Elijah's movie. You're kidding, right? I'm sure I ruined it. No, you didn't. But it isn't the one you auditioned for. They said someone else got that and you got the other one, which is like the second lead. Mom, it doesn't matter. I get to act in Elijah's movie. Mom and I were screaming our lungs out when the doorbell rang, and Elijah walked in. What is he doing here?
Sorry for showing up unannounced. I just wanted to personally give the good news.
We just got the call about Owena being cast in the movie.
Oh, yes, congratulations, Owena. But that's not what I'm here for. Sachin, I have decided to cast you for the lead role. I know you didn't audition, but
What the what? Exactly. Elijah, I didn't audition.
but I want you for the role. Only you.
Oh my, really? Owena, isn't that great? I felt so hurt and betrayed, and when Elijah left, I spat. You're kidding, right? You can't take this role. Why not? I can't believe this. I walked away from Mom and ignored her for days. My anger towards this whole situation was just increasing. One day when I stepped out to clear my mind with my camera, I passed by some cute kittens near a restaurant window. I immediately started recording a video of them, and as I was zooming out, I saw Elijah in the frame. He was sitting in the restaurant with my mother. Here I was, struggling with my sprained ankle, feeling guilty, betrayed, and used because of her, and she's having lunch dates with him. I cannot believe her. The minute she reached home after her date with Elijah, I exploded. How could you? This is why you came along with me to the audition. You wanted it all along. You put this big dream over my head for years just to snatch it away? Honey, what are you talking about? There's some misunderstanding. Owena, you know I would never do that. It's always been my dream to see you become a big star. Why would I? Yeah, right. Your dream to see yourself become the star, not me. You are a selfish person. You used me to get this audition, and now you're flirting with Elijah to get this role. The role you prepared me for all these years. You know something? I didn't even want to be an actor. I wanted to do it for you, to make you proud. But, Owena, honey, I thought you liked it. Why didn't you ever tell me you weren't into this? Oh, forget about it. I wish I left with Dad. Maybe then I wouldn't have been used like this. The second the words left my mouth and I saw my mom's face, my heart broke. But the feeling of betrayal overpowered me. Days passed by, and every time I saw Mom around the house, I would walk the opposite way. She tried to talk to me and would get me food, but I ignored all of it. and even let my anger get the best of me once when I flung a plate of food against the door. One day, I decided to stay out the entire day. I didn't want to see her face and say awful things to her again. Great. I'm still thinking about how she'll feel. As I was busy recording some videos, I saw a car with tinted windows slow down next to me. Like my life wasn't bad enough, and now I have some creep who might kidnap me. Right as I was about to try and run, the window rolled down and I saw Elijah smiling at me. He offered to drop me home and I accepted only because of my sprained ankle.
So, still angry at Mom?
How did he know?
That day, I wasn't exactly out of the house yet when you... Anyway, I wanted to tell you that it's not Sachin's fault, you know. This was her role from the beginning.
Her role? And then Elijah told me the most shocking thing. He has always had an elephant-sized crush on Mom since school, and he wrote this script with her in mind. He asked Mom several times to act in the film, but she kept denying. And when she agreed, she found out she was having me.
I told her that she can do this role after you were old enough as well, but she said being an actor wasn't her dream anymore. You were. But I never stopped trying. I even met her one afternoon to convince her, but she said no. Looks like I'll have to scrap the idea to ever make this movie.
I was in a state of shock and felt extremely guilty. As soon as we reached home, I thanked Elijah and rushed inside, straight to Mom, and hugged her.
Owena, where have you been?
Mom, I am so sorry for saying such awful things.
It's fine, honey. You were angry and I understand. I'm sorry too, but I want to tell you that I didn't take the role. I don't want anything to come between us, ever.
But you have to take the role. It's been yours from the beginning. I know. Elijah told me everything. He won't do the movie without you.
But honey, I can't.
No buts. Now please let Elijah know before he announces it publicly that the movie is scrapped. Okay, but let's first have this. Mom then gave me a bowl of steaming ramen noodles and I almost screamed with happiness. The next morning, Mom contacted Elijah to let him know that she would take the role. Elijah even offered me the role of an intern so I would learn more about filmmaking. A few years after the movie, Elijah asked Mom to marry him and she said yes. And me? I went to film school and got a degree in filmmaking. So you see, it's never too late to achieve your dreams. And if you were thinking my story has ended, well, it has just begun.
Answers. As usual, I woke up and went to the supermarket to eat. Then I decided to go to Tommy's, my crush's house. I mean, if no one was there, it wouldn't hurt to take a sneak peek. Plus, I might get some answers. Who knows? The door was locked, so I had to climb to his window, which, thank God, was open. I jumped inside and instantly started looking for his diary. I thought, if I want to get the dirt, I need the most reliable source. While searching for the diary, I noticed a phone. And it had no PIN code. I'm saved! I yelled frantically. I tried to call my parents, but there was no signal. I checked the phone, and it was supposed to work. The SIM card was inserted, and the phone seemed to be a new model. I sighed and continued the search for the diary. Found it! I was really excited. I wanted to know what Tommy thought of me. Sometimes, when I was at the store, we flirted a little. I had actually managed to get his phone number, and we've been texting lately. But he never asked me out, and I wanted to know why. I started reading the diary, and I could not believe my eyes. There was a chance that I might have been the only one who was doing the flirting. In fact, the last page of his diary said, "Should I tell my parents I'm gay? OMG. I've had a crush on this guy since forever, and he is gay." I was crushed and felt so stupid for a moment. How could I not see it? I put the diary back in its place and made sure to take the phone with me, just in case the signal came back on for some reason. I went down the stairs and opened the door from the inside. I didn't feel like climbing down the window again. I went back to the supermarket, loaded a cart with a bunch of junk food and a gigantic box of ice cream, and headed to the cinema. I had worked there, so I knew how to operate the projector. I sat in the back row so that I could keep my cart close. I grabbed a plastic spoon and dug into my chocolate ice cream to console myself. Now I know who's been robbing my ice cream. I jumped at the sound of a boy's voice. What the hell? I said, I thought I was alone. The boy said, well, that makes two of us. I looked at him in disbelief. He looked at my confused expression and said, I'm Derek, remember? We have algebra and biology together. Of course I remembered him. He was Tommy's best friend. Or now that I think about it, maybe his boyfriend? Derek looked worried. Beatrice, you okay? Yes, I'm okay. I'm just surprised to see anyone, I said. He looked at me and asked, Do you know what happened? I shrugged and told him how I woke up at the beach and had to walk back to town, only to find that everyone was gone, and that I've been wandering in the town for days. He told me that he's been wandering the town for days as well, but that he came to this area just yesterday. I looked at him while he was talking, and for the first time, I realized how cute he was. No, he was actually handsome with those blue eyes and black hair. That sure is a winning combination, I thought to myself. Derek looked at me and asked me, "So, what are we watching?" I blushed and told him that this was a romantic movie you watch when you feel down. Derek and I talked through the entire movie. I wanted to watch the movie, but I didn't mind. Derek is actually awesome. We turned out to have a lot in common. Actually, we were so caught up in our conversation that we didn't notice when the movie was over. After a while, we decided to go outside. It was already dark. I told Derek I was sleeping at the mattress store, and if he needed a place to sleep, he should come with me because the store was full of comfy mattresses. Derek was a ray of hope in this nightmare. I didn't want to let him go. He agreed, and we went to sleep on 2 mattresses in front of each other. The next day when I woke up, I caught Derek looking at me and smiling. He said, "Good morning, sunshine." I can swear my cheeks caught fire. We got up and had breakfast. I told Derek that there were still a few places I had not explored and that I would love it if he were to join me. He gave me the biggest smile and told me, "Of course, I'll come with you. It's not like I have better things to do anyway." And he winked at me. I was so glad I wasn't alone anymore. We spent the next 2 days talking, eating, and flirting, actually. He was so sweet and handsome, and I was actually falling in love with him. One day, while we were having a picnic in the park, we started hearing a lot of noise and saw a few cars arrive. I jumped up smiling and said, "We are saved!" To my surprise, Derek looked really anxious and scared. He grabbed my arms and pulled me down and said, "We need to leave. Now." I stared at him confused. "What are you talking about? We've been alone for days, waiting for someone to come back. Now that they do, you want us to run away?" Derek grabbed my arm and told me, "I don't have time to explain now. Come with me, please." Then, without waiting for an answer, he pulled me up and started tugging my arm to make me follow him. I was starting to get scared. He noticed my expression and I could see the guilt in his eyes, but he said nothing. I felt like we had been walking for an hour when we finally stopped. We were at the beach. I looked around, but I did not recognize this part of the shore. There was an old cabin that looked like it had been abandoned for years. He led me into the cabin and closed the door behind us. I could see that there was a bed and some canned food and sodas. OMG, did he just kidnap me? I hit him in the stomach with my elbow and he let go of my arm. I ran to the other wall. He told me, "Please, don't be scared. I mean you no harm." I did not believe him. "Beatrice, I need you to listen to me." "What could you possibly have to say?" I asked. "I have a confession to make," Derek said. I stood there silently. Everyone was evacuated because they thought a tsunami would have hit the coast. I stared at him in disbelief. He continued to explain. It turned out that the whole town was evacuated very early in the morning, and the beach was too far for me to hear the emergency sirens. My parents tried to come back, but the police wouldn't let them, and told them that everyone had been evacuated. I took my parents' car and came to check on you after I heard your parents say that you did not leave with them. I needed to know you were okay. He explained that on his way back, he heard on the radio that it was a false alarm, and that it would take some time to get everyone back into their town because the authorities did not want to cause chaos. They had decided to start sending people back to their towns, but decided to do it one town at a time in alphabetical order. Our town was called Saugatuck, so he was pretty sure he had a few days to spend with me and then tell me the truth. So he acted as if he knew nothing about the emergency evacuation and told me that he did not know why there was no one else left in town. He said that the authorities managed to get everyone back faster than he had expected. He looked at me with a sad expression and said, "I'm sorry, Beatrice. I just wanted to spend time with you, and I saw an opportunity." "And you took it," I said angrily. "Yes, but I always intended to tell you the truth, not just about the tsunami." "What else were you keeping from me, Derek?" I asked. His answer left me stunned. He said, "I love you. I always have, but I never had the guts to tell you." I stood there confused. I wanted to tell him that I loved him too, but he lied to me, and he had just kidnapped me. I thought I would never see my parents again, and it seemed that there's a good chance I won't, all because of him. He could have told me, but he chose to let me believe I was alone. I stared at him for a moment and said, "You say you love me, but you lied to me, And on top of that, you kidnap me? Kidnap you? No, this is not what this is. Oh, I'm sorry. The last time I checked, when you force someone to follow you against their will and you lock them up somewhere deserted, it's called kidnapping. He looked at me with a confused look, opened the door and said, "I'm really sorry, Beatrice. I hope you'll forgive me." He went outside and locked the door behind him. I ran to the door and tried to open it, but with no luck. Then I started pounding on the door, screaming my lungs out, but there was no point. I sat on the floor and cried in fear. I thought no one would find me. This part of the beach was totally deserted. After a while, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw a disposable phone next to me. I opened it and saw there was a text message. It said, "I'm terribly sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I had actually planned to take you on a romantic date to this cabin. That's why there are candles lying around." I looked around me and noticed the candles. He was telling the truth. He went on, "I put your parents' phone numbers in this phone in case you do not remember them. Call them. You're at South Beach, half a mile from the lighthouse. I hope you'll forgive me one day. I left you something in your bedroom. Again, I'm sorry." I looked at the phone, not sure what to do with this. I went to the door and I opened it. The key was on the outside. I locked the door behind me and called my mom, who started crying at the sound of my voice. I sat on the beach, waiting for them and watching the sunset. It was beautiful. I could see why Derek wanted to bring me here. Why did I still have these feelings for him? He kidnapped me and lied to me, but I still wish he hadn't left. The more I thought about it, the more I convinced myself that he wasn't a bad person. He was just in love. When my parents arrived, they ran to me crying and they hugged me. When they asked me what had happened, I could not bring myself to tell them about Derek. After all, he did not mean to kidnap me at all. So I told them that I had been wandering the town alone for the last few days, and I had found a disposable phone at one of the shops, and I couldn't get any signal, so I tried to come to the beach and check if there was any signal here. My parents didn't question me. They were just so happy that they had found me. When I got home, I remembered what Derek had told me about leaving something in my room. I excused myself and told my parents that I was really tired. I went to my room and started looking around. Then I found an envelope. I opened it. Derek had printed a few selfies that we took with his camera. We looked so happy, and I remembered being happy at the time. Little did I know what would unravel later. A few days after everyone had returned and life went back to normal, the police called. They told my parents that I had robbed the bank during the evacuation. Apparently, the surveillance cameras were still working and filmed me taking the money from the vault. I know what you're thinking. Who is stupid enough to forget that there are surveillance cameras at the bank? But hey, I thought it was just a dream. Anyways, we went down to the police station to answer some questions. When I went in, a police officer asked me my name, and when he looked at the file, I could tell he was about to laugh. He told us to sit down and explain that the bank manager decided not to press charges because he knew me since I was born and did not want to compromise my future. Even though he did not press charges, the officer told me I had to complete 40 hours of community service, which I didn't mind. "There's something else you should know," the officer said with a smile on his face. "You have accidentally robbed your father." I looked at the officer in disbelief, while my father giggled. Even though I was relieved, I was so embarrassed. The police officer proceeded to tell me that I could go, but that my father had to stay in order to fill out some documents to state that he would not press charges against me. That sounded absolutely ridiculous to me. In any case, a month had passed after these events, and I couldn't stop thinking about Derek. In the end, I caved in and called his parents. They told me that he had left town the day after everyone had come back to stay with his uncle for the summer vacation. This meant that I would not see him for another month. The idea of not seeing him made me feel sad and mad at the same time. How could he just leave like that? Did I mean nothing to him? I would have at least expected a proper face-to-face apology for what he had done to me. I was raging with madness. I took my bike and started riding it as fast as I could, hoping it would make my stress go away. I pedaled and pedaled until I realized where I was going. For some reason, I had ended up at the cabin. I got off my bike and tied it to a palm tree on the sidewalk and started walking toward the cabin. Then I stopped. In the corner of my eye, I saw someone sitting on the shore. I knew my mind was probably playing tricks on me, but from the back, it looked like Derek. I had so many mixed feelings. I was scared and yet still wanted to talk to him. So I thought to myself, for 3 days you did whatever you wanted because you thought you were dreaming. Just do what you want to do. Stop overthinking this. I took my own advice. I slowly started approaching Derek and the beautiful sunset. The closer I got, the faster my steps were, as if there were a magnetic attraction between us. I put my hand on his shoulder and he turned to look at me. One heartbeat later, his lips were locked with mine in front of the beautiful sunset.
I woke up in a cold sweat as I heard a pack of wolves howling outside. Seconds later, the cackling hyenas joined in, and then I heard the blood-chilling roar of a lion. I was surrounded. I walked over to my window, opened it, and yelled,
Be quiet and let me sleep, you buffoons! Do you want me to look like a raccoon in the morning?
Wow, it actually worked. They don't always listen to me. And yeah, I said the whole waking up in a cold sweat thing for dramatic effect. I'm a melodramatic girl. You see, I am surrounded by wild animals, but they're all in cages, and I live inside a zoo. Now please go away. I'll tell you the rest of my story in the morning. And by the way, I'm Tina, and don't forget to like and subscribe, yada yada. Bye! So yeah, I really did grow up in a cottage inside the zoo, since my parents were the zookeepers. And I know I called the animals buffoons earlier, but I didn't mean it. It's like when you call your siblings morons, but you still love them, right? The animals were my first playmates, so naturally, I couldn't quit horsing around, even in school. Listen, I can howl like a wolf. Ow!
Tina, can you stop making animal sounds? You're disturbing the whole class.
At least I'm not putting them to sleep.
I heard that, young lady. You're staying back in recess to reflect on your behavior.
The only thing I reflected on was how to prank my teacher. So the next day, when she opened her desk drawer, a tarantula casually walked out and then jumped on her arm. She screamed and flapped her arms around like a rabid chicken, then tripped on her chair and fell on her butt. Needless to say, I ended up in detention. And that's where I first talked to the dreamboat in my class, aka Eric. Okay, yeah, he's only 11 here, but you could tell even then that this kid's gonna grow up to be a hunk. And he already had a bad boy reputation. I'd seen kids giving up their lunch money to him, carrying his bag, and even cleaning his shoes. Rumor had it that a kid who pissed off Eric woke up in a garbage dump the next day, and he had no memory of how he got there. But Eric seemed to be utterly fascinated by me, or maybe all the animals I could play with at the zoo. The point is, he was nice to me, and that was all I needed to consider him my first human friend.
Can you really pet the crocodiles? Don't they bite?
Nope, they love me. Well, the alligators do, but they're kind of the same, right? Potato, potato. Newsflash, they're not the same, but that's a discovery I made later.
Can you sneak me in tomorrow? I want to play with them.
I'll have to think about it.
I can pay you.
Deal. I was so excited to have Eric over, and even my parents were happy to see me with a two-legged creature for once.
All right, kids, your mom and I have some things to do, but feel free to roam around the zoo and don't get into any trouble. You sure you don't want me to take you around?
Dad, we don't need a babysitter. We'll be just fine. Be cool, man. Be cool. Once they left, Eric turned to me.
Did you get the keys?
Yep. My dad had keys to all the enclosures, and I'd taken the key for the crocodile one so Eric could see them up close and personal. Now all we have to do is not get caught by the cameras.
Wait, there are cameras?
Yep, but I know where they are. Come on, we just need to sneak past them using their blind spots.
Do you do this often?
Yeah, I love feeling like a spy.
Okay.
I was definitely impressing Eric a lot. I could already see it. Me and Eric, prom king and queen in high school. Soon, we were standing inside the enclosure, only a few feet away from the crocodiles. Up close, they looked a lot bigger than I'd thought. I told you, I've only played with alligators before. And wow, these creatures could swim fast. And they were coming right at us.
They look hungry.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't pet them.
Ah! Look at that one! He's gonna eat me!
Eric screamed and started running frantically, and I was right behind him. Then he tripped over a twig. I crashed into him, and we both fell on our faces, and the crocodile was hot on her tail. Just then, I noticed a mirror on the ground next to Eric. I held it up and caught the sunlight, sending a blinding flash into the crocodile's eyes. It got confused for a bit as we scrambled to our feet and ran out. I locked the enclosure quickly, and Eric dropped to his knees.
Oh God, that was the worst day of my life.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, think of how I saved your life with my quick wit and fearless spirit. Why do you carry a mirror around, though?
To see my beautiful face, which that crocodile would have destroyed in a second. You're horrible.
What? I'm amazing. I'm your hero, Eric. but he just couldn't stop hyperventilating. My parents found us, and when they discovered what had happened, they dropped Eric at home, and I was forbidden from ever having friends over again. Eric's mom, the school principal, tried pressing charges, but since we'd avoided all those cameras, there was no proof I'd let him into the crocodile enclosure. But Eric did stop talking to me, which hurt. In case you haven't figured it out, I have a crush on this guy, okay? Don't ask me why. The heart wants what it wants. However, taking Eric to the zoo did give me a rather cool business idea. I had access to stuff most people didn't, and I could use that to make money. Here, a photo of the new lion cub. It's totally exclusive. The public hasn't seen it yet. And you ordered a skin from the rarest snake, right? It wasn't easy to get, so that'll be $200. As if I'd ever hurt my beautiful, slithery friends. No, this Tracy is some rich psycho who wants snakeskin bags, and I told her I'd get her the real deal. But this skin is as fake as her face. All right, she's actually very pretty naturally. Love that for her. My business went well for about a week, till it was cut short by the principal, who still hated me for putting her precious baby in danger.
You cannot bring anything like that to sell in the school from now on. You better start acting like other normal girls your age. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The other normal girls were the ones asking me for pictures and snakeskins. You only sell something if there's a demand for it. Economics 101, people. But the worst part was that my parents agreed with her and grounded me.
You really should start acting less like a wild child, Tina. No going out to play with the animals until you cool down a little.
Seriously?
Watch your tongue, young lady.
Okay, gotcha. And I stuck out my tongue and watched it. Mom was not amused. As time passed, we all slowly forgot about my reckless past. With my 16th birthday coming up, I wanted to do something fun that my class would remember. Okay, I don't really care about the rest of the class. It's just that my prediction had come true, and Eric had become hot. He was now your typical bad boy. Hair slicked back with gel? Check. Top shirt buttons always open? Check. Look super cool chewing gum? Check. Flirting with every girl? Except me, of course. Check. I couldn't invite him alone, obviously, so I had to invite the rest too, and maybe he'd accept. But first, I had to get him to stop hating me. I googled some tips on how to attract a bad boy. I swear, the internet is a wonderful place. Number 1, make sure you stand out. Bad boys like girls who don't blend in. Well, that one was already covered. I stuck out like a sore thumb. No one else dressed in tiger-striped t-shirts or giraffe print leggings or laughed like a hyena. Number 2, say something brief that would catch the guy's attention, then smile mysteriously and walk away to keep him wondering what you were talking about. So one day, I joined Eric and his friends for lunch and sat right opposite him. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Tina.
I had a dream about you last night.
Oh yeah? Were you feeding me to the crocodiles?
I smiled mysteriously and then walked away. Wait a minute, I think that just made me look like a psychopath. Ugh. Number 3, don't let a bad boy know you're intimidated by him. Think of it like coming face to face with a bear. The second you show fear, you'll be destroyed. One day, I was putting stuff in my locker, and suddenly, I found Eric beside me.
Hey, sorry I was snappy before. So, you want to tell me more about your dream?
Well, you're not the boss of me. I'm not afraid of you. I'll dream about you if I like, and I'll tell you if I want to. Then I stomped on his foot and walked off. What the heck was I even doing? He was showing interest in you, you buffoon. The stupid internet has messed up my judgment. Okay, at least he'd tried talking to me himself. Maybe I'd just give him the birthday invitation and he'd accept it now. But the next day, as I was taking the invitations out of my locker, I dropped a few and turned around to find Tracy picking one up. Yeah, that's Snakeskin Tracy. And yeah, she's even prettier now and has a huge Instagram following thanks to her pretty face. So happy for her. Oh, what's this? A birthday party at the zoo? Yeah, it's gonna be a banger. I know the zoo like the back of my hand, and I can show everyone the exclusive spots. And why would we hang out with you? You're the girl who nearly got my boyfriend killed. Huh? Who's your boyfriend? Eric, you dummy. How many boys have you nearly killed in the zoo? Ugh, I couldn't believe Tracy was dating Eric. I couldn't stand her. You know, a little birdie told me that you're obsessed with wolves, and one of them just had the cutest, fluffiest baby. Wouldn't you like to pet a wolf puppy, Tracy? Take a picture for Insta, maybe? Now we're talking, girl. Okay, deal. I'll come to your party, and you arrange the baby wolf meeting. Nuh-uh, not so fast. I'll make it happen if you break up with Eric and you pay me $100. What? But I love him. Can't help you then. Bye.
Okay, fine. Consider it done. Here's the money too. Yeah, I wasn't the nicest back then, but seriously, how sincere could her love be if she broke up with him for a picture? I gave Eric the invitation the next day, and we even started hanging out. At this rate, we'd be girlfriend and boyfriend by my birthday. However, there was just one teeny tiny issue. I might have forgotten to ask my parents' permission for the party.
No way. You can't have 20 people over at the zoo. Not after last time.
But that was 5 years ago.
I know, but I still worry. If something happened, it could cost me my job.
But I won't do anything stupid, I promise. It took my parents 5 whole days to give in, but finally they did, and I made sure everyone was familiar with the rules beforehand. No interaction with the animals without my supervision, and of course, they had to bring me presents. Before I knew it, the day of the party had arrived. I had a balloon arch and a huge cake smack in the middle of the zoo, and everyone turned up. Of course, I only wanted Eric, but I wasn't complaining about the pile of presents. I'm so happy you guys could all make it. Because of what happened many years ago, we can't go inside any enclosures, but I'll be giving you a tour of the zoo once everyone's done eating. Now dig in! I was cutting up the biggest slice of cake for Eric when Tracy suddenly pinched my arm. When will I get my pictures with the wolf pup, Tina? Shh, don't announce it. Then everyone will want pictures. I have the key to the enclosure right here in my pocket. I'll take you when I have time. Tracy huffed off to sulk in some corner, and I let her. I was enjoying messing around with her. Oh, also, the keys I had, they were for the harmless mountain goats enclosure. I wasn't gonna repeat past mistakes and put anyone in any real danger, duh. But some 10 minutes later, we heard high-pitched screams, and then Tracy came running like a mad woman. Save me from the freaking goat! Help me! Right behind her, a goat came charging in and slammed right into the food table. The kids screamed and all ran away, including Eric. It was just me and the goat left, and boy, she did not look happy. Come on, Butthead, you know me. I named you Butthead, remember? No? Nothing? Bah, bah. See, I'm your sister. Bah! It wasn't working. Butthead was stomping her foot, ready to charge me. My legs felt frozen, and I really thought that this would be my end, when suddenly...
Hey, you, goat, get away from her. Hey, pay attention to me.
A boy with glasses I'd never seen before was standing a few meters from me, and he was whistling to Butthead and pulling faces at her. Are you crazy?
Don't worry about me. I got this. Just run.
I didn't need to be told twice. I ran as fast as I could back to my house. All my guests had left, and my parents were waiting for me, looking furious. We found Butthead back in her enclosure, and the mysterious boy was nowhere to be seen. I had no idea how he'd snuck in or out, but he'd certainly saved my life. Other than that, things were pretty bleak. Yes, she gave me the key. First, she charged me for a wolf picture, then sent me to the mad goat's enclosure. I never gave you the key. You stole it from me, and I've never seen a goat behave like that before. You must have done something to make it so angry. Maybe it's just your face. You have that effect on some people. Trust me. But everyone was against me, even Eric. Well, especially Eric.
You're such a weirdo, Tina, and all you do is put us in danger. Just stay away from us.
The zoo authorities reviewed the case, and they didn't fire my parents, but they told us we had to move out of there. I was banned for life. We moved into an apartment, and I spent the next week in my new room crying, and also very much grounded, before Dad came to me.
I think it's time for you to grow up a bit, Tina. This summer, we'll send you away to a camp where you can learn some discipline.
What? And well, that's how I got here. This place is boring. We sleep outside in tents, which are not comfortable, and all we do is study. Fine, sometimes we go swimming in the lake too, but mostly it's just annoying. To make it worse, Tracy was there too. Don't go near Tina. She grew up with animals and has their diseases. She might bite. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Thanks to Tracy, most people chose to stay away from me, and it was lonely. But one good thing about being here was that I had plenty of time to read about animals, which was nice. I'd always been too busy playing with animals to read about them before. I might even become a vet after this. One day, she was poking fun at me again, and I kept trying to ignore her. So, how does it feel to be kicked out of the zoo? Do you miss your four-legged brothers and sisters? Do you miss the stink of animal poop? Do you even know what fresh air smells like?
Hey, knock it off and leave her alone.
That voice was so familiar, and I turned around to see the mysterious boy from the zoo. Wait, it's you. You saved me from the goat.
Yep, I'm Mason, by the way. I've been sneaking in and out of the zoo for ages. I just like hanging out around animals. And that day, I was just roaming around when I happened to see your friend Tracy here stealing the keys from your pocket. So I took some pictures.
You took pictures? Yeah, right. You're lying.
They're right here on my phone, but it'll be $5 if you want to see them.
Why would I want to see them?
How will you know if I'm lying or not?
Ugh! Tracy paid up, and Mason really wasn't lying. I spoke to the camp leaders about how her lies had caused so much trouble for my family, and how she was harassing me even now. And Mason backed me up, and Tracy got kicked out. Mason and I became quick friends, and spent the summer together for the most part. He was really nice, and we could talk about animals all day. At the end of camp, I was kinda sad to know I wouldn't be seeing him every day. You see, I developed a small crush on Mason, even though he was a very good boy. I really have grown up. Promise to write to me every week?
I will.
And when I went back home, I also showed the pictures to my parents, and they apologized for not believing me before. Even my zoo privileges were reinstated, and I could visit anytime I wanted. Mom, Dad, I want to be a vet, and I think I want to change schools. I've looked up a few where they start vet courses in high school.
That sounds like a good idea, and it's a very fitting job for you, sweetheart.
Things were going well, except that Mason didn't really stay in touch, which made me kind of sad. I was both excited and nervous on my first day in my new school. I didn't know anyone, and I wasn't the best at making friends. Just then, someone came and sat next to me.
Hi, Tina.
Mason, hi! You're in my class?
Or you're in mine. Either way, we're both here. Listen, I meant to stay in touch, and things have just been crazy. I'll tell you all about it, but first, I really missed you.
I missed you too. Guess I didn't have to start from scratch after all. Hi, my name is Allison, but everyone calls me Allie. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, my parents were real-life superheroes. They didn't fly or shoot laser beams out of their eyes, but they saved lives daily. They both worked for Doctors Without Borders, and they traveled to remote villages worldwide to provide the best medical care. Sometimes they'd even fall sick themselves, but that never stopped them from helping people. And I wanted to be just like them. Once when I was 6, my nanny took me to the park and I saw a little girl crying. She told me her puppy got off its leash and ran away. I felt so bad for her that we stayed there for 4 hours looking for it until we finally found it. Thank you so much. You're my hero. I felt so proud to be like my parents, even if it was just a little. And growing up, I took every opportunity to do so. Other than the fact that my parents were gone for months, my life was kind of perfect. And I had everything I could ever want. But in the 10th grade, everything changed forever. One afternoon, I was in my room watching some MSA videos on YouTube when my parents returned from a trip to Venezuela. As I hugged them, I noticed a girl my age standing behind them. She was small and thin, and she held a cane as a walking stick. She also wore very large headphones and looked bored. My parents welcomed her in and then turned to me.
Honey, this is Gabriela from Venezuela.
We adopted her.
She's your new sister. We know this will be an adjustment, but just think of this as the new chapter for us as a family.
What the heck? An adjustment? This was a bombshell. You didn't think to mention it before now?
¿Qué estás diciendo? Está hablando demasiado rápido.
Does she speak any English? How am I supposed to, talk to her?
Puedo hacerle un dibujo si eso ayudaría. She wants to draw you a picture.
Gabriela pulled out a small notepad and drew a picture of a girl riding a cow?
Ya. La niña soy yo y la vaca eres tú.
She pointed to the cow and then to me. Then she pointed to the girl and back at herself. Did she just call me a cow?
No, she's just excited for you guys to play with each other.
We didn't even have an extra room, so it turned out she'd be sharing mine. My parents had lost their minds. Here, you should take my bed, and the mattress might not be that comfy.
Gracias, hermana. Si te sientes incómoda, ni siquiera me importa.
You're welcome, I guess. On Monday, my parents enrolled Gabriela in my school. I had to babysit her the entire day. I was late to every class because she couldn't walk very fast, and explaining the situation repeatedly to the teachers was exhausting. It was also hard to communicate with her. And at home, sharing a room with her was awful. I had no privacy And she snored. I hugged my pillows around my head, but nothing helped. I wanted to scream. When I couldn't take it anymore, I went downstairs to sleep on the couch. I was just about to doze off when I got a text from my boyfriend Trevor. Hey, wanna go out for a walk? I'm outside. We'd met a couple of months ago when we signed up for a karate class, and we'd been inseparable ever since. I quickly got dressed, making sure to be as quiet as a mouse and not wake up anyone. Then I slipped out the window and ran down the driveway. As soon as I saw him, I jumped into his arms. You will not believe the day I've had. Try me. We began walking down the street hand in hand, and I told him everything. By the time I finished my rant, he hugged me and offered to translate for me at school to make things easier with Gabriella. At least someone was on my side. When I got home, I was relieved that everyone was still sound asleep. I peeked over at Gabriella, and I noticed some papers lying underneath the bed. When I checked them, I saw she'd worked on some pretty advanced math equations. She even scribbled out the parts where the teachers had made mistakes. Wow, this girl was a genius. Suddenly, I had an idea. The school hosted a huge math whiz competition, and the grand prize was a full scholarship to university. If she won this, she'd be set for life. And if I helped her, maybe we'd be on better terms with each other. The next day, I signed her name up and looked for her everywhere to tell her the news. I finally found her on the playground with Trevor. When I came over, Trevor put his arm around me, and suddenly her face dropped. Okay, good, you've met. Babe, I need you to tell her some amazing news for me. I excitedly told him everything, and before he even finished translating, Gabriella exploded. Hiciste qué? Wait, was she mad? Why are you butting into my business? Shut the front door. So wait, you suddenly speak perfect English? Why have you been trying to lie to us this whole time? Gabriella suddenly looked so mean. Just to bother you, because I can? And how dare you sign me up for something without even asking me? I was just trying to do something nice for you. Well, stop. I don't need anything from you. With that, she stormed off. And I was shocked. I tried to tell my parents that she'd lied about not knowing English, but they were so in love with her, they didn't believe me.
Come on, honey. Why would she do that? I know it's hard for everyone to adjust, but try and be more cooperative, please.
Are you freaking kidding me? Whenever she was around them, she acted all sweet and innocent. But every time they left the room, she was a totally different person. Your parents didn't believe you, did they? Gosh, they're so stupid. Hey, don't talk about them like that after everything they've done for you. So what? Now they're some kind of heroes and I should worship them for saving a poor little girl like me? Well, I didn't ask for it. They just did it to feel good about themselves. As she walked off, I was stunned. This girl was really something, and she seemed to hate us all. I had to find a way to show my parents the truth. At school, I noticed that Gabby would often sneak off during lunch, so I decided to follow her one day and see what she was up to. I found her sitting in the music room by the piano. She was playing a soft tune, and I had to admit, she was really good. That's beautiful. What do you want? Answers, mostly. An apology would be nice too. You're not getting one. Can you please leave me alone? Why are you hiding out here? It's quiet, and people don't stare at me or pity me. Just then, she winced in pain, and I saw her rubbing her leg. Does it hurt a lot? All the time, but I don't want to talk about it. Okay, fine. And listen, I'm sorry for butting in about this competition, but I've seen your work, and you could actually win this thing. Think about your future. Don't do it for anyone else. Why do you even care? Believe it or not, but I think we're a lot alike. We're both stubborn, headstrong, and not easily scared of a challenge. In a perfect world, we might actually be friends. I doubt it, but I guess getting some independence won't be so bad for me. You've got nothing to lose, right? When the competition came around, Gabriella aced it. She solved all the questions and left everyone else in the dust. My parents, Trevor, and I cheered her on happily as she received her award. And later at dinner, Gabriella even confessed about lying to everyone. I'm really sorry for not being honest. I don't know what came over me. Although Mom and Dad were shocked to hear her perfect English, they accepted her apology happily. They also apologized to me, and I felt so relieved. The next week at school, she was on cloud 9. Everywhere we went, people complimented her. I even noticed her flirting with the school's heartthrob at lunch. I was glad her confidence was so much better, even though I'd noticed she'd been limping more lately. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until one day when I was heading to class and I overheard the guy laughing with his friends.
Being with Gabs is so cool. She's super nice and everything. But what's really cool is that she's doing all of my assignments for me. I'm getting A's for the first time ever. Dude, that's awesome. Maybe I should flirt with her too.
That no-good dirtbag! I needed to tell Gabby before she got hurt. I found her in the library, and to my shock, she was sitting there doing his homework. You need to throw that in the trash. That guy is no good, okay? I overheard the jerk bragging to his friends about how he's got you doing all his homework. So I want to help him. He's nice, and I like him. He's just using you, Gabby. You can't let him treat you this way. Are you telling me he's too good for someone like me? And he couldn't possibly like me for me? No, that's not what because I'm the freak with the disability, right? Why would you even think that? I've been trying every day to bond with you, but you're so difficult. What is your problem? Everything. I hate it here. I'm just this charity case you parade around to tell people how good you all are. You don't really understand me, and I wish I'd never come here. I couldn't believe her. After all this time, I thought we'd gotten past that, but I guess not. Well, if you're so miserable, then go. Who's stopping you? Nobody. Suddenly, Gabriella began to cry, and before I could say anything else, she stormed off. I tried looking for her once I'd cooled down, but I couldn't find her anywhere. I called Trevor, and when I told him what had happened, he came over immediately. I went too far, and I didn't mean it, really. She's just so frustrating.
I think she's just hurting a lot more than she's letting on. Let's go find her.
We searched for hours all over the neighborhood. Soon it started to rain like crazy, and I was so worried about her. But we finally found her sitting in the park. She was drenched and shivering like crazy, so I quickly wrapped my jacket around her. I'm not sure what's going on with you, but I think it has less to do with me and more to do with this. I picked up her cane. Gabby looked at me with tears in her eyes. It's so unfair. I'll never be a normal girl like you. That's not true. Whatever's going on, Gabby, we will handle it together as a family.
Why would you even want me? I'm just a big mess. That's why no one's ever wanted me.
We want you, stupid, but you have to stop pushing us away.
I'm not getting any better. I'm just a huge burden.
No, you're not. You'd know that if you took a second to get to know us. Please, just come home. I held out my hand to her, and when she took it, I hugged her tight. We're a family now. Get used to it. The next day, we took her to the hospital, and after many tests, Gabby was diagnosed with a rare muscle condition. The doctors started her treatment, and she had to be at the hospital for a few weeks. I stayed by her bedside every day, refusing to go home until she did.
Don't worry, baby. We'll make sure Gabby gets the best possible treatment. She's going to be fine.
She still needed months of physiotherapy, but we could finally take her home. Mom and Dad had decorated the living room with a huge sign that said, "Welcome home." Trevor was also there, and a few friends she'd made at school. Gabby looked so shocked when she saw everyone, and I could tell that she hadn't expected such a big welcome. Thank you all for this. I guess I will just have to learn to live with you all being so annoyingly affectionate. Yeah, that's how we roll. And you're stuck with us for good now. I think I like the sound of that very much.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. Hi, I'm Layla from New York. Before I tell you the rest, don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a perfect family. I grew up in one of the most expensive penthouses in all of New York City. We had a personal chef, designer clothes, everything. My dad was the president of a huge company, and he loved my mom and I more than anything in the world. We had it all. But when I was 5, my life turned upside down when my mom left, and my dad started spending all his time at work, and a few years later, he married Gwendolyn, who was some random supermodel, and they started jetting off to exotic cities for her work every weekend. At first, I
hated how they left all the time. I even tried going with them once.
All packed up for the trip, Daddy.
Oh, Layla, you didn't really think you were coming with us, did you?
Tomorrow's my 7th birthday.
Right. The housekeepers will make you the biggest cake you've ever seen.
Toodaloo! But as I got older, I got used to them being gone for weeks, and eventually, I totally loved it. Who needed actual parents when you had their credit card? An empty house meant having epic karaoke parties, movie marathons, and makeover parties whenever I wanted. My parents didn't care as long as no one broke anything that cost more than $10,000. Having the best party house in an elite private school was like being royalty among royalty. Oh my god, Layla, your party this weekend was incredible! When's the next one? Don't think I didn't see you break my stepmom's favorite vase. For you, there won't be a next one. Like any queen bee, I had to keep my hive in line. And most importantly, I had to have a super hot king by my side. So I had a boyfriend, Jackson, who was the heir to a massive family fortune.
Hey, babe, want to take my dad's helicopter to the Bahamas this weekend?
Ooh, the Bahamas. Should we ask our parents?
Good one.
We even won prom king and queen 2 years in a row. I mean, it's not like it was a surprise. Life was totally perfect. But when I was 17, everything changed. Jackson was driving me home from dinner one night, and we got into the dumbest argument. He was always throwing tantrums.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. He was turning to run when a huge gust of wind blew his hood off. I immediately noticed this huge scar on his forehead. Luckily, the alarm must have called the police. The flashing lights and sirens sent him running. I told the officers everything. They dropped me off at home. Jackson didn't take my call, and I had to sleep with all the lights on. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of someone banging on my door. It must be Jackson, begging for forgiveness. Surprise, surprise. You better have a whole bouquet of flowers for me. You're not Jackson. 2 giant men in dark suits with gold badges were standing at my door.
FBI, Layla, you need to come with us now.
Is this about last night? I told the police everything.
The man you saw is some psycho who's connected to robberies all over the city, and he's extremely dangerous. We've already contacted your parents. With your family's high profile, we're putting you in witness protection.
Witness protection? Doesn't that only happen in movies?
You'll be living with a new family in a discreet location until he's captured.
He barely saw me. My dad will never allow this. Dad? Wait, what? Can't you just come home to protect me? Apparently, Gwendolyn signed all the paperwork and sent it to the FBI that morning without even asking me first. You can't do this to me. I wasn't even allowed to say goodbye to my friends or take my phone. And I dozed off in the car until we pulled up to a small house in the desert. A woman and a little girl stood at the door waving and holding up a handmade sign. Eunice? Who is Eunice?
Welcome home. Miss Celia will tell you everything you need to know from here. Good luck.
Walking into the house felt like the beginning of a nightmare. Everything was so old. Even the floorboards were creaking under my feet.
I know this is probably a lot for you, Eunice, but we're here to make you feel like home.
Okay, but where's the rest of your house?
I can't believe I have a pretty big sister.
Don't mind Amy. She's only 5 and she is excited to meet you. I'm sure you're exhausted, but I was instructed to change your hair tonight. You need to be unrecognizable, Eunice.
Are you kidding? I just got highlights. And please stop calling me Eunice. My name is Layla.
Sorry, sweetheart, but according to your new identity, your name is Eunice. You're my niece who just moved here from a farm, and you have short green hair.
Cool. I love green hair.
I'm gonna be sick.
Hopefully not too sick. You have to start school tomorrow.
After hours of sobbing, I had no choice but to let Celia destroy my hair. Before school the next morning, Celia printed out a schedule and told me about my new identity. Whoa. AP Trigonometry Chess Club? You'll do great.
Oh, and I packed you a sandwich for lunch. It's probably nothing as fancy as you're used to, but I think I make a mean PB&J.
The best sandwich.
Oh, and here's your phone. Don't try to sneak any texting to friends. It's only programmed to call me.
A flip phone?
Have a great first day.
As if that wasn't enough, the students all looked so weird. Not a single person was wearing designer clothes. I guess I wasn't either. I shut the locker and jumped when I saw a tall guy with glasses and a plaid sweater standing right in front of me. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Edward. Eunice, right?
Yeah, I am. How did you know?
I'm the chess team captain. I heard we were getting a new student today, and you're the only person here I don't recognize. Small town.
I don't need a greeting committee. I won't be staying long.
Whoa, sorry. I thought I'd help the new girl, but if you've got it all figured out, I'll see you later.
Great start, Eunice. If the nerds already hated me, I wouldn't dare try my luck with the popular girls. I ate lunch in the bathroom, alone. This is all Jackson's fault. I was so furious that I spent the rest of the day in a daze, thinking about getting out and seeking my revenge. The final school bell snapped me out of it. Time for the worst part.
We have a new member. Everyone, this is Eunice. She'll be my partner today. Earth Eunice, you go first.
Oh, right. Okay. I bumped a random piece up on the board.
I don't know what chess was like where you're from, but you can't do that.
My aunt made me join. I really don't care about this.
Well, we care, and I don't have time for someone who doesn't want to be here.
Fine, whatever. I stormed out and looked for a phone booth since I couldn't use my own phone. There had to be a way to get out of here. I thought about calling Jackson or my dad until I realized they're the ones who got me here in the first place. Jackson abandoned me on the sidewalk, and Dad just straight up abandoned me. I gave up and went back home.
I had the best day at school. We got to play outside, and I saw a rock that was bigger than my head.
Okay, what about you? Did you make any new friends? Nope, but maybe a couple of enemies. I told Celia that I didn't want to go to chess anymore. Although, seeing them all play did remind me how fun it was to play with my dad. Did I just call chess fun? One day, I was walking to the bathroom for another sad PB&J, but someone was blocking the door. Edward, you know this is the girls' bathroom, right?
I just wanted to make sure you knew that it wasn't the cafeteria, since you eat lunch here every day. Small school, people talk.
Well, that was humiliating. What do you want? Surprisingly, he apologized for being so harsh on the first day. He even offered me to join him for lunch, where they play chess as well. I never thought I'd say it, but it was way better than eating alone in a bathroom. Edward even walked me home after school, and I saw Celia spying at us through the window before he dropped me off. Someone's making friends.
Does he want to have a play date with me?
I'll ask him. Edward and I started spending more time together, and it was fun. And I started to look forward to school, and I had to admit, it was nice not having friends who only looked for status and where I had to dress up like I was going to a fashion show every day. And once, as I prepared to leave for school, I saw Celia braiding Amy's hair, and it reminded me of my mom. I gathered myself and took my bag to leave.
Okay, bye, Mom.
Bye, before I knew it, Celia was hugging me. I'm sorry. My tears are getting your shirt wet. It's just that my real mom was the last person to actually take care of me. We don't have the nicest things, but we have a lot of love to give, and we love you.
Yeah, you're my sister.
I pulled Amy in with us. I could have stayed there all day. I was so happy. Even in school, after weeks of practicing with Edward, we were finally ready to have a real match. I asked Celia if he could come over to play at the house after school. The FBI agent said as long as I kept my cover up, it was fine.
Hi, Edward. We heard a lot about you.
I cleared off the table for you guys to play. Edward, are you staying for dinner? I don't know why that made me nervous, or why my mind suddenly flashed to Jackson. Please, does Jackson deserve loyalty after what he did? Yeah, he will stay for dinner. Edward beat me, of course, but the real fun was watching him with Amy during dinner.
Rock, paper, scissors!
I win.
Was he always this cute? After dinner, Celia let us walk to get ice cream so Edward could show me around more. He wanted me to see the fountain he made wishes in as a kid, but right as we were about to throw coins in, something stopped me. Wait, do you hear that? There's a rustling sound. Edward stepped in front of me, and that's when I saw a dark figure, and my heart raced with anticipation of the man with the scar to come out and... Jackson? What are you doing here?
Layla, I felt terrible for what I did, so I came to rescue you. You're not safe here.
You know this guy? Wait, why is he calling you Layla?
Well, I'm not really allowed to tell you. Is this real? My ex-boyfriend and I don't even know what.
Quick, read this. Someone dropped it at my door a few days ago, and I've been looking for you ever since.
Tell Layla I found out her new identity. I know all about the mom and the little girl, and I will find her. He found me, the psycho with the scar.
I hired an investigator to find you. The FBI said we could fly to one of my dad's islands until it was safe. The helicopter is waiting.
I'm never one to run from a fight, but what about Celia and Amy and Edward? As long as I was here, they were in danger too. I'm sorry, Edward. I have to go. Jackson grabbed my hand and we ran. I couldn't bring myself to look back. Before I knew it, we landed in front of one of Jackson's beautiful island mansions.
Ah, look at you. You need a proper makeover, and these green hairs look like snot. You belong to me. Yeah, I mean here, not in some middle of nowhere loser town.
I think I need to lie down. Jackson got me new clothes, fixed my hair, and even brought his personal chef to cook us 5-star meals. Wasn't this what I had been missing? So why did I keep thinking about Celia and those silly peanut butter sandwiches?
You could at least say thank you. I'm basically your hero.
I didn't really mind living there, you know.
Very funny.
Our dinner was interrupted by someone pounding on the door. Jackson jumped out of his chair to look out the window.
Oh no. FBI, open the door.
FBI? What did you do? He tried to block me, but I pushed past him to open the door.
Good, you're safe. Celia thought something terrible happened to you. We've been looking for you for days along with your dad. We asked him to wait for you at home.
But Jackson said I showed them the letter.
Miss, the man you identified has been on trial for a few days. We were waiting until he was in prison to tell you it was safe to return. There's no way he could have written that letter without us knowing.
I can explain.
Jackson, you ruined everything again. I had a family who cared about me, friends who wanted me for more than just parties. Why do you even care? You got me into this mess.
Because no one walks away from me! Only I can decide that! I am Jackson St. Germain! I always get what I want, and I still want you!
Walked away? I was in witness protection. I didn't even have a phone. You're insane. The agents had to put Jackson in handcuffs to put an end to one of his famous tantrums. Get him out of here. The FBI told everyone I was safe and took me back to my penthouse in New York. Walking through the empty rooms, I thought about Celia and Amy, and I suddenly understood the difference between a house and a home.
My baby, Layla, I'm so sorry for not being here with you all this time. I can't go back to the time that has passed. I know I was so focused on work because I was trying not to miss your mom, and I didn't realize how much you had grown up. You look just like your beautiful mom, and when I got to know that you were in the witness protection program, I used all my connections to find the scumbag bandit as soon as possible. And when I found out you'd gone missing, I realized what a terrible father I am.
Oh, Dad, you'll always be my dad, but I really want to go back to finish high school with Celia. My dad accepted as long as I had a bodyguard for protection. There's just one thing I had to do before going home. Driver, can you please make a stop at the local jail?
You better tell them to let me out! Tell them it's a mistake!
I cut him off with a well-deserved slap across the face. Clearly, he hadn't learned any lessons yet, but he was super rich. I knew he'd be bailed out in no time, but not by me. Bye, Jackson. It was time to reveal my big plan. Layla, it's beautiful. I took Celia and Amy's blindfolds off and revealed a brand new house by the fountain in the park. My dad wanted to make up for his absence, so he paid to build a big house with everything the three of us could need. And yeah, I did ask for a walk-in closet. A girl can only change so much.
Do I have a playroom?
You have two.
Wow!
I still can't believe your name is actually Layla, and you did all this just for some chess-playing nerds in a small town.
Don't flatter yourself too much. It was for all you nerds in this beautiful small town. Let's head inside. I'm kind of craving a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
On a hiking trail one day, I caught sight of a boy in the distance all by himself, and my heart stopped. Why was he so close to the edge of the cliff? It seemed like he would fall over any minute. I dashed forward and pulled him away. We both fell to the ground. Our eyes locked for a second, but I quickly backed away. What'd you do that for? I thought you were gonna go over. I was just trying to take a picture of a really rare butterfly. Thanks for ruining it. I said I was sorry and brushed the grass off myself. Just as I was about to walk away, he suddenly took my hand. Hey, getting to see your eyes up close was kind of worth it. I'm Jack, by the way. Oh, my heart. He let go of my hand abruptly, and I could see a girl coming over like a raging bull towards us. What do you think you're doing? Stay away from him. I couldn't forget that moment for a week. Hi, my name is Rubina, and it was my first day at my fancy new high school. My parents had moved from Pakistan a long time ago and now owned a restaurant. I wanted nothing more than to become a chef, but they wouldn't hear of it. I had to be a doctor. They didn't move all the way to America for me to be a cook. As I walked into class with Clara, I froze when I saw the boy from the trail and his annoyingly pretty girlfriend. No. He obviously didn't remember me, but maybe she did, because she hated me from the moment I came in. Elena was one of those perfect girls with perfect hair who knew all the answers and never got less than an A, and all she could talk about was how she was going to Harvard like her daddy and granddaddy. She also felt so threatened by the new smart kid in class. That's me. I could tell that she didn't like that I had guys flocking around me. A boy from class told me the other day that I looked so exotic. He wanted to know all about where I was from. Another one said he wished he could move to Pakistan if all the girls were as gorgeous as me. Geez, why don't you guys just all move there? I don't even know why you're jealous. The only boy I want is with you. Which leads us to my first ever B+ on a math test. It was hard to focus with Jack in class. My parents were furious. It was like I'd brought dishonor to our entire family. When I was your age, I walked 20 miles to school every day with a heavy backpack. You have everything you could want, princess. Getting good grades is the least you can do. And don't turn out like your sister. That girl has given us nothing but grief. I sighed. We didn't talk about Fariel much, unless it was to give an example of what not to do. She'd become a model and gone off with her loser boyfriend. I missed having her around, though. It was cultural day at school, and I was so excited to be wearing my traditional clothes and sharing some food from back home. I'd cooked up a secret family recipe. When I walked into class that day, I had girls gasping at how pretty my clothes were. Of course, Elena loudly announced that she thought I looked really weird. I think it's actually a pretty cute look, babe. You should try it out sometime. I'm sure Rubina would be happy to help. The vein on Elena's head looked like it was gonna pop. During recess, we joined tables in class and were about to share the food we'd brought. Suddenly, I found myself tripping and falling face forward. I stared around in horror. Everything was on the floor, and I was a mess. Claire helped me up, but one look at Elena's smug face, and I knew she was behind it. I was so furious and embarrassed, I just walked out. I grabbed my things from my locker and decided to go home. I just walked a block away from school when I heard someone call out to me, "Jack." "I'm so sorry for what happened, Rubina. I just wanted to make sure you were okay." He hugged me and I cried some angry tears into his shoulder. I pulled away, but he was still holding me by the waist. "You're the girl from the trail, right?" "Yes, yes, yes!" I knew it was you. I couldn't forget those green eyes, like deep pools covered with algae. You know, the green stuff. "Jack, you're really bad at this." He laughed too, and he leaned in to kiss me. The universe had conspired to make this moment happen. I gotta fix things with Elena first. I'll call you soon, okay? I almost skipped with joy on my way home. You know how rare it is to find your soulmate? This was fate. And then I got struck by lightning. I had no idea that most people survive being struck by lightning, and I was one of them. I opened my eyes and there were lots of lights and people talking around me, and a guy with a really worried face. I slipped away again. I woke up and had no idea where I was. This wasn't my room. Where were all my boy band posters? "Oh, thank God you're awake. How are you feeling?" Blank. "That's what I'm feeling, stranger. Who are you? And where am I?" He looked shocked, and he told me that lightning had struck me yesterday, and he explained that he was my boyfriend Jimmy, and I was at our apartment. Had this lunatic kidnapped me? I was beginning to freak out. I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in and told him I needed to see my parents. I heard him talking on the phone to someone. I turned to the mirror, and I screamed. Why did I look so much older? OMG, were those lines starting to show under my eyes? And what was that? A white hair? Just then, I heard a knock on the door and a familiar voice. "Open up, Rubina, it's Fariel." I opened the door and my sister hugged me tight. She also looked so much older than I remembered. What had happened to the hot model? "She remembers you. She doesn't have any idea who I am." Okay, I was feeling sorry for this dude because he looked really hurt and he seemed nice, but what was going on? "Rubina, what's the last thing you remember?" "I remember kissing Jack and going home from school." They took me to the doctor, and after much questioning, it turned out that I had lost all my memories for the last 10 years. I was stuck feeling like I was still 17 because I didn't remember anything from my life after that. But I was actually 27 now. The doctor said my amnesia could go away on its own, but they couldn't be sure. Fariel decided to take me to her place since I didn't feel comfortable with Jimmy. He looked really sad as he put my bags in her car and said he'd come and see me soon with picture albums. Maybe those would help jog my memory a bit? I had so many questions. Where were Mom and Dad? Fariel told me they'd gone out of business 2 years ago and had decided to move back to Pakistan. I was devastated by that news. I loved that restaurant. Fariel said she'd left her boyfriend many years ago and fixed things with Mom and Dad and moved back into our house. She was still living there after they'd left. Of course I remembered this place. This was home. The door was opened by a very silky 13-year-old girl. Fariel introduced her as her daughter, Sidra. "Mom, I know who she is. We meet like every weekend." "Yes, sweetie, but Auntie doesn't know who you are anymore. Her brain's gone a bit mushy." The next day was just as crazy as I tried to understand what had happened all these years. Apparently, I'd gone to med school and graduated with flying colors, and I had my own clinic now. That was so lame. I was supposed to be a chef. I talked to Mom and Dad on Skype, and they said they'd come and see me as soon as they could get a flight. By the way, Mom, do you remember me dating a guy called Jack in high school?" "I don't remember, Baita." The word Baita means kid in my language. It's something Mom will probably keep calling me even when I'm a grandma. "Maybe you kept it a secret from me?" That was entirely possible. I said the connection was dropping and hung up. What had happened to me and Jack? Hadn't he broken up with Elena after that magical, life-changing kiss? Jimmy came by the next morning with a pile of photo albums. As he walked me through all the birthdays and trips, I could see him looking at my face, hoping I would remember something. He really had such warm, kind eyes. I felt awful disappointing him. "Why don't you leave these here and I'll look through them again?" He smiled sadly and said he'd come again later. Oh, I almost forgot. Here's your phone. You forgot it the other day. Yes, that's what I needed. And I found a Jack on my phone. My hands were shaking as I dialed the number. Turned out it was Jack the plumber, who'd fixed the pipes in our place last month, apparently. Great. I didn't have Claire's number either. I wanted to catch up with her, and if anyone knew what had happened between me and Jack, it would be her. I searched for both of them on Facebook, but they didn't seem to have accounts. No one uses Facebook that much anymore, Aunt Rubina. I've been telling you since forever to make an Insta account. Why was this 13-year-old weirdo calling me auntie? Then I remembered that I wasn't actually 17 and that she was my niece. Whatever. Fine, if you insist, set up this Insta account for me. She rolled her eyes and took my phone. A few minutes later, I had a profile on Instagram, and we found both Jack and Claire there. I sent them both invites and spent the whole day checking my phone. Thank God Cedra had shown me this awesome channel, my story animated. I laughed and cried over the stories all day while I waited. As I was about to go to sleep that night, I got a notification. Jack had accepted my invite. How is it possible that he was even cuter now? And I couldn't see any wife or girlfriend. I left him a message saying I'd like to meet. Almost instantly, I got a reply. Hey, never thought I'd hear from you again. I'd love to catch up. Meet me at the Starbucks on 5th Avenue? How was I going to sleep tonight? Just then, I got a WhatsApp message from Jimmy. Good night. I started going through all our previous conversations, and it seemed like he really loved me. It made me feel kind of warm and fuzzy inside, but I couldn't remember that feeling of loving him. I woke up feeling so excited about meeting up with Jack. I had to decide what to wear. Yuck. Why did being 27 mean that I only had boring clothes? Where were the ripped jeans and cute crop tops? I remembered Ferial saying that some of my old stuff was in the attic, so I went up hoping to find something there. And I did. This was perfect. It was the dress I was wearing the day Jack and I kissed. He'd loved it, and maybe I'd get lucky again. Okay, so I had to beg Cedra to zip me up while I held my breath, but I still looked good. My heart was racing as I walked into the coffee shop. He looked up and smiled, and I was spellbound again. He got up and kissed me on the cheek and said I hadn't changed at all. I really haven't, Jack. He asked why I'd wanted to reconnect after all this time, and I told him my whole crazy lightning story. I'm just trying to remember things. What happened between us? He looked really surprised that I'd forgotten everything. Well, I broke up with Elena and asked you out, and we dated for a year. It was really special. He said when I was going off to med school, we'd decided long distance was going to be too hard, so we went our own ways. I felt heartbroken. How could I have possibly let my soulmate get away? He took my hand and said he'd felt so good hearing from me. He wanted to see me again. And of course I said yes. Maybe this was fate's way of letting us have another chance. He walked me back home, and just as he was about to leave, he turned around. I've been wanting to do this again for so long. And he pulled me in for a long kiss, leaving my head spinning. As I snuggled up on the couch to become Jack's cyberstalker, I realized Claire still hadn't added me. I looked her up on Google and found out where she worked. She was a partner at some big law firm. I called her workplace, and the secretary put me through. A few seconds later, I instantly recognized Claire's voice as she asked who was speaking. Hi, Fancy Pants Claire, it's Rubina. Remember your best friend? Suddenly, there was complete silence, and then she just hung up. What on earth? The doorbell rang. Someone had sent a bouquet of white lilies for me. I'd always loved lilies. I read the note. Hey, would you like to come over to my place for dinner tonight? I'd like you to get to know me again. Let me know. Jimmy. Man, this was getting confusing. I mean, Jack had just kissed me and asked me out, and here was my real boyfriend, and he was just so sweet, and it was just dinner, right? I texted him and said I'd be there. When Jimmy opened the door, I couldn't help thinking he looked really cute all dressed up. And here I was in Cedra's t-shirt. We walked out to the balcony to have a candlelit dinner for two. This was definitely a date. When he placed the food on the table, I cried out in surprise. OMG, how did you know that's like my favorite thing in the world? Of course I know. I learned the recipe from your mom ages ago. Boy, did he know how to make his way into a Pakistani girl's heart. It was just really fun and easy talking to him. I didn't even realize how quickly the time had gone by. Want to dance? I don't know if you remember this, but you love dancing. I always have. As he pulled me close and we slow danced under the stars, I could feel my heart racing. Why did he smell so nice? I kind of really wanted him to kiss me. Trying to distract myself, I said that it was really weird that my best friend Claire seemed to be avoiding me. He suddenly stopped short. You mean Claire from your high school? You've told me about her. You guys haven't spoken to each other since you graduated. I was really surprised. Why? You said you caught her and your boyfriend kissing at the graduation party. I pulled back horrified. What? I told Jimmy I had to go and ran out of there before he could stop me. I cried all the way home. How could my best friend who knew everything do this? How could Jack? The next day I stormed off to the car dealership he told me he owned. He looked really surprised to see me. Hey babe, I thought we were meeting I slapped him hard on the cheek. You kissed my best friend and you tried to fool me because I couldn't remember stuff? Babe, listen, that was such a long time ago. Well, what about the ring on your finger now? All of his employees were staring at us in stunned silence. I wish I'd forgotten you even existed. Goodbye, Jack. The stupid boy I'd met on that stupid trail was always a scumbag. When I got back home, I tripped over a suitcase and cried out in joy. Mom and Dad were here. As I sobbed and hugged Mom, I thought she smelled like my favorite things in the world, cinnamon and jasmine. Suddenly I felt dizzy, like my mind was spinning out of control. What was happening to me? It felt like my life was playing out before me. I remembered the graduation party, the first time lightning struck me, and my time at med school. And I'd come back. And on the plane ride home, I'd met Jimmy. They say lightning never strikes the same place twice, but it had. It struck me twice. When I was 17 and when I was 27 years old. The first time nothing happened, but the second time it had hit me, I'd lost all my memories of the last 10 years. But now I remembered everything, and I remembered that I'd found my real soulmate. And he was not a stupid high school crush. He was a real deal. And I had to marry him before he ran away. I told everyone I had to do something really important, and I rushed out. I just had to make one stop on the way. Jimmy looked really surprised to see me at his door. That night when I got struck the second time, I was going to ask you to marry me. I kneeled on the ground and I said, Jimmy, would you marry me? And I handed him the ring I bought before I lost my memory. His jaw dropped open and he said, you remember me. And he just pulled me in tight and hugged me. He said in my ear, there's nothing I want to do more than marry you, Rubina.
People call me the Queen of Entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the Queen of Hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her.
You have a beautiful voice, my baby, just like an angel.
I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir.
Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things.
Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie.
Are you nervous, Ari?
No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least.
Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies.
That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Kat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest-rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, cause if you don't, who else will? When I was born and my father, the chief of our fishing village, looked at me for the first time, he was furious. He went purple in the face and said,
I come from a long line of first sons, and this girl ruined it. You should have given me a boy.
Mom tells me that as he said this, I grabbed a lock of his hair and pulled it. Immediately, he pushed me into my mama's arms and left the room saying,
You've brought shame to me.
I am Maria, and I live in a small village in the eastern part of Brazil. I was the eldest child in my family, and I had a younger brother, Carlos, whom my dad worshipped. He was so proud of him only because he was a boy. But the important thing is that my father was the chief of the village, which means I'm a princess, and I freaking hated it. My parents never wanted me to go to school. But guys, before I continue my story, please know that My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, tell your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. I was always walking around in dangling pieces of gold jewelry and such heavy clothes. Mom was always ordering servants to do my hair or to paint my face and hands and feet, but I never finished any of these beauty sessions. I would always give the maids one of my gold accessories so that they would let me leave. Then I would sneak off to the river where there would be small groups of young boys learning how to read and write. I used to hide in the bushes and listen to the teacher, and that's how I learned how to read and write when I was only 5. Of course, my parents had no idea. When I was 8, my dad thought that all of my mom's hard work had paid off, and I looked really pretty.
Yes, you're still a shame, but thank God at least you're beautiful. I can brag about that.
Then Dad made a new law in the village. If anyone ever wanted to see me, the princess, they had to pay money because, according to him, having a princess is something special, and having a beautiful princess is a blessing that should be paid for. Dad then decided to increase the security of our house and made sure that my face would be covered when any of the village people wanted to visit me to get blessed. People would come to kiss my hands and touch my arms to bring them good luck. One day, a huge, scary-looking woman came and put a piece of paper at my foot and then started saying things like, "Oh la la lol, shonke ton affexe le boo." I looked at her in disbelief and snatched the paper. It said bad things about me, wishing the worst for me. I yelled, "Dad, she wants me to disappear, and you too. She is using black magic to make her daughter the princess." Dad almost fainted and kicked the woman out. He kissed my forehead and said,
"Good job exposing this insane woman. Wait, how did you know how to read the paper?"
I tried to come up with a lie, but I failed.
"You're only a pretty face. No more than that. Do you understand?"
And then he left. Next day, I found out that there were even more security guards everywhere. But 1 year later, I found a new way to continue learning. I demanded some of my visitors to bring me books and stories if they wanted to get my blessings. The women agreed to do that instead of paying. Of course, soon enough, Dad realized that the income had decreased, and he went ballistic.
"What are you up to, idiot?"
"I just want to learn."
"Why? You're a princess and have a pretty face. Isn't that enough?"
"Dad, there is nothing you could do to stop me from learning. I'll always find a way."
"Don't make me do something that I will regret, Maria."
"No, I'm not scared, and you need me more than I need you." Dad looked defeated for a second and left the room. He got back a minute later. He was holding a brush and some colors and white paper.
"Here, a moron from the capital city gave me this present. He said this stuff is used to make art. I'm sure it's something stupid, but a useless girl like you might have fun eating it, or I don't know what people do with these things. Dad, no, I don't want this. You don't have an option. And with that, he left. I put the present aside and never used it until one day, when some of the women ran to kiss my hand, she accidentally pushed the colors aside and they fell down on the white papers. What I saw there made me freeze. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was, I didn't have words for it. And from that day, I started to draw things. I drew myself, my family, and even the women who used to visit. I didn't tell anyone, especially Dad, that I enjoyed drawing because I was sure this jerk would take away anything that might make me happy. Until one day, a young lady came to visit while I was drawing my own picture. I couldn't hide the painting in time, and she was able to see it. She froze. She looked really, and I mean really shocked. My God, what is this thing? I've never seen such a beautiful thing in my life before. Then she got on her knees, put her hands around her head, and started crying. How could this be so beautiful and real? Oh God, I need to tell everyone. And she ran away before I could stop her. Soon enough, more women were coming and looking at my portraits and got the same reaction from everyone. This is new. This is a miracle. This is God's hand. And then she bowed, and other women did the same. Soon enough, the entire village knew about my paintings and came to see my work. I had no idea what was going on. I knew I was doing something new. The entire painting idea was new in my village at that time. It reminded me now of the people's reaction when they saw TVs for the first time. They said it was witchcraft or magic. People took time to process and accept TVs, radios, or any new invention. And the same thing was happening with my paintings in my village. Of course, I now know it's called painting. Back then, we called it marking the paper. But my people didn't panic or get scared. Instead, they fell in love with my portraits, and they never left my house. Dad was furious and came pushing through the crowd, yelling at me, "What do you think you're doing here? Just taking your advice and having fun with your present? And look what you did. People can't stop talking about this. They don't go to work anymore. They just sit around my house all day, asking to see your stupid papers." One of the women shouted, "Don't call her work stupid, or else." Yes, it is stupid. It's something new. Something we never knew about before in this village, but that doesn't mean it's anything special. And don't talk to me like that. I'm your master. You should worship me, not a useless girl like her. And for what? Stupid papers? Papers? Have you even seen my papers, Dad? No. And I'm not even interested. I'm your dad, but they are being too dramatic just because you're their princess and they want to please you. They just want your blessings. That's why they're overreacting. And to answer your question, no, I don't want to see anything here. Then I held the painting of his face and showed it to him. Even if it was yours, Dad? Suddenly, Dad looked like he was about to have a heart attack. His lips started shaking and his eyes teared up. Is that me? What is this? It's... I know, Dad. I'm still looking for that word. Then Dad sat down and asked everyone to bow, and so they did. I just looked at them, and everyone was silently bowing. I waited for them for a minute or two to stand up, but they didn't until I said, "You can stand up, everyone," and they obeyed me. At that exact moment, I knew that I was given great power. I ruled the village. I wasn't sure, though, if Dad was being honest or not. I found out later he was only faking it so people would believe him, and that would give me more power. And to be honest, I did enjoy all the attention. People were making sure I was always comfortable and happy. They even divided the shifts among each other to take care of me. They built a huge palace for me and my family and would give us everything we needed. As I got older, people fell more and more in love with my paintings, and they were certain that I was a miracle child. So by the time I was 14, I took advantage of it. I tried to make changes. I ordered that all girls be enrolled in school, and I changed different laws to achieve equality between women and men. All was perfect. The people loved me and made me their queen, and Dad didn't even protest. That is, until one day, my brother came to my room and sat next to me. "Hey, want me to draw you now? They are ugly." "What are they?" "Your papers. There isn't anything special about them." "When did you start speaking nonsense?" "Nonsense is what's been going on with everybody in this insane village. I never liked your work. I was just a kid and saw everyone being hypnotized, and I acted the same way because I thought it was the right reaction. If I were you, I would keep my opinion to myself." "No. Carlos, don't be stupid. They love me and love my work. What do you think they would do to you if they hear your honest opinion? I'll make sure to end this. I promise." And with that, he left.
The next day, my brother was standing in the village square yelling at everyone, and people started to gather around him. People, it's time to get your sanity back. What's happening here is bad. It is dangerous. Listen to me, my people. I'll save you. I'll enlighten you. I'll free you. The papers of the princess are nothing but art, and art doesn't control people. Art is beautiful, but don't give it more importance than it deserves. Free your minds. Are you out of your mind, kid?
How could he talk about our princess like that? Let's teach him a lesson.
And in seconds, hundreds of people were around Carlos ready to kick his butt, but I yelled, "Stop!" Everyone froze and did what I asked. No one touch him. Carlos, I command you to leave right now. Carlos looked terrified and left the place running. Then to my people I said, "My faithful people, I apologize, and I promise this won't happen again." Then people started cheering and clapping. That night, everyone gathered in front of the palace and they partied until the morning. The more I painted, the crazier people got. They stopped going to work. Children didn't go to school. Women wouldn't stop getting pregnant. They wanted more children to name them after me, to honor me. It was chaos. And for the first time in my life, I realized I had messed up. I had ruined my own village. I ran to Carlos. What should we do? We? Like you and your people? No, like me and the only sane person in this village. Say it again. Who is the genius? I didn't say genius. Fine, you're a genius. Help me. He looked straight into my eyes and whispered, "Run." And where should I go? I mustn't know, or they will make me tell them where you are. That night, I gathered my stuff, my paintings, and a lot of money, and I left. The next morning when I got to the capital, I entered a small store to get some food. When I got to the cashier to pay, I thought for a second, and instead of paying, I held one of my paintings to show him. He looked at me in silence.
Are you okay, kiddo?
Can't you see this?
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, what's the word?
It's okay-ish. Maybe with a little practice, you'll get better. Aren't you going to pay now?
I realized at that moment that the big city was something else. I settled down and started taking painting classes. After a few years, I met someone and we got married and had 5 children. 20 years passed since the day I left my village. One day, I got a phone call saying that my dad had passed away. When I got there, I was scared people might gather around me or go crazy, but nothing happened. I got curious and stopped to ask some people if they recognized me, but they shook their heads until I met an old lady who came running to me and said, "Our princess." You know me? Why aren't you bowing? Why? Oh, you mean because of the paintings. They weren't anything special, honey. You were a princess, and we wanted to please you. We just wanted your blessings. So why did no one look for me after I left? Why would anyone? Listen, we loved you so much, and we respected your decision to go. We had overreacted to your art, and it got out of control. We never wanted you to leave, and people never stopped mentioning you. Even our young kids know you. Is that true? Yes. Watch this. Hey, everyone. This is Princess Maria, the just beloved queen you've all heard about. Then people started gathering around us. Kids were running to hug me, and women started kissing my hand. Oh, Princess Maria. We love you. Our children love you. I hugged them back, and with teary eyes I said, I love you too, all of you. Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy.
Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me?
Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot, but I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him.
How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks! Leave him alone! I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it.
Mom needs that surgery soon.
So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No. Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like, gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then, Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so—
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
Hi everyone, I'm Lexi. Like and subscribe to get the gift you've been wishing for. Growing up, my parents were always super supportive of me and gave me everything I ever wanted. Even though they were self-made millionaires, they still made sure I understood the importance of hard work. But I was kinda bad with money. I had a spending problem, not on myself, only on my friends. I loved to treat my friends with nice things, like picking up the tab at restaurants, and they'd always act so grateful. Little did I know, their niceness was all because of my money. But it all came crashing down one day, and that's when I saw their true faces. When I was 13, my friends asked me to keep watch outside the library, and 10 minutes later, there were loud noises. All of them ran, and I was caught with a bag that had a bunch of firecrackers in it. But I didn't do anything, I swear. Believe me.
She got tricked again? She's so dumb.
I'm standing right here. Miss Cole, please. But none of it worked, and I was sent to detention for an entire week. At first, I was keeping to myself in detention because the kids were all mean. But one day, I was doing my homework when I heard a voice. It was the kid who usually sat there. You have to do it this way. Here. Oh, thank you. You look familiar. Do we know each other? Wow, we're in all the same classes. I'm Zach. Never mind. Sorry, I've been so busy with my friends that I haven't had the chance to meet anyone new. It's fine. Heard they threw you under the bus again. Listen, you've always seemed like a nice girl, despite how naive you are. And Lexi, your money's the only thing your friends care about. Don't be fooled by them again, just because they act all nice to your face. They're barely even nice to my face anymore, to be honest. If they were, I wouldn't be here in detention. That evening, I thought about what Zach had said, and I had to admit, he was right. During that week of detention, Zach and I became friends. That was almost 3 years ago, and our friendship has only grown stronger since. A couple of months before high school, Zach had a major glow up, and all of a sudden, everyone wanted to be my friend for a whole new reason. But for me, he was just Zach, my best friend. I realized the reason I liked Zach so much was because I felt so comfortable around him, and he was so kind to me. Unlike my old friends, he didn't care about money and always split the bill when we went out. He also never let me buy him expensive gifts. He didn't see me as the rich Lexi, but as Lexi, a bro of his. What a weirdo. Zach was such an amazing friend, but little did I know that one day, he would be the one to turn my world upside down. Once, when I got the highest grades in 10th grade, Zach threw me a surprise party with my parents. It was totally awesome. So many huge celebrities were invited, including Iris. I loved her. The party was a blast, and I had an amazing time. Can this day get any better? Turns out, no, it couldn't. But it could get weirder. I was in for the biggest plot twist of my life, like the twist at the end of the movie The Sixth Sense. As I was walking up to my room after seeing off my friends, I heard my parents arguing, which was really weird because they hardly ever fought. No, we can't tell her. What if she leaves? She's my baby. But she has a right to know. We should have given her the letter when she was younger, but we kept putting it off. We can't keep her in the dark forever. It's time. She should know about her real family. Mom? Dad? What are you talking about? Honey, we can explain. Before they could stop me, I snatched the letter off the table, and then my entire world crumbled. Is this real? I'm not your daughter? Of course you're our daughter. You'll always be our baby girl. But it is true that we are not your biological parents. How could you keep this from me? Lexi, we're sorry. This is not how you were supposed to find out. We wanted to tell you sooner, but your mom, birth mom, left that note when she left you and your brother at the orphanage. Brother? I have a freaking brother? What else haven't you told me? Sweetie, please, calm down. You look pale. I think I need to lie down. That was a lot of information for me to take in. 16 years of me living here, and I find out now that I was adopted and have a twin brother who was adopted by another family? I was furious at my parents and refused to talk to them for weeks. When Zach tried to force me to talk to them, I told him everything. How could they do this? You're angry right now, but you have to remember, your parents never let you feel like you weren't their own. The love they have for you, it's real, no matter what it says on a piece of paper. When you calm down, you'll realize how lucky you are. Not everyone is this lucky, Lexi. I know I would give anything to have a family like yours. That made me feel sad for Zach. His parents had split when he was 10, and it had been just his mom and him ever since. And I realized Zach was right. I forgot how much my parents actually loved and cared for me. I rushed to them and apologized. I was determined to find my brother. From the letter, I knew his first name was Mark. I just needed a last name. So I called the orphanage every day to ask for my brother's last name, but they didn't budge. I even asked my dad to make a big donation. Might as well use all this money for some good, but it didn't work. Looks like money can't buy everything, huh? Zach then had the most brilliant idea. He suggested we both volunteer at the orphanage and snoop around for the details. Oh my god, I love you. And your amazing brain. Sorry. Volunteering gave me a new perspective. All these little kids without parents, I was just like them when I was their age. I hoped they'd be lucky enough to find great parents like I did. Of course, I didn't let that distract me from my mission. After a couple of days, I found my way to the file cabinet and searched, jotting down all the last names of every mark that had ever stayed there. But trying to contact each of these marks was more tiring than I thought it would be. Most of them thought I was trying to scam them. It wasn't until Zach pointed out that I realized I could just look for the date of birth for each of these guys, cause duh, we were twins. I know, you don't have to say it. Zach, oh my god, there's 2 of them. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna contact the families right now.
Lexi, wait, take a deep breath. You don't want to just call them and drop the news. Hey, I might be your twin. How about you let me do it? I'll look into it, and before you know it, Mark will show up.
I agreed with him, but I couldn't help feeling anxious for days. What if Mark is in another part of the world? What if he has no idea I even exist? Or worse, what if he hates me? I couldn't eat or sleep properly because the entire thing stressed me out. My parents were sweethearts, though. They tried to calm me down and distract me when we suddenly heard the doorbell. I rushed to open it, only to find Zach standing there with a confused look. Did you find Mark?
I'm still looking, but this guy showed up. Are you Lexi? Wow, it's so crazy to finally meet you. You look just like I expected. I'm getting goosebumps. I'm Mark, your twin brother.
What? I couldn't believe my eyes. My twin, my own brother, was standing here in front of me. I cried and hugged him. You know those heartwarming reunion videos on YouTube? Never thought I'd be one of those people. We had the same hair color, the same eye color. We even laughed the same. But he was much taller and had an English accent. Turns out his adopted family had taken him to the UK, and he came all the way from there to look for me. He showed me the adoption certificate.
My parents told me the truth a year ago, and since then, I've been trying to find you. And a couple of weeks ago, I finally got your address and had to come right away. I had to see my sister. Look, I even have the birth certificate and my adoption papers from the orphanage.
Oh, I'm so glad. You have no idea how much I've looked for you. Mark stayed with us for a couple of weeks, and we did our best to make him feel at home. I showed him around my school, got along with Zach, and best of all, I got to introduce someone as cool as him as my brother. All the girls at school were even drooling over him. It was probably because of the accent. He told me all about his life, the UK, and his projects and fundraisers that he started in order to help as many people as he can. He was like the perfect brother. I was so caught up spending time with Mark that I was losing touch with Zach. Whenever Mark wasn't hanging out with me, he was with Zach. It was like they were long-lost twins, honestly. Zach was always asking Mark questions, and my brother seemed to enjoy talking to him. Are you in love with my brother?
What? No, why?
You keep following him around like a lovesick puppy. What's going on?
It's nothing like that. It's just something doesn't smell right about him.
Is that jealousy I'm detecting? Don't worry, Zach. There's one girl always on your side. Me, your best friend.
No thanks. But seriously though, something's off.
I know, I've kind of been MIA. I've just been trying to make up for lost time with my brother. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you, Zach. But Zach continued to follow Mark more than usual, even at home. One day, I caught him snooping around Mark's stuff, and I confronted him, asking why he was so obsessed with him.
Because I don't trust him. I don't want you getting hurt.
Zach, I finally have my brother after years. If you care about me, just let this go, please.
But I'm not lying.
Over the next few days, Zach stopped coming over, and Mark and I spent more time catching up. It was stressful fighting with my best friend, but at least I was having fun with my brother. We went out to fancy restaurants and on expensive shopping trips. Mark offered to pay, but I insisted every time. I was so happy to finally have him in my life that I figured buying him nice things was the least I could do. Well, he was always talking about the fancy cars in our garage, walked in and out of Dad's walk-in closet, and was so excited to see his watch collection. Apparently, he was a huge fan of fancy watches. And weirdly, he knew the price of everything. Like once he saw a painting by a famous artist at home and told me he could guess the exact price. And he did. I did find it a little weird, but I was just focusing on the part that I had my brother back. A couple of days later, as I was relaxing and enjoying my weekend, Zach stormed into the house. Before anyone could process what was happening, Zach punched Mark and the two boys were in a full-blown fight. It took all of Dad's strength to pull Zach off of Mark. What is wrong with you? Have you completely lost it?
Lexi, you're not Lexi's brother, Mark. You're a con artist, and I have proof. Look, he's been doing this to a bunch of rich families. He finds families that have a missing son or brother and pretends to be them, just to scam them and use all their money. Someone from the orphanage tipped him off about you, and he jumped on the chance to scam you. That is nonsense. I am your real brother, Lexi. Believe me, he's just trying to get your money. Oh, that's rich coming from you.
Both of you, shut up! Zach, you're unbelievable! I asked you to let this go!
For the last time, he is not your brother. I am.
Of course you are. You're not just my best friend, Zach, but I also see you as a brother figure. But you're obsessed with Mark. This has to stop. Please.
I meant your real, biological twin brother. That's me, not him. I know it sounds insane, but
it does sound insane. This has gone too far now. I just can't.
Lexi, you're my best friend. You have to believe me. You know I wouldn't lie about something like this. The day you showed me the names of the adoptive parents, I was shocked because my dad's name was there. Henry Duckstein. That was the name of my adoptive dad. After my parents divorced, I took my mom's last name.
Yes, last name. The paper said my brother's name was Mark.
Exactly. This man is an imposter.
Shut up!
My adoptive parents named me Zach. I confirmed with Mom too. That's when things started to shape up, but I didn't want to get my hopes up until I had proof.
And did you find proof?
Got a DNA test done. It's a match. Lexi, you're my twin sister. The moment I got this report, I came here right away.
I felt like my mind was racing. It was a lot to take in. Why? How could you? I trusted you.
Come on.
Before the jerk could spew more lies, I gave him a tight slap that definitely rang his ear. He looked like he was about to run away, but then Zach and my dad tackled him. Moments later, police were at the door. Zach had reported this imposter Mark before coming over. He was arrested, and I was left too shocked to understand what the heck just happened. It took me a couple of days. Okay, I'm lying. It took me a couple of weeks to come to terms with the reality, and once my head was clear, I went straight to Zach's, my brother's place, and the moment he opened the door, I hugged him tight. I can't believe I was so blind. I'm sorry for not listening to you. I love you, Zach. You're the best brother, best friend, best everything a girl could ever ask for.
It's all good, Lexi. I'm always here for you, no matter what. I mean it.
Brother and sister share a strong bond. When they're together, they can win any battle. Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door.
Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed.
Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, we'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home.
Take me back. This is whack.
I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch.
Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister.
Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross.
She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her.
Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on.
Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled, but we have to learn to accept her.
Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills.
Girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school.
Public school?
No! Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat.
Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she is our maid.
No, she is our maid.
Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and well, I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah.
After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer. Just a bit. 'Cause we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news.
We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that?
The baby came and my parents were so happy.
A beautiful little boy. Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam.
I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat.
Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere?
I played with Sam every day.
You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands?
Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter. When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time. That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance. But it's not my fault.
I told you so.
Told me what?
That the brat was a bad idea.
It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here. You can't just leave me with this thing. Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door.
No, get away. Leave me alone. Help.
I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy. I can't take it. Please, come back home. I thought you hated me. I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet. Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby. Please, I'll do anything. Just come back home. Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say when I ask. No way. I'm not your maid. You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant. That's even worse. Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl.
Are you crazy? I can't take this.
Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold mom's ring to his friend. I'll give it to you for $50. $40. Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead.
We came because our parents have leukemia.
Oh my God. No. She means anemia. No, I think I meant amnesia. They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled. Get out! Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things. Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes. Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me. Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV. Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes.
Get them, my pretties.
A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house.
So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before. Thank God, I hated being poor. Now I can go to a fancy college. Only the best for my daughter. A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh shoot, I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother. So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow? Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date. Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then. He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow? Sounds like a good place to start. Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guys started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. Are you okay? What's going on? I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself. Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave. Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change. Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him. You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine. Have you seen his face? He said he got hurt during football practice. Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood. You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today? I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine, and my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself. Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision. What? You're going to California? That's across the country. I need you here, Les. No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change. Leslie, please. You're all I have. You've got Mom and Dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore. But you're my big sister, and I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time. Hey there, I'm Sandra from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I live in Rome, but I couldn't see anything of this beautiful city for years. Ever since my dad ran away when I was only 8 years old, my mom locked me up in my room for no reason. You should have been home 2 minutes ago, young lady. Your bracelet doesn't match your school uniform. I told you to brush your teeth in circles. Phew. She never told me why Dad went away or where he was.
not even if he was still alive. But I can tell she loved him very much. Maybe she locked me away because I reminded her of him. I don't know. She barely looked at me when having breakfast in the morning, and when I came home from school, she immediately found a reason to send me up to my room. And stay there. I began to blame myself for Dad's absence and Mom's bad mood. Maybe I made so many mistakes in the past that he couldn't take it anymore and he just ran away from us. I was so insecure that I didn't talk to anyone in school. And when somebody talked to me, hey, what's up? It took me so long to think about the right answer that people thought I was mocking them and eventually stopped talking to me at all. My mom didn't have to send me up to my room anymore. I went there all by myself and stayed there the whole day. Maybe Mom was disappointed, but now she just dropped breakfast on the floor in front of my room and disappeared into her own room to work at the computer. I never felt so sad in my life until one day I spilled my tea on my bed and took away the mattress to blow dry it. What's this? It was a poem, and my dad wrote it, for me. I just couldn't believe it. The poem was quite sad, but I felt happier than I ever had before. I danced through my room and read it over and over again until I knew it by heart. Only when I bumped into the mattress, stumbled over the teacup and fell. I realized I was gonna be totally late for school. So many mistakes, again. No, I'm sorry, Dad. I panicked, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the house to catch the next bus. With my head hanging down, I got on the bus, which obviously was empty because everyone was in school already. I just slumped down on the seat, mumbling to myself. I was startled when I heard someone play a cool jazz tune on the saxophone. I turned around and found that the bus actually wasn't empty. On the last seat in the back was a girl, maybe 2 years older than me. She had sliced and slashed her school uniform into a punk outfit, just lounged around in the bus like she was home and played her saxophone, all while being late. Awesome! I just couldn't take my eyes off her. Then she looked at me and stopped playing. What's up, sis? Why did you stop, miss? The girl smiled. I couldn't believe what I just said. Did I just rhyme on the fly? Did I inherit this skill from my dad? I guess I wanted to appear cool to her, but I immediately turned red like a tomato. But she just laughed it off and told me how funky I was. Nobody ever told me something nice like that. I'm Romana, by the way. Just call me Rome. How cool is this? I was just blown away. By the time we had to get off the bus, we had already become friends. She was such a great inspiration. I even cut my hair and changed my look, and my confidence increased a lot. I started to set the clock so I would be awake before my mom. I prepared my own breakfast and just left a note on the table before leaving. Don't you worry, I'll be back in a hurry. I don't know if Mom was happy to finally see me grow up a little. I don't know if she was able to be happy at all. But from then on, she stopped blaming me for everything and sending me to my room. She even looked at me from time to time. She never smiled, but I didn't care because I had a new friend, a new look, and people in school started talking to me again. You, changed a lot. And it's not even all I got. Do you know who that was? I guess a boy without any flaws. Well, you see, Miss Rossi, I found a poem in my bed, and when I read it, my mattress was like, attacked me, and I was only feeling comfortable talking to people when rhyming. It was my only skill, and I desperately wanted to avoid being a nobody again. I didn't even realize I scared off the most popular boy in school, Valentino. When did the Roman Empire end? In 476, it was totally spent. I just couldn't let it go. 2 weeks passed, and people stopped talking to me again because it was impossible to have a normal conversation with me. And when I tried talking to others, hey, what's up in the cup? They just ignored me. And there I was, back in my room, being a nobody again. And I really didn't like Mom's sad, I knew it all along face. I watched some MSA videos on my phone and didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Sandra! Sandra! When I rushed down to open the door, I was very happy to see Rome, the only person I could talk to in a normal way. And don't you dare play that horrible instrument in here. She came to ask me what was wrong, so I told her about the poem and about my dad I knew so little about. You gotta confront your mom, sis. Ain't no other way. Well, you just met her. Listen, if I had a mom, I'd talk the living daylights out of her. I was shocked and asked her what she meant by this. Rome told me she was raised in an orphanage and never knew her parents. She told me that she was even bullied for being sad, that she got used to being all alone, and all she had was the jazz music coming out of the nurse's room, who didn't care about the orphans. Now she's living with an elite foster family who never approved of her playing the saxophone and doesn't treat her like a daughter at all. Want to know why I play the sax all day? I was so sad, I couldn't even nod and just looked at her with tears in my eyes. Because it's my only friend, and it tells me beautiful stories. But you got me now, Rome. Gotta go, sis. Just talk to your mom, okay? Now Rome had tears in her eyes too. She stood up and left my room. Before she left the house, she used her saxophone to wake up my mom, who had fallen asleep in front of her computer. Mom was furious and stormed into my room, thinking Rome was still there. Didn't I tell you to— Where's that crazy girl? I mustered all my courage, handed her dad's poem, and asked her to tell me everything she knew. She read the poem, looked at me with a stern face, then told me to come down to the living room with her and made me sit on the sofa. She went to the basement and came back up with a huge box in her hands. Without saying a word, she dropped several thousand letters on the floor and looked down at them with her arms crossed and her lips pressed together. My dad wrote a letter every day for 7 years, and not one of them was opened. I took them to my room and opened them all. Reading them took me 4 days straight without any sleep. My mom didn't even make me try to go to school. The letters were full of beautiful poems, dried flowers for Mom, and cute little drawings for me. He wrote how much he missed me, asked my mom to let him come back, and apologized for running away. But none of the letters mentioned the reason why he ran away. My head was spinning when I finished. Where are you, Dad? I had to ask my mom, and I felt so bad for Rome. I didn't call her the whole time. But before I could even grab my phone, I fell asleep. The wonderful smell of fresh blueberry muffins woke me up in the afternoon the next day. Rome was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding them under my nose like smelling salt. I am so glad you're alive, sis. Rome told me my mom had let her in to make sure I was all right during the last 4 days, but I wouldn't even notice her peeking into my room. I hugged Rome tight before gobbling up 3 muffins in 2 seconds. You should consider taking a shower. You know, now that the muffins were gone, I realized they smelled a lot better than I did. Suddenly, my mom stepped into the room. You should consider taking a shower, you know. It was just impossible to keep myself together. I leapt up and grabbed my mom by the shoulders. For the first time in years, my mom embraced me and didn't let go until I calmed down. She did love me. Where is Dad? Why didn't you open the letters? Why didn't you show them to me? Why didn't you let him come back? I gotta go practice, ladies. When Rome had left, Mom told me that Dad always dreamt about being a successful poet. He used to read his poems to her before they went to sleep, and Mom loved it. But his dream never became a reality, and we were slowly running out of all the money we had saved. So I told him to stop writing and get a job or care for you so I could get a job. But he just said everything was going to be all right and kept on writing. Until my mom threw him out and got a home office job to pay the bills. She was sending me to my room not because she hated me, but because she wanted to get her work done to earn the money we needed to keep our little house. He hasn't sent a letter for almost half a year now. I didn't know what to think of my dad anymore, but I loved his poems and just had to see him. All his letters had his address on the back. To my surprise, Mom agreed to go see him. We went to an old apartment building and took a deep breath before knocking on his door, but nobody answered. When we knocked a second time, an old lady opened the door. She told us that she had moved in a few months ago and knew nothing of my dad. I was devastated, and when I saw Mom's sad, I knew it all along face again, I was furious. I ran home and locked myself up in my room. When I was right in the middle of crying my heart out, a message from Rome arrived on my phone. Got a surprise for you, sis. Make sure to be taking that shower. I showered for ages as if I was trying to wash off all the sorrow I felt. After that, I met Rome in the park. She just had to take one look at me to know that I didn't see my dad. Instead of greeting her, I just sat down on a bench and stared at the ground. You can come out now. From behind a large tree, Valentino suddenly emerged carrying a book in his hands. He walked up and stood right next to Rome. I thought they were together now, so I couldn't think of anything better than, "Congratulations," and looked down at the ground again. Don't be silly, sis. I don't date younger boys, duh. But we are kind of together. I didn't understand what was going on, but it did sound interesting. We formed a hip-hop trio. You know there's only 2 of you, right? And you will be the singer. Did you know that Pretty Boy here's a great drummer? This was all too much. I didn't know what to say. I just lost my dad forever. My confidence was crushed once again, and now I should become an artist? A rapper? Performing on stage? Life's too short to hide away, sis. But we need to know if you still got it. When Valentino opened the book, I realized it was that new bestseller we were supposed to read for school until tomorrow. A book I forgot to even get because I was too busy reading poems and going through all the emotions in the world. I'll read something, and you'll rhyme on it. There was no rhyming challenge that could ever put me on the spot. So I stood up from the bench, took on a battle pose, and commanded Valentino to begin. Fixed by occluded revelation, but freed from the flow of speculation. Wow, did I say that? Reading all my dad's poems must have made me even better. Rome and Valentino were super excited and both hugged me tightly. While Rome laughed, Valentino blushed a little and tried to cover it up by giving me the book along with the summary he wrote. As I took it and our hands touched, it was my time to blush, which made Rome laugh even harder. Things went kind of smoothly after that. Valentino, Rome, and I became very close. Every day in the afternoon, we would meet in the band room of the school to practice our show. I still miss Dad, but my friends and the music helped me to get over it. And I thought, if he stopped caring about me and Mom, he just doesn't deserve us. When the school year was nearly over, it was finally time for the concert. My knees were shaking when we stepped onto the stage to perform open air for the whole school. Time to shine, sis. Got your back with my beats, Sandra. You'll do great. I looked for my mom and found her right in front of the stage like a real fan. She looked back at me, arched her eyebrows, and pointed to the man standing next to her. My heart skipped a beat. It was Dad. He must have kept an eye on me the whole time. Our show was a great success, and the freestyle encore blew everyone away. It turned out that my dad was the author of this best-selling book we had to read for school. He published it under a pseudonym so he could have a quiet life with us. After the concert, he showed me and Mom his beautiful new house in the countryside. When he offered us to live with him again, my mom put her arm around my shoulders and finally smiled. We'll think about it. Mom! Well, she knew she couldn't do this to me. And when Dad showed her the home office room he already arranged for her with all the latest technology stuff in it, she just played hard to get for a second and then happily agreed. Valentino and I helped each other out in school and eventually became a couple. It was Rome's final year, but our band still exists. We still couldn't decide on a name for it, though. When Rome's stunning performance even made it to the local news, her foster parents threw her out because it finally became clear to them she'd never be a doctor or a lawyer. As Rome didn't know where to go, I asked Mom if she could live with us. Living with a runaway husband and 2 crazy girls? Glad I have my own room. I forced us all into a big hug, saxophone included. And that was my story. Thanks for watching. Ciao from Sandra.
All right, here's a weird one for you. I accidentally became a teacher at 14. Yep, you heard that right. I taught my own classmates for weeks. Growing up, my parents were super intense about my education. They were both professors at the local university. Dad was a professor of mathematics, and Mom was head of psychology.
60% of kids without a master's degree are said to be clinically sadder than those without.
They were basically prepping me for Ivy League school from the ripe old age of 5.
Mom, can I play in the sandbox?
No, honey. The sandbox isn't going to help you get into a good college. You need to master your ABCs first.
But no matter how hard I tried, I just wasn't good at school. I just didn't see the point. What would I learn there that would help me achieve my true passion? Dancing. Ever since I was young, just the sound of the garbage truck backing up would make me bust a move.
Honey, are you feeling okay?
One morning, while I was choreographing a new dance for the school talent show, my parents stormed into the room like 2 furious prosecutors ready to deliver a life sentence.
Becca, turn that noise off right now.
I froze mid-move, 1 foot in the air, and held up my harmonica bottle like it was Exhibit A. It's not music, it's my water bottle. Excuse me? Yeah, see? The bottle you guys gave me? It has a built-in harmonica cap, so technically I'm hydrating and being a musical genius at the same time, which honestly is pretty productive if you ask me.
Wait, it does what?
I took a deep breath and blew into the cap. A loud, shrill whistle-like note filled the room. Ta-da! Best present ever!
Becca, put the bottle down. We're serious.
I sighed, but placed it down.
We're very disappointed. You flunked 3 classes and now you have to repeat the 8th grade. And as punishment, we're sorry, but you can't compete in the talent show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's it? You're not angry?
Nah, I'm used to it. No good grades, no talent show, no future, no husband. I'll be outside, digging my own grave.
Becca, don't be so dramatic.
I picked up my harmonica bottle and played a slow, tragic tune. A funeral march, if you will. Too late.
Ugh, Becca, we're serious. You need to get your priorities straight.
Oh, I have priorities. Dance, talent show, become TikTok famous. Academics are like, sixth on the list.
Well, they better move to first, or else.
Fine. But I'm keeping my grave plot, just in case. To make things way, way worse, all my friends were all moving up without me. When I started 8th grade again, for the second time, I was totally ridiculed.
Becca, how about you? What's 6 times 6?
220?
I think we need to send Becca back to 3rd grade.
Ha, idiots. Laugh it up now. Just wait until I'm your teacher. First lesson, Advanced Apologies 101. Homework, begging for mercy. I was miserable, but as I was walking home from school, I heard my favorite song playing, like it had come from the heavens. I followed the noise to a brick building. When I looked through the window, I saw a group of teenagers my age with their own totally distinct styles, taking turns showing off their individual dance routines. They looked happy. I rushed home, ecstatic. Mom, Dad, I've seen the light. I found my calling. I need to join a modern dance class.
Becca, sweetie, how about you find your calling in algebra first?
Ugh, algebra doesn't call anyone, Mom. It's like a spam call. Modern dance is my destiny.
And your grades? What about those?
I'll get my grades up. Straight A's. I'll even tutor other kids. Just let me dance.
Fine, but if your grades don't improve, we're canceling everything.
Yes, thank you. I won't let you down. Unless it's a backflip. Then I might.
Becca.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Thank you. Now all I had to do was figure out how to pull the grades thing off. I just needed to find Jeannie. Jeannie was a bookish girl who was made fun of at the talent show last year for her terrible choreography. But one day in the bathroom, I caught her practicing a TikTok dance.
Oh gosh, I didn't know anyone was in here.
Look, I know you want to become a good dancer. Redeem yourself from last year's dumpster fire, right? Well, I have a proposition for you. I offered to teach Jeannie how to dance in exchange for letting me copy off her tests. Class was a little intimidating at first. Everyone seemed poised and confident, and I'd never shown anyone my routine before. But when the instructor put me on the spot, something primal kicked in. I just went for it. I had no idea if I was any good or not. And then, as I was mid-spin, I fell onto the floor, hard. I was mortified. After class, I got a tap on my shoulder. It was a boy from class, and he had a sly smirk on his face. I totally thought he was gonna make fun of me.
I like your moves. They're very personal, full of emotion, deep.
Wait, really? Before I could say anything else, like, thank you, I heard a loud beep.
Come on, honey, let's go.
Mom seemed to be in a salty mood when I got into the car.
Did you have fun at class?
So much fun.
Good, because it's your last class. You've been expelled. You're grounded for the summer.
What?
Your math teacher caught you peeking over at Jeannie's desk. She questioned Jeannie, and she told her everything. We're so disappointed in you. I don't know where we went wrong.
Jeannie, that traitor. Remind me when I become her teacher to give her detention every time she gets a correct answer. Guess who's staying after school forever, Jeannie?
When we got home, I locked myself in my room, crying. My dreams of dancing were crushed. That summer, I was so depressed, I couldn't even bring myself to practice dancing in my room. I had all but given up on my dreams when I bumped into none other than Freddie at a pizzeria, scarfing down my sadness with a full pie to the face.
Hey, I know you.
Hi.
Dance class, right? You never came back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a family emergency.
Well, the next class starts in October. Hope to see you there.
Uh-huh.
Now I had to transform into a good, studious learner, or my parents would never let me join the class.
So the night before my first day at my new high school, I gave myself a little makeover. I grabbed a pair of scissors, chopped off my hair, replaced my contacts with glasses, and laid out my most scholarly outfit. The next morning, my parents' jaws dropped.
Is that my daughter under those clothes?
Yep. I've decided to take school seriously. You're right. It's important for my future.
Oh my gosh, honey. We've been waiting 17 years for you to say that.
But I've only been talking for 14 years. Oh, we know. You started talking later than the other kids, but better late than never.
And I only took 2 steps inside the school before I heard the principal calling my name.
Miss!
Yes, sir?
You must be Miss Rosen, the new teacher. I thought you didn't get any of our voicemails that we couldn't find a substitute for a month. So glad you made it work. Your CV is impressive, and we're excited to have you as the homeroom/English teacher for grade 9.
Wow, I must have overdone the scholarly look, but the bell rang before I could respond. Sorry, gotta go. Don't want to be late for class. I walked into homeroom feeling intimidated, and now old. All the kids knew each other. They were talking about their crushes and summer jobs and all the usual stuff. But then I heard them talking about something that put a pit in my stomach.
So did you get through the summer reading list?
Yeah, duh. I'm not gonna be an idiot like my mom. I want to get into a good college and marry a successful doctor.
Wait, are you taking algebra or calculus?
Summer reading? Calculus? I was in way over my head. I hadn't prepared for any of this, and I only had 1 month to get my grades up before dance class enrollment. I took the only seat available, which was right next to them. Hi, I'm...
Nice mom hair.
Seriously, my grandma has more fashion sense than you. You look like you could be our teacher.
I had to stay studious. Wait, suddenly, I had an idea. If I looked so much like this teacher, I stood up and confidently strutted to the front of the classroom. That's because I am your teacher. Yep, Miss Rosen. Why not play into it, right? I was just doing a little social experiment to see how you kids act when the teacher isn't around. And I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with a few of you. The bullies' faces went pale. Now everyone, take your seats and pipe down while I take attendance. I shuffled through the desk, but I couldn't find the attendance list. Miss Rosen must have had it. You know what? Why don't you tell me your name so I don't pronounce them wrong? I had no idea what I was doing, but it occurred to me that I'd have better luck giving myself good grades if I was my own teacher, right? Plus, I'd have access to all the test answers. I only had to keep it up for a month. Couldn't be that hard. Okay, class. Today, I want you to think about your favorite book from the summer reading list and tell me what spoke to you about it. Be specific. I had the students opening up, talking about literature, and having a whole dialogue with each other. And all I had to do was sit back, ask some questions, and let the students take over.
Exactly. I agree with Anne. I liked the plot. I just didn't connect with the main character.
Why don't you think you connected with Holden Coford?
Caulfield?
Yep, that's the one.
Because he's a spoiled, selfish weasel.
You sure you're not talking about yourself, Jeff?
That's extra homework for you, miss. Now, let's unpack why you feel the urge to insult Jeff.
You suck at teaching.
Okay, detention. Wow, it felt good to have power, and I actually felt like I was kind of good at this. Soon, I was borrowing my mom's clothes, kicking on the makeup, and saying things like, no running in the hallways. It was awesome. Don't worry about Becca's absence. I've already been in touch with her parents, and she'll be back to school in no time. I'm handling it. I brought straight B's back to my parents. Didn't want to be too suspicious and get A's. And when they called to confirm I was doing well and not cheating, I answered. She's a wonderful student, Miss Baker. She really applies herself, and she's improving every day.
Oh, that's such a relief. You know, she always was a troubled student.
Well, maybe if her parents... you're doing a wonderful job. She's brilliant. When I got home, Mom and Dad were actually smiling.
We heard you're doing excellent in school, so...
We're letting you join dance class.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. When I got to the dance studio, I was ecstatic to find Freddie mid-stretch. And when the teacher paired us up as partners, I thought I'd be thrilled. But I just couldn't keep up, and I felt like I was slowing him down.
I think you're naturally gifted. You just need more technical practice. How about we train outside of class? Competition is coming up soon, and I need you in top form.
How could I not agree to that? Soon, Freddie and I were spending so much time together. My heart was beating out of my chest every time we would dance. Everything was going according to plan. Teaching by day, dancing by night. But suddenly, my teacher responsibilities started picking up, and I had to lie to Freddie about why I couldn't attend our private practices. I have a parent-teacher conference that I have to attend. As the student, of course. I suck at math. The truth was, I had to grade papers and accompany the students on field trips and host office hours and actually meet with parents about their stupid kids. I was so tired, and I could tell Freddie was getting annoyed with me. Then one day at school, standing in front of the class, I saw a familiar face seated in front of me. Freddie? I heard we had a new student. Freddie, is that right?
Fred, yeah.
Did he recognize me? I couldn't tell, but soon I was so distracted by him finding out my secret, I had a hard time keeping up the charade. And Freddie was being so weird and quiet. In dance class, he was charismatic and lively, but here, he sat in the back of the room all alone. I couldn't tell if he was
was hiding my secret or what. It was starting to get to me. I couldn't even look him in the eyes when we danced.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, Obs. Is everything okay with you?
Yeah, you just seem different.
Nope. I'm exactly the same as I am. Not the same as who you think I might be, but
Okay, distracted then.
I promise you, my heart is in this. You have to believe me. I want us to win.
Yeah.
At school, I started to put on heavier makeup and frumpier clothes to improve my disguise. I was so worried about Freddie. I didn't even know what I was talking about in class anymore. With a shaky hand, I wrote something on the board. Okay, where does the comma go in this sentence? The bully came up to the board and confidently drew a comma in. Correct!
No, it's not. I was testing you. You don't even know basic grammar?
Everyone in the class was snickering at me. I felt like I was the dumb student again. What? Of course I do. Are you guys hot? Is it hot in here? I took off my cardigan, and suddenly, Freddie's expression changed. He was staring at me, and then I realized my birthmark. I had a diamond-shaped birthmark on my shoulder. He was the only one who'd seen it. I have to go to the bathroom. I stormed off, exposed. Then I heard someone call behind me.
Wait!
Freddie rushed towards me, staring me in the eyes. He pulled off my glasses, which could have been romantic, but nope, not like this.
Becca, is that you?
I turned even redder. I was speechless.
I can't believe it. It is. What's going on? Is this a joke?
Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. My parents wouldn't let me dance unless my grades went up, and then I found out I looked like this new teacher who was sick, and so I just pretended to be her, and I guess I kinda got carried away.
That is crazy.
Please don't tell anyone. The competition is only a week away, and I need to show my parents I'm good at this so they'll let me go to dance school and not their alma mater.
Here I was, just excited to spend more time with you outside of practice. But for you, it was always about winning the competition.
I'm sorry, and that's not true.
I won't spill your secret as long as you do something for me. Parent-teacher night.
No! I couldn't go to parent-teacher night. My parents would be there. But Freddie was right. I owed him. He'd spent so much time trying to help me, and all I did was hurt him. Freddie is wonderful. He's making so many friends. Everyone loves him.
Really? That's surprising. He got into a bad fight in his last school because some football player was making fun of him for being a dancer. He broke the guy's nose.
He did?
Yes. We told you in the beginning of the semester, Ms. Rosen.
Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Hi, sorry to interrupt. We're here for our 5 p.m. with Miss Rosen. Oh my gosh, I was about to have a parent-teacher conference with my parents. I quickly powdered my face, pushing my hair in front of my face, trying to obscure myself. Yes, come in. I'm sorry. We'll pick this up later.
So, how is Becca doing?
Oh, Becca, she's an absolute dream.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Would you mind pushing your hair out of your face and looking towards us?
Oh, I'm a little sick, so I don't want to get you ill.
No, that's okay. Just, it's a little rude not to be looking at us while you're talking.
As I turned towards my mom, head tilted down towards the table so she couldn't see me, my glasses fell off. Mom picked them up and handed them to me. When I reached for them, I saw her eyes go wide. She was staring at the frayed sleeve peeking out from underneath my blazer. It was her frayed shirt.
Becca, I thought you sounded familiar.
Before I could respond, Freddie's mom burst in.
Ms. Rosen, when you're done, I'd love to reconvene about Freddie.
Totally.
Miss Rosen, ha!
Lady, this is my dog. As my mom was finishing her sentence, I was literally diving headfirst out the window.
Becca, come back here!
I landed in the grass and sprinted away as fast as I could. When I finally arrived at the dance studio, I was exhausted and busted. I yanked off my teacher disguise, revealing the leotard underneath, and rushed into the competition.
Becca, we're about to be on. Did you talk to them? How'd it go?
Yeah, all good. They totally bought it.
Freddie, you were in on this, weren't you?
Oh yeah, they totally bought it.
I whipped my head around to see Freddie's mom, boiling red, but not redder than the faces of my own parents who were right by her side.
Becca, you are not dancing until you explain yourself.
The music was starting. The spotlight was on us. I'll explain. Just dance. I locked eyes with him, desperate. He was fumbling at first. I could feel his nerves. Freddie, don't worry about them. This is for you. You got this. And then we didn't miss a step. Freddie was amazing. When it was over, I couldn't hear my parents screaming. I I was overwhelmed by the applause and the glimmer in Freddie's eyes.
You really pulled through. I'm impressed.
I'm so sorry for lying. I really love spending time with you, even when we're not dancing, but especially when we're dancing. I saw him hiding a smirk, and that was enough of an invitation for me to lean in and kiss him as our lips touched.
Becca! You tricked my son into going along with your charade so he could say he gets along with his classmates? You know he punched someone?
Buzz killed. He was provoked. He shouldn't have punched them, but if someone insults your passion, sir, how would you feel? Freddie might not get on well with others at school, but here, in this place, he's the coolest, most adored guy. This is our family. This is our school. Freddie grabbed my hand, squeezing it.
Yeah, and Becca is such an incredible dancer. She may not be good at academics, but she has a passion. All she needs is her parents' support. Plus, she is a good teacher. She taught me what it's like to fight for what you care about, no matter who tries to tear you down.
I suddenly saw my mom's face soften, just a little.
I guess that's something. And you did have good stage presence. I guess if dancing is your passion, I won't get in your way. As long as you have a backup plan.
Wait, really?
As long as you have a backup plan.
I couldn't believe it. I finally got my parents' approval. Sort of. I hugged Freddie, and he grabbed my shoulders and kissed me like our parents weren't right there. I was on cloud 9. The rest is history. Freddie and I started dating, and I officially enrolled in school as a student. I finished the semester with all C's, under the perfectly boring teachings of the real Miss Rosen. But I got to keep dancing, and the following year, Freddie and I got into Juilliard. After a brief stint touring as a background dancer for pop artists, I got burnt out and wanted to spend more time at home with our new family. So I fell into my backup plan. All right, kiddos, don't hold back. I want to see those moves. Teaching dance classes to middle schoolers. And when my daughter told me she wanted to be a dancer, I freaked out for a minute. Who would want to have their daughter be a dancer? Oh, I guess my parents were right.